done a lot of research and involved in many projects as well. I think the relevance of the research and the project is very relevant with us in this panel. So without further ado, I would like to give the first chance to Pak Budi Wardana. Pak Budi, time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the introductions, and thank you also for the organizer. I would like to say hello to Ibu Elske and Pak Lahiru. We've met before in numbers of occasions. So actually, Ibu Elske could speak Bahasa very fluently. So without further ado, I will share my screen. Yeah, I will give the title of Sustainable Peatland Management for the Youth Peatland Conference 2020 in D2. For those that have not yet visited any peatland in Indonesia, actually peatland is quite diverse in Indonesia. It is tropical peatland, but the conditions, the shape, and the surrounding situation is quite diverse from one peatland to another peatland. So we call it peatland ecosystems with plural mentioning it. So it is a type of peatland, peatworms forest. It's quite pristine in this area. It's has trees, very tall trees, and also it is a wetland, so it frequent by flooding, and the vegetations adapt to these conditions for thousands of years. This is another type of peatland with you can see not lot of trees but shrub and open area, but it is really important. And also this is the people that live within and surrounding the peatland. It depends on the waterways, and the people can use peatland vegetations, for instance, purun for the handcraft, and also use the peatland area that is suitable for agriculture to make polyculture or agriculture in the swampy area. But what is peatland and peatland ecosystem? Peatland consists of peat actually, and the peat will depends on the climate, the water, and the vegetations that make accumulation of biomass possible.
I'm sorry, maybe there is a problem with the internet connection. Pak Budi, are you with us now?
Yeah, I'm still with you, and sorry for
Oh,
the sorry for the. It's really embarrassing to have these conditions where the internet connections is not really good for the presentations. But can you still see my screen?
yes, yes, Pak, very clear.
Okay, so what it is peatland and what it is peatland ecosystem will become the basic of sustainable management of peatlands. So it has a typical dome shape on the Omburu genus peatland. We have two type of peatland, tropical peatland in Indonesia. One peatland with the domes like this, and the other without dome. We call it topogenous peatland. It receives the water and some mineral from the flooded area from the river. But for the Umburkenes peatland, the source of water is only from the precipitation, it's only from the rain. So typically this kind of Umburkenes peatland usually very poor in the nutrient. And to make a sustainable management of peatland area, we have to do the survey and inventory. We have to know the extent and distribution and conditions of our peatland. And then after that, we design the functions of peatland. Because peatland, as it is, as an ecosystem, it's much more important to humanity because of this ecosystem, because of those ecosystem services provided by the landscape. For agriculture, actually, in the peatland area, especially on the dome, is not suitable because, as I mentioned before, the peatland is very poor in the nutrient that could support the non-wetland species. So the designation of functions will begin with the strategic environment analysis of the area, and then we determined the carrying and assimilative capacities, and then we designated the areas for the protections, or it is suitable for the cultivations. So then we do the land use planning. We designated the area as protected areas, or some area could be in the status of non-protected areas. It could be forested area, it could be non-state forest area, and it will give the land use licensing and title. It's also determine the area which has limited use area, and then with any other considerations that we should put before we do the sustainable peatland management. Actually, we apply the 12 principle of ecosystem approach. This one was under the decision of the UN Convention on Biological Diversity at the conference of the parties, the fifth conference of the parties, with the decisions 5/6. And then we do the policy, regulation, and then monitoring and also enforcement, and the protection and also sustainable management of peatland ecosystem, and then applications of the control of the land use licenses that the government give to the concession holders. And then eventually we do the monitoring and evaluations. We set the criteria and indicators for the sustainable peatland management, and we use remote sensing technology, and then we do the early warning system, as in the video, the previous video shows that this peatland is really a vulnerable ecosystem if it's degraded. The 12th principle of ecosystem approach, actually you can read under the website of the UN Convention on Biological Diversity, especially on decision of the COP5, decision number 6. There are 12 principles from the objective management of land as a matter of social choice. Management should be decentralized at the lowest appropriate level, and so on and so forth. What I would like to focus on actually is on the principle number 1, the notions of a matter of social choice. Actually, the different actors, different sectors of society views ecosystem in terms of their own economic and cultural and societal needs. So it is naturally that during the negotiations of the member of the societies which live or affected by or depend on peatlands, they make decisions on how to manage the peatland. But the ecosystem itself should be managed for the intrinsic values and for the tangible and intangible benefit for humans in fair and equitable way, of course. That's the principles. And the principle number 4, recognizing potential gains from manage the ecosystem in economic context. Of course, peatland as resources, as biodiversity resources, should be used for the utmost prosperity of the people of Indonesia. But any such ecosystem management there should reduce the market distortions. So it should include the unaccountable cost of activities on those ecosystem. It's also align incentive to promote biodiversity conservation and also sustainable use, because ecosystem is part of biodiversity, and also internalize cost and benefit at the given ecosystem to the extent feasible. So the extent feasible mean that this project or activities might have boundaries by the license, but the impact of those activities might extend beyond the control of the management unit. So principle 6 and principle 7, which deal with the limit of the functioning. Peatland has its own functions, especially for the water regulations, the climate regulations, the provisioning of timber, fiber, food resources, and the habitat of protected species, the habitat of biodiversity, and the considerations of the appropriate spatial and temporal scales of the impact made by those activities that will be undertaken on those peatland. So there's note on the applications of the ecosystem approaches. Ecosystem approach requires adaptive management, because we know that the ecosystem is dynamic and complex, and sometimes we have a limited knowledge on the profile of the peatland. So some important aspect of the peatland might overlook during the planning, and then adaptive management should deal with that. The ecosystem processes are often non-linear, so it's not giving direct. So the more resources that you put on the peatland will eventually giving a bigger outcome at the scale of 1:1, 1:3, 1:4, but it is not those linear, and the outcome of such process often show time lags. For instance, the restorations of peatland that we do, sometimes the canal blocking that we do, the rewetting that we do, the revegetations that we do, will give the indications of the result within many years, within tens of years. But even it gives the indication of success within a couple of decades. So it's not shown directly. So it is the time lag that we need to consider. The result is sometimes discontinuities leading to surprise and uncertainty. Yes, it is because the accumulated knowledge before we do some management plan and the planning of activities and so on and so forth is not complete. But measures should be taken anyway, even when some cause and effect relations are not yet fully established scientifically. This is the implication, the applications of the precautionary principles. So the limited knowledge means that we should not act nothing. So limited knowledge gives us precautionary when we move and when we do something on those fragile ecosystem. So the sustainable management of peatlands and the SDGs, there are 7 of the 17 SDGs that directly related to the sustainable management of peatland. I would not read one by one, but actually the SDG number 1, no poverty, the restorations, the sustainable of management should have impact on alleviating the poverty. And then wetland with the paludiculture, SDG number 2, should contribute to the hunger, contribute to the zero hunger, to the objective of zero hunger, and also peatland as a wetland can provide ecotourism site, and also the climate and water regulatory services that provided by those peatland will be the basis of good health and well-being, and also provide clean water and sanitation, and some of the biomass from the residue of paludiculture, for instance, the stem of the green that we harvest from the paludiculture practices could be used as source of biomass for the energy. So the peatland also provide opportunity for the industry, innovation, and infrastructures, because the paludiculture offers wide range of innovations. For instance, instead of we plant palm oil, we could plant with jelutung, which provide the latex of jelutung, and the use of the jelutung is open for further innovations, and so on and so forth. And also the floodplains of the peatlands, while peatlands have the ecosystem services in retains and detains floodwater, will contribute to the sustainable cities and communities. It's also sustainable management practice as paludiculture make wetlands as engine of the local communities to have the sustainable livelihood also. System in terms of supporting the supporting of the lumbung pangan, and also the peatland as a wetland healthy, and if it's healthy will support the well functioning of the coastal wetland. In some area, even in Indonesia, we found that those ecosystem of peatlands is the main features of an island. We have island full of the peatland, such as in Pulau Bengkalis, and then Pulau the eastern part of Riau, of the province of Riau. There's a lot of island which comprise mostly on the peatland ecosystem. And life on land, as we have to conserve the biodiversity of Indonesia, we have around the 40% of world species live and breed in wetlands. So with that, with the ecosystem services that provided by the peatland, which has the global value, so there's a global opportunities for restoration and sustainable of peatlands. The last opportunity is when this year the UN Assembly declared the UN decade on ecosystem restorations, which lasts a decade, 10 years, starting from 2021 to 2030. So it is time for us with the global support for the restorations and sustainable management of peatland ecosystem. But unfortunately, those policy is not written on clean page. So the first regulations regarding the protections of peatland actually was enacted in 1990 as the bylaw, as the implementations of the basic law on the management of environment of 1982. We know as the Undang-Undang tentang ketentuan-ketentuan pokok pengelolaan lingkungan hidup. So that's first mention on the requirements of strategic impact assessments. The first mentioning on the AMDAL requirement if activities of project have significant impact on the life of the people and also the supporting system, the life supporting systems, meaning the ecosystem that give life supporting system for the populations and also for the development. The newest law on environment protections and management was enacted in 2009, which mandated the government from the central to provincial to district level for them to formulate the, we call it RPPEG, so the protections and sustainable use of the ecosystem, the plan for the protections and sustainable use of peatland, and it should be incorporated within the RPGMD. So the medium term of development plan of those region, whether it is in the national level, the provincial or the district. So what we do actually corrective action, as I mentioned before, because when we enacted those law, there are already licensed on the peatland. The peatland is not on the pristine conditions. It's already degraded from the activities of human activities over the peatland. It might be on the places where the transmigrations located. It might be licensed for the palm oil. It might be licensed for the timber concession. It might be licensed for the industrial plantations for the pulp and paper. So we experience fast forest and land fires of 2015. We have 2.6 million hectares, which also affected large area of peatlands. But then the forest and land fire were reduced significantly from 2.6 in 2016. We still experienced 529,000 hectares, and reduced again in 2018 with around 165,000 hectares. But unfortunately, there's an increase in 2018. We have 438,000 hectares area burn. Part of those area also impacted on peatland. And 2019, the last years that we have, is 1.6 million hectares area of forest and land, including peatland, was burned. So this year, until 30 September 2020, we recorded around 206,000 hectares area of peat, including peat of forest and land fire. This evident that we have mismanagement of peatland. Massive clearing of peatland still happen. The mismanagement of land, of peatland that already been open for cultivation still happen. So the law number 32 of 2009 for the protections and sustainable management of peatland requests us for the RPPG as the reference for the prevent further damage. Sorry. And should contain the directions for the utilization and preservation of peat ecosystem, peatland ecosystem, maintenance and protections and of the quality and ecosystem services of peatland, control and monitor the utilization and preservation of peat ecosystem, and of course the activities for the mitigation and adaptations related to climate change. So as a model of landscape management, this is illustrations of current peatland conditions that we have. Part of the areas, sorry, part of the area in green here is still protected areas, is still intact forest, but some area is already under the management of local community. Some area already for the pulp and paper concession, and some area is the area for the palm oil concessions, and some area it's still considered as open access. Anybody can use those area, but those area without control is the area that usually become the area that prone to fire, because the cheapest way to open the area and clear the area is using fire. So we need coordination among the stakeholders, because remember we in the ecosystem approach, the principle one is the sustainable management of peatland is a matter of societal choice. For the local community managed area, we need to provide them with the paludiculture and with the peatland friendly agriculture practices, which BRG is also practicing in the revitalizations of the socio-economic conditions of the local community. Even with the Desa Peduli Gambut Peat Care Village, the programs for the capacity building of the village level, that the village has some area of peatlands. We do the supervisions of the concession holders on how they manage the water table, to manage the water infrastructures, the water management infrastructure, and so on and so forth. And some of the area is open for the concession, ecosystem restoration concessions, which could generate or produce emission reduction unit through the protections of intact area, or intact peatland, and the rehabilitations of degraded peatlands. So, because this conference entitled Youth Peatland for the youth for the peatland sustainable use and SDGs. So I will a bit touch upon the role of youth as agent of change. So young generation is not only beneficiaries of the policy and the development process, they are important actors in achieving the development goals, because young generation has great potential to make a difference, not only for themselves, but also for the society and the whole world, because of the benefits of age, strength, endurance, energy. They have time, they thirst of novelties and numbers. They are also a future leaders. It is very important for the young generation to be well informed, capacity and opportunity. They have to be open for the capacity and opportunity and engage the future vision of the future, including the vision of the green peatland. So young generations are no longer only part of the goals of the sustainable development goals, but will also the main driving force for the successful implementation of SDGs. The youth population is growing in some part, but also because of the welfare of the conditions in some regions. The old age will the portions of old age is growing also, but the young generations, the youth, it's also important. It's also significant to give voice and to fight for the environmental degradations. They have to voice the environmental degradations. They have to voice the inequality and act upon and also demanding the end of the environmental degradations and the end of inequality. The SDGs strive for prosperity and economic property, better and more equitable social welfare, environmental protections, all that could voice, all that the young generation could voice for the close society, the close community that they live, and even at the global level. So the role of youth on Peatland Forum, the Peatland Conference, we hope that the youth on Peatland Conference will representing the need of young generation and the voiceless in the society. Keep updated into the issues of the common while taking interest into current development agendas. Comprehend the issues and empower yourself, educate yourself, knowledge, communications at scale, speak out clearly and eloquently. So that's all. The youth is important because the youth comprise nearly 30% of the world populations. The involvement of today's youth in the environment and development decision making and the implementations of the program is critical to the safety of the one and only planet that we live in, thus the safety of our species. So thank you. Back to you, Pak Ferdinand.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Pak Budi. You have presented a very comprehensive knowledge about sustainable peatland management, and most importantly, you elaborated the role of youth in sustainable peatland management. I think we agree with Pak Budi presentation that youth is not only beneficiary but also the actor of sustainable peatland management. Thank you, Pak Budi. Now, I would like to proceed to the second speaker from Singapore, Lahiru Wijedasa. Pak Lahiru, are you with us? Can you connect with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, nice. Thank you. So time is yours, Pak Lahiru, 20 minutes to 30 minutes from now.
Okay, let me just share my, it says that the host disabled participant screen sharing.
Okay, the committee, could you connect Pak Lahiru as the co-host?
Okay, I think it's okay now.
Okay.
All right, can you see my screen?
Very clear, Pak.
Okay. So I would first like to say selamat pagi. Thank you for inviting me, Pak Ferdinand, Pak Budi, and Pak Elska. Happy to be here on this panel today. Also, welcome to everyone else. As Pak Ferdinand mentioned, I just finished my PhD earlier this year. All of it was 5 years in Indonesia. And if I had a chance, I'd still be in Indonesia right now. And I hope to come back soon. What I would like to tell the youth in the beginning, of course, is that I when I first started the PhD, it was the first year that BRG was established. And in 2015, I did a presentation in Jakarta when BRG was just starting. And then now 5 years later, I can actually see how complicated everything is, and what BRG has achieved so far is superhuman in that context. It's different from anything done anywhere on the planet. And I think as you should be proud of having an agency like this that has done so much. Also that as students, your PhD or whatever you're doing, you're studying is a journey. And you will change as you go through it. And what I will show you is some of the things that I found, but I'm focusing mainly on the future, where I think that because everyone, whatever you study, whatever you do, it's a journey, and you have a journey, but the journey has to continue, and other people will continue what you do. And that's where I'm coming from here. Pak Budi has given us a really good outline of things, and he has really simplified a lot of things that they have done, which is very complicated and very difficult. He makes it sound like it's so simple, but it is extremely difficult to do what they have done so far. So we do owe them a huge amount of gratitude for that. This presentation is also done with Prof. Susan Page, who is my co-collaborator, and we've worked many years in Indonesia together, and we will hope to continue for longer. So like Pak Budi mentioned, what is a peat swamp? The peat swamp is interesting because what you have is mostly organic matter falling into wet areas. So I'll just give you a bit of the science. Once organic matter falls into wet areas, it doesn't decompose, so the organic matter accumulates. So what we have is that over time, the organic matter accumulates, and you can have over 20 meters deep organic matter and a lot of carbon. And I'll tell you how much carbon in a little while. But at the same time, you have this unique ecosystem where the trees and the soil and the water and the landscape and the people, everything is an interaction working together, and it's in balance. The issue is that what happens when we change the balance, and that's what I'll show you in a little while. Yeah, so this is an example from what peatlands actually do. Like and this example is from northern Borneo. This is Miri in Sarawak, and this is where Brunei is now today. And 800 years ago, can you hear me?
Yeah, Pak. Yeah, Pak. Very clear.
Okay, so about 3,000 years ago, most of Brunei didn't exist. It was mainly sea. And in the inlands, you had these mountains and you had the mangroves starting. And most of Southeast Asia's peatlands are like this, that as the mangroves go out towards the sea, the back part starts becoming fresh water and less water exchange, and the carbon starts accumulating. So after a while, what you get is, you get the mangroves going all the way out there, and they're replaced by peat swamps. So huge amounts of carbon, and so I call it natural land reclamation, because what we're really seeing is that what was originally the sea has become land because of these mangroves and these peat, and it has happened very quickly. If you look at Southeast Asia, 21% of the land area of Peninsula of Malaysia, Sumatra, Borneo, 21% of the land area is peatland. 21%, that's a huge amount. We're talking about 210,000 kilometers, huge areas. And Singapore is just a tiny dot here, right? Of 700 square kilometers. So this is a few hundred times more in area. And if you look at these numbers, these are the carbon dates. That means the oldest peatland depth that we know is only 5,000 years in Sumatra, somewhere here. So that means 5,000 years ago, the sea line was somewhere there. So all this land exists because of the peatlands. The peatlands have reclaimed land from the sea. What we do in Singapore, spending billions of dollars, has happened naturally across Southeast Asia. And it's important because it's happened on a very short time scale. Very quickly, the land has been reclaimed, relatively. I mean, 1,000 years is old. But an interesting thing about it is that there's a huge relationship between the vegetation and the plants. That's why when Pak Budi mentioned that the water tables are there and everything, it's not so simple. It's fluctuating water tables. In 2015, I said that peat swamps are probably the hardest ecosystem to study and restore because everything is fluctuating. The water tables are going up in the rain, it's going down when it's not raining, it's going up and down all the time. And the plants are really adapted to grow in this. And along with that, you get a lot of different species. Now, this species is in Indonesia. This is the smallest vertebrate on the planet. with an animal with the backbone. This is only, I think, 3 or 4 millimeters long, and it's an adult fish. My first project before I started vegetation was actually studying fish. And this fish is interesting because it had been collected 20 years before, but people thought that it was a young fish of an adult. But 20 years later, someone looked under a microscope and found the reproductive organs, and they realized that this is actually an adult fish, and it was described as Pedocypres. Other interesting thing is like orangutans. There is double the density of orangutans in peat swamp forest than in mineral soils. And the reason is that in peat swamps, there's not many seeds in the soil, so most trees are flowering and fruiting all the time. So you have double the densities of orangutans on peat than on mineral soils. And then you get endemic birds, and what I study is also plants. Every single swamp that I've been to, I found new species of plants. When it comes to fish, there's 250 to 350 species of fish, and 103 are only found in peat swamps. A bit more about the fish. This is actually a map of the licorice gourami, some work done by Lucas Ruber from Germany in collaboration with Indonesia. Every single color shows you a species. And if you notice, there's many dots only found in one location. And that means that fish species is only found in that one swamp. And if that one swamp goes, that species goes extinct. And this is just one species. This one species, you can see how many different colors of dots on this. And that's the same for every one of these species. They are found in so high numbers in endemics. And these are what goes into the aquarium industry. So they go into the aquarium industry and they're known around the world, but most people don't know that they are mostly found from, like you look at this dot, only a single location. So what BRG and Indonesia are doing through better managing their forests is also in the same time conserving these species from going extinct. And the reason that you have these beautiful colors is because peat swamps are black water. If you have black water and not so visible, you can have beautiful colors because the predators won't see you. And at the same time, like for instance, the fighting fish that we have, there are more fighting fish species in Indonesia than in captivity. The ones that we have is only a single species in captivity, but there's about 60 or 70 species. In a map like this, you can add them as well. And it's interesting because it's important for conservation. So the other side of it, when we talk about climate change, is the carbon. So how much carbon is actually in the peat swamps? And to give you an example, Southeast Asian peatlands, we estimate that there's about 69 gigatons. In the atmosphere, there is 750 gigatons of carbon. That means that the Indonesian and Malaysian peat and Bruneian peat swamps, the total carbon in those is equal to 10% of all the atmospheric carbon in the whole world. 10% is a huge amount. That means if you lose all the peatlands, there will be a 10% increase in atmospheric carbon. And that's a humongous number. So that's why it's important also in the context of carbon. So, but what happens when we have to change this system? So we have this intact system where you have a forest, and like what Budi mentioned, you have a water table, which is like if you have a dome, the water table follows the dome and it goes up and down. It fluctuates with the rainfall. But the issue is that when we want to do agriculture, we need to drain it. What happens is we cut the forest and we build drains. Now, why do we drain it? The issue is that the crops that we're growing on peat right now, which is oil palm and acacia, are actually mineral soil crops that we're growing on a wetland. So by draining it, we are changing the wetland into a dryland and planting dryland crops on it. And the result of that is that when you grow a dryland crop on it, can you remember I mentioned that the reason that the peat exists is because of organic matter falling into water. So if you change the conditions that you're draining the peat starts decomposing. Organic matter is not accumulating, so it starts sinking slowly. And what happens is you get this carbon which was there, which was not lost because of high water tables, is now slowly being lost. And so you get high emissions. But more than the emissions, what we're really worried is that if your soil is 80% made of organic carbon, if your soil is going into the atmosphere, you are losing your soil. It's almost like erosion to the atmosphere. And your soil is slowly going down. So there is a timeline. At some point, when all the carbon goes away, which is lost in above ground fires or drainage, at some point your peatland surface will sink to the level of either the sea level or the river level. And at that point, you cannot drain it anymore. So your areas get flooded. So the issue is to think long term, that it's easy for us to point these things out, but it's much more complicated than that. Because the reason it's more complicated is because of the agriculture growing on the peat. We cannot deny the fact that this agriculture growing on peat has pulled a lot of people out of poverty. A lot of people depend on peatland agriculture for their sustenance, whether it's big companies or whether it's smallholder agriculture. All of this is extremely important. And you can't just say that, okay, because we want to protect the peat, we should raise them and wet them and everything and move the people away. You can't do that. It's so complicated in what needs to be done that we can't just say that, oh, this is the solution, let's do that. That doesn't work. And to give you some numbers, it's like, we know that when it comes to this, and I call it balancing food security, livelihoods, and climate, because we haven't balanced it yet. We are in the process of heading towards the balance. And there is no one solution that we can apply. If there was a single solution for peatland agriculture that was not drainage based, that also creates livelihood, Indonesia would have applied it. Everyone would have applied it, but it doesn't exist. And that's why it's a challenge for the youth, because we are in a process where we're headed towards that direction. We need young people to come in and also participate in this process. That now, for instance, in these numbers, the smallholder agriculture is almost 43% of the agriculture on peatland is smallholder. It's almost as big as, it's bigger than oil palm and bigger than acacia alone. But the issue about it is, in the same time that this deforestation and conversion to agriculture was happening, between 1999 and 2020, Indonesian poverty reduced from 20% to 9.4%. Huge reductions in poverty. And if we consider that Indonesian population today is 270 million, we're talking about almost 20 and 25 million people pulled out of poverty in the same period. So while we have this issue with peatlands, we also have poverty elevation happening. And at the same time, Indonesia moved from a lower income to a upper middle income country. But at that same time, we still have 26 million people in Indonesia below the poverty line. So that's the challenge. That's the whole challenge of how do we do this sustainable agriculture on peatlands, save the peatlands while pulling people out of poverty and keeping people out of poverty. That's the easy thing. And when I first started in Indonesia in 2015, I understood the conservation side and the deforestation and the carbon side. But it's only after spending 5 years in Indonesia on the ground that I understood the social aspect of it. That how difficult it is, that what BRG has to do is they have to balance all of this. It's not that simple, and it's really complicated. So what they have really done is really, really significant and important. And when we consider it, that like in this context, if you look at that, what's happening on Indonesian agriculture on peat in the global context, there's actually, it's not only Indonesia where it's happened. In Europe, they actually deforested their peatlands, and a lot of the peatland drainage-based emissions coming out of the world, if you look at these two peaks, this is the latitude, and this is the amount of emissions. The Indonesian emissions, or the tropical emissions from peatland, are similar to the temperate emissions from peatland emissions. So we have two similar problems in both places. The difference is that in Europe, most of their peatlands are inland. And because their peatlands are inland, if the peat is vanished, they still have the land left. But not everywhere. And I'll show you an example where it's not the case. But in Indonesia and Malaysia, most of our peatlands are coastal. So if our peat vanishes, our peat goes below sea level, we lose the land. And that is a challenge. And that is a challenge not just for us studying this today, but it's for a challenge for your youth, because this journey to find a solution that's sustainable is a 20 to 30 to 40 year search for it. And we need the youth to participate in that. And that's why, like, even in BRG, most of the young people in there are already doing a lot of this. So it's not a problem that's just really a problem focused on sustainability in Indonesia. It's a global problem, and everyone has this issue. And I'll give you an example. We were talking about Europe. I'm going to give you an example of the loss of peat example, one from Europe, one from Asia. This is the Netherlands in 500 BC. In brown is peat. Most of the Netherlands was like originally peat. If you look at it, at least 80% of the Netherlands was peat in 500 BC. They started converting it to agriculture and other things very early. And by 800 AD, huge areas of peat had already vanished. And you can see, right, because the Netherlands is coastal, it's so low lying that the minute you lose peat, you kind of sink into the sea. And by 1500 AD, you can look at the amount of land that has been lost in Netherlands. At least about 40% of the land, I would think, was lost to the sea. But what they've done today is they've built up all these dikes and polders. They spend billions of dollars every year just pumping the water out so that the Netherlands can still exist. The issue is that the Netherlands is a tiny, tiny dot. When you consider the size of Indonesia, Indonesia is so much bigger, or even Malaysia is so much bigger than this. And in a good example, I'll give you an example of an area of the similar size. I showed you this same location earlier. This was Brunei. Like this is Malaysia and Brunei. This river separates Malaysia on the left, Brunei on the right. So in 1950, most of it was forested, and all this dark green is peat. Sorry, it's going to the meeting room. By 2015, this is actually oil palm. A lot of the areas were converted to oil palm by 2015. And all these peatlands have been subsiding since they were converted. And the projection is by 2075, if this current sinking of peat continues in Malaysia, huge areas of Brunei, which have not done any deforestation, will also sink into the sea. The reason is it's a unitary dome. And like Pak Budi mentioned, you have the single hydrological unit. You cannot drain part of it and conserve part of it. You need a proper management for the whole thing. And in this case, what you have is there's a national boundary, which is separating the management. So the Malaysian side manages it one way, the Bruneian side manages it one way, but eventually it's one thing. We are all united in the same thing that the peat domes are united, so you can't. And a good example is when I went to the Netherlands, you can actually see in the Netherlands this issue about houses. You go to the Netherlands and you see all these houses on these peat areas or former peat areas, and you can see the angles of the houses and the windows. They're all sinking. They're all sinking at different angles, and this is Amsterdam. And the same thing, this is in Sumatra. This is in Tembilahan, where you can actually see the houses slanting at the same time. So that's a problem that's not restricted to Indonesia. It's a global problem, and everyone needs to participate. And that's why it's good to be in Indonesia and do a lot of work in Indonesia, because there's an open exchange of ideas, and there's an open discussion of stuff, and an open search for solution. There's no hiding behind barriers or anything like that. There's a discussion, and it's always open, which what Pak Budi mentioned, it's for the youth of today to get involved in, to know what the issues are. Don't believe anything I say or anyone says. Go and see it yourself. Come up with your own ideas, come up with your own views. And for Indonesia, that's what I did as well. I didn't understand Indonesia until I went to Indonesia, and I went to the peatlands all over the place, went for meetings, went talk to people, and I understood. And as you do that, there's so many opportunities for you to do that. Just go and talk to people. And then, of course, what is the way forward? Now, this is where it becomes very complicated, and I'm trying to simplify what Pak Budi mentioned in 3 slides. So it's very difficult. So to do the peatland stuff, to do this entire sustainability thing and land use thing and everything together is not simple. It's very difficult. One thing you need is legislation. You need laws. Now, most ministries just do laws, but in BRD's thing, they also need to do land use planning. Not only do they need to set up a law, they need to work with all the ministries to land use plan to fit the laws together. On top of that, you also need to find the livelihoods for the people, and you need to finance it. So BRD has to do all of these things together. And on top of that, how do these interactions work? Of course, legislation and land use planning, you have land use tenure. It's not only good enough to have a law and have a land use plan, you need to make it work on the ground. To make it work on the ground, you need to spend time on the ground. You need to work with people to do that. So that's difficult. And then, of course, you need to enforce it, because you can't just have laws and land use plans and people agreeing. You need to make sure they do it. And then at the same time, you need to do this thing about alternative agriculture, which is caloriculture and everything. So you imagine like one agency, the BRD, has to do these 6 things at one time, all together across 2 or 3 million hectares of land scattered everywhere. It's a lot of work, and it's very difficult. That's why it's a challenge that they have taken. They never said they can't do it. They did their best, and they continue to do their best. But in one thing that what Pak Budi mentioned, he said that it's up to the youth, because actually governments can only act if their people want them to act. What we first need is we want people to change. They want people to understand the problems. We want people. It can never work if someone tells them, you have to do this, you have to do that. It doesn't work. It has to be participatory. Even if you want to save one single species of fish, the people might want to do it. We can't tell, we can, but there is a need, of course, that sometimes people cannot see the need for it. They will say, okay, I'll lose one species of fish. But if you lose one species of fish and it goes, and those dots are like only found there, nowhere else in the world. And if you lose that dot, it goes extinct globally. And we have a responsibility also as human beings to also save things that are not necessarily directly beneficial to us. Like a fish in a swamp may not have a direct benefit, but it's important for us as human beings to be able to protect those that cannot protect themselves. And that's where, like, when you come to this BRG, what BRG has been doing, of course, the rewetting, revegetation, and revitalization, that brings all of these things together. That's just the land use planning and the legislation together. That alone, trying to do that is very, very complicated. And most ministries will only do one of these things. They won't do all of these things. So to do all of them is very, very complicated. And to do it on a landscape level, to put that action plan into action, 5 years is a very short time to do all of that. So to do what they have done so far is quite something. And then when we see this in planning, of course, we also see this legislation and land use planning. And this is an example from the east coast of Sumatra. Singapore is up here. This is Kampar Peninsula. Jambi city is behind this. And we have, of course, 4 big patches of peat swarm forest left. So it's not just about communities that they're working in there also. We have Burbak National Park, which has problems, of course, but they're being acted on. Then we also have company participation also. So we have the Riau Ecosystem Restoration Project, and of course the Kiam Siak Kecil Man and Biosphere Reserve. Now these kind of things, people never hear about it. I mean, they are there in the background. They're not even trying to get money for their carbon, but they are there doing it because they think it's the right thing to do. And it's important to notice that, like, this is a projection for what would have happened if there was no action. If there's no action, we would have lost a lot of these forest areas, but a lot of forest areas that could have been lost are also saved because of action. We don't hear them. So just because we don't hear doesn't mean that things aren't happening. There are also difficult, bad things happening, but there are also good things happening as well. And in the context of how big the area is and how big the problem is, I think it's quite significant. And of course, the Karamutan National Park is also there, and we don't actually know what's going to happen yet. And the other way forward, the last bit I want to talk about now is something that I think is important, which is alternative agriculture, which is a difficult part. And the reason I mention this is that if there was a system in Indonesia, if there was a system of agriculture that did not require drainage, that provided enough agriculture crops and money for societies to be pulled out of poverty to live sustainably, that would be done immediately. But it doesn't exist. And that's where the work that we do now matters. That work will take 30 or 40 years before we find that solution. And if we don't find a solution, of course, we will have to restore some of the peatlands before they get flooded. Yeah. And to show you just one example of that, we have this intact peat swarm forest, which is here. And the way forward is that we move from that intact peat swarm forest to a drainage-based agriculture, which is drainage. And what we want is a system which is non-drainage based, but with crops that can provide an income for people without resulting in peat loss. That means there has to either be peat formation or at least carbon neutral. So that means your peatland, because most of the coastal peatlands are only 2 or 3 meters above sea level, most of them. So if your peatlands are 2 or 3 meters above sea level and you lose about 1 meter or 2 meters, when sea level rises and your peatland sinks, we are going to lose the land. So this is the challenge for the future, sustainable alternative agriculture, and that is the challenge. One thing we did is we did this recent paper that we reviewed what's been happening in, like I mentioned, there's only 2 places where peatland agriculture is causing a lot of drainage issues. One is in the northern peatlands, and the other one is in Southeast Asia. And in the northern peatlands as well, even though there's this research on paludiculture, we don't actually have a solution yet. We know that paludiculture on peat now can actually reduce the number of reduce emissions overall, but it can't. But it's not a long term. It doesn't stop carbon loss, and the same applies for what we have in Southeast Asia. So we need that research to be done, and it's a 30-year process, which I hope, to me, everyone will get involved in. So the last slide, of course, is I would like to end by saying terima kasih for all of you for attending and taking an interest in peat. And I'd like to end with this diagram here, which is actually showing everything that Pete has been doing. And as youth, whatever you like to do, you can participate in any part of that. And any part of that is important for sustainable peatland management in the long term, whether it's a search for a solution, whether it's legislation, whether it's enforcement or land use planning. Wherever you go, whatever you do, there is a way that it could be linked to peatlands or any other kind of land use planning or sustainable land management in Indonesia. And as youth, I'd like to end by saying that whatever you are learning now, whatever you're doing is a journey. Whatever you study now might not be the last thing you do. It'll probably be one of the things that guides the way you think and do stuff. And it's only because at some point, young people like you started on a journey like what I did or what the people in BRG are doing, that we have what we have today. The reason we still have forest standing is because of the youth. And everyone who's there now was youth some time ago and they were passionate about something. Just find what you're passionate about, peatlands or otherwise, and follow it. Follow it to the end and don't stop. Thank you, Pak Ferdinand. Terima kasih.
Thank you. Luar biasa. Thank you, Pak Lahiru, for your provocative presentation. Yeah, you're not only telling us the importance of sustainable peatland management for Indonesian society, but you also provoke the motivations of the young people to conserve, to protect the peatland. And for me, the most important slide is your way forward. It's very, very optimistic. I really hope that there are some members of the parliament in this Zoom meeting, so they can hear you, so we can be as same as optimistic as you, Pak Lahiru. Okay, so we will proceed to the third speaker, Bu Elske. Before that, I would like to give a reminder that if you have any questions, please put that in the comment box in the Zoom. I will read it in the discussion after Bu Elske presentations. It will be 30 to 40 minutes of discussions after the Bu Elske presentation. Now, I would like to welcome Bu Elske. Bu Elske, can you connect with us now?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, time is yours.
Thanks very much, Pa Ferdinand and Pa Lahiru. Nice to meet you both. And I also want to say hello to Pa Budi. Senang bertemu kembali. I need to share my screen, but I'm still disabled in that sense. So if the hosts can allow me screen sharing.
The committee, could you co-host?
Yeah, I've got it. Okay, thank you very much. I first would like to resonate with everybody else, or particularly with Lahiru, about how study is a journey. I saw from the participants that many of you are students, and although I'll be presenting about communication. And I was introduced as a communication for social change expert. My bachelor was actually in biology and ecology, and you see where you can end up in the end. And so I was always very interested in development and in ecological processes, and I ended up working in agriculture, particularly integrated pest management. Did my PhD in Indonesia starting the late 1980s, a long time ago, and I lived a long time there. But then I realized that what really counts to make change is the people. So that's why I slowly got into that, into actually understanding and trying to research and also work on that interface of both the technical innovations as well as communication and behavioral change, and then particularly social change, because just changing behaviors is not enough for sustained change. We need really to have that social change, and I'll explain a little bit more about that later. So I was asked to talk a little bit about promoting public awareness and community engagement for sustainable peatland management, ingredients for an effective communication strategy. And this, of course, working on communication for development and communication strategy is part of my work, but I particularly had the opportunity to work with the BRG, as Pa Budi also mentioned, last year when I took 2 groups of students at different times to Indonesia, Australian students to Indonesia to work with the BRG and actually do what we call a transdisciplinary project. So with students from environmental management, from law, from communication and from other science topics in social science, who together had to understand the issues of the peatland management and particularly community engagement, and you know, they spent a week in a rural community. They talked to government and had to provide some recommendations to the BRG, you know, what could be done on top of the already great work that is being done by the BRG. I fully agree with Lahiru as well on that, but how community can be further engaged and eventually take control, because in the end, the BRG is an institution with a certain life period, but won't be there forever. It may be integrated into government, but in the end, it's the people who have to make that change. So how can people now be more actively involved and take ownership so that there will be sustainable development going on? So I'll talk a little bit about the nature of sustainable development and what that then implies for both peatland management as well as for communication for development. I'll talk about public awareness and community engagement, why that is needed, a bit about communication, and then the ingredients of a communication strategy. So sustainable development, you know, of course, that really became a buzzword in the late 1980s, early 1990s, and it's kind of come and gone in waves, and it's now very hot again. But initially, it was formulated by in the Brundtland report, which was a major document that introduced this into policy, was that it is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And that's very relevant, of course, for young people, because you don't, you know, you have to carry on what was left behind and also, again, create you know, the suitable environments, both social and environmental and economic, for your children, your grandchildren, and whatnot. So most development at that time really had an economic focus. It was all about economic growth, you know, and but then we realized there were a lot of course, environmental impacts. There were social impacts. You know, the gap between the rich and the poor became wider. You know, a lot of environments got degraded. So sustainable development really had those 4 targets. It had to be economically viable. Not necessarily most profitable, but viable. There had to be social justice, so everyone gets a chance. There had to be environmental protection, and to achieve all that, there needs to be political commitment. And you see there, I put also the picture of the Sustainable Development Goals, which has become a global agenda, not only like the Millennium Development Goals for the kind of the developing countries. The Sustainable Development Goals are a global agenda, applies as much in Indonesia as it does in Australia, as it does in Europe, because we have those issues everywhere, you know. And you see there's these 17 goals. Pak Budi already showed how 11 of them are relevant to peatland management. But we see they are individual agendas, but they also intersect a lot. You know, we cannot actually look at poverty alleviation, you know, in many areas, particularly in rural Indonesia, when you also look at hunger, eradicating hunger, or at, for instance, looking at climate change or the environment. So it is an extremely complex agenda. And here you see in this diagram is where, you know, that was developed also in the 1990s by the British government. The Sustainable Livelihoods Framework is that, you know, we can't only look at financial capital or financial economic kind of gains. We have to look at the environmental or the natural capital. We have to look at the human capital, because it's the people who have to make the change and maintain the change, the social capital, the relations and the leadership, and then the physical capital, which is the infrastructure. So that, what does that mean for peatland management? It means that we cannot only look at, you know, at the technical aspects. And what I remember of the people from the BRG, you know, Pak Budi, Pak Susilo, they always say, oh, the technical aspects are actually very simple. You know, we have the science, we know how to do this. But in the end, it's about, you know, having the people to do it, having the legislation in place, to make sure that it is being done in the right place, having also industry involved. So it is about the land management, either managing, utilizing, or restoring and conserving. So that has to be planned very carefully. But it's also about livelihood development, as was also mentioned by both speakers before, because people, particularly smallholder communities, they live from those lands, and they need to be able to feed their children and send them to school and improve their livelihoods. So, and often there's a conflict, so how do we manage that conflict? How do we secure livelihoods or make sure they can improve, and also secure the land health? It is about human capacity development, because what I said earlier, it is about, particularly in the end, people have to do it at all levels, the ones who manage the land, or the ones who make the decisions at in a government office at a province level, or the ones who are at national level and write the laws. And then it's also very much about social dynamics and the cohesion, because this has to be done together. You cannot do work on complex, what we often call wicked problems, on your own as one organization or one community. There's always interaction. So how can people work together? And most importantly, there is no one size fits all. We can generalize it with all the peatlands in Indonesia, but they are very different from place to place, both like geographically or physically as well as socially. We, with my students, one group spent some time in Central Kalimantan, and the others, they spend time in Riau. Culturally very different, so the way people use the land very different. For instance, in Rio, there's a lot of people who were trans migrants, and they're there to earn an income, whereas in Kalimantan you find a lot of the indigenous kind of ethnic groups have much closer connection to the land. So definitely there's no one size fits all, and that's where communication strategies come in negotiating the needs and the specific kind of conditions and options in each and every area. So, and again, that's why public awareness is important and why community engagement is important. So awareness, people need to know. And what do we need to know? We need to know facts. We need to understand, we can only make better decisions if we actually understand, the facts, for instance, about climate change, there's still people in denial because they don't know the facts. Also the facts of consequences, if we don't do certain things, what will be the repercussions? We need to know the regulations. The regulations were made for a reason. So if you don't know them, or if you only know what you cannot do, and because you'll be punished for that, but you don't know why the regulations are there or what your rights are, it's going to be very difficult to act properly. And then you need to know options. And as I said earlier, particularly with options, it's very important that there is no one size fits all. There need to be multiple options that people can work out what is best for them. What is best in terms of, that suits their environment, that suits their family composition, and the labor availability, their access to money, or and their aspirations. That's also different from one place to another, what people want to achieve in life. So the options need to be there, and we need to provide the mechanisms and the capacity builder to make those decisions which fits best. So in addition, people don't only need to know, people need to act to be able to make that change. And acting starts with a decision. Of course, you can act, you can have a behavior or practice based on force. And that has happened in a lot of development programs in the past, like in the 1960s, the high yielding varieties of rice in some parts of Java were introduced with the army at the buns, and at gunpoint farmers had to plant new varieties. But of course, it's not a sustainable change. It's only sustainable if people do it voluntarily. And you can only change voluntarily if you've made that decision based on information and an analysis yourself. And that both applies in an individual, but also collective, particularly in smallholder communities where the people have small pieces of land and they're dependent on one another. So that collective action also and collective decision-making needs to be facilitated. There needs to be institutional support, of course, in many forms, for people to be able to act. And most importantly, people need to feel ownership over that process of change, not just as I said earlier, being told what to do, but having worked it out, have ownership, then only you can change and further change for the better in the long run. So what does it mean for communication? So if we look at those three pictures, they kind of actually show three different forms of communication. We're very familiar with the one way, direction of communication. Somebody is sending a message, a lot of the mass media actually do that, there's a message, a lot in education is being done like that, or in a lot of actually programs as well. People are just, I've seen a lot of agriculture extension kind of meetings where people are told to sit in the back, given a cup of tea to keep quiet, and then in the front somebody is just talking to them rather than actually engaging them. But that has changed a lot over time, and more participatory approaches have become more common in many institutions. So because communication is also this exchange of ideas between two people, because, often, by bouncing things back and forth, your ideas become better, become stronger, and you learn from each other, and also you reinforce your thinking, or you get new ideas. And then what we see in a more complex world, we see that communication happens at many levels. It's not just only between people, it is between people and institutions, in the mass media and social media. And we are exposed to a lot of information at the moment in this time of age, and we cannot think that if we come in with a small project, or we do a poster or a radio program, that's the only information people get, so they will be influenced, maybe by our ideas, but by other ideas as well. So how do we then manage that in a strategy? And so communication is information, it is exchange, it is not just only sending messages, it's also processes. It can be interpersonal, can be mediated, or a combination. And it can be verbal and nonverbal. And the nonverbal communication is very important as well. We send a lot of messages, sometimes without actually using text. Can be visuals, can be, body language, can be a lot of things. So what does that mean in terms of what we want to achieve with communication? Of course, if it's purposeful communication, we always have a goal, what we want to achieve with that. So we want people to know and act, as we said before. And so depending on how you design it, you only try to achieve awareness, or you actually try to achieve deep knowledge, or you try to achieve really different behaviors, which you need different communication methods and strategies for. As I said earlier, it's very important if you want people to really act on a sustainable basis, you have to make better decisions. So what does it mean? It means developing skills, not just practical skills, but critical skills. How do you analyze? How do you work out that something is better for you? And the most important, what I feel, is people need to be empowered. They need to feel that they can be in charge of that change process. And of course, being able to make better informed decision is a first step in that. Knowing things is another step, but actually having that, also that support and that feeling that you can make those decisions and it will be better for you. That is what I call empowerment. And you can take control over the change process. So what are then the ingredients of a strategy? I'd like to use here, which I use a lot in my courses as well, these 3 coordinates that were listed in a very nice little book on communication for development by Wendy Quarry and Ricardo Ramirez. And it's the 3 C's. It's champions, it's context, and it's communication functions. Now, we all know what champions are, right? And we often use that, being a champion. But actually, if you translate champion into Bahasa Indonesia, it is like juara, but this is not actually, to champion is actually memperjuangkan, it is about, going into a fight on a long term, making sure things happen. So it's not necessarily the person who is the best at something, has the highest education, knows most, has the highest position. It's something who has the persistence and the commitment and the trust of people to do those kinds of things. And to get really sustainable local change, you need those champions who selalu memperjuangkan tujuannya. You also need to think about context, and that relates to what I said earlier. There's no one size fits all. You have to think about communities. Every community is different, and whether it's ethnic or whether it is the resources they have or the social fabric that exists. The geography is different, the culture is different, the history. And we have to think about stakeholders. Or a stakeholder is somebody who has a stake or an interest in it, but also very often they have different levels of power. And we need to understand that, for instance, particularly peatland areas where there are these large companies out there, who have a lot of power of how they use the land because they have a lot of money, and that often determines their power. So how can smallholder communities actually negotiate that power and determine where they stand? And then the communication functions. We usually distinguish between 6 functions, the telling and the listening functions, and I'll briefly go through them in the next slides. So telling functions, it's basically about much more from the ones who know to the ones who don't know or who have less of a stake. So it's policy communication, strategic and educational communication, and the listening functions or sharing functions are participatory communication, advocacy, and organizational communication. So I'll briefly go through those and show you then how they are relevant for peatland, for sustainable peatland management. So policy communication is about informing people of policy or of the law, of the rights, which of course is very important. When we look at Lahiru's kind of diagram of legislation, you should not only have legislation, but people need to know about it. It's making those rules, but also the rights known. And in a way, it is also about persuading people to participate, not only in kind of following the regulations, but also in policy implementation, and kind of adjusting it based onto the possibilities and the needs of the people to make it more likely. Of course, you can have very strict rules, but if people just cannot, comply with it, it's much more difficult than when actually you have people involved in policy formulation and implementation. So that, the laws and the regulations have to be there, but also you have to think about how do you communicate that. Then strategic communication, very often that's called public relations. It's to inform or maintain the relationship with the public, creating goodwill, very often for fund or awareness raising. And it's very important and it's important to build trust, whether it is as a government organization or whether it is as a company, you need to have that trust for people to believe you, whether it is to bring your policies or your programs, or whether it is like a company to bring your products. So that's a very strong branch of communication. And most people often, when I say do communication, they think I'm doing strategic communication, public relations, which is exactly what I'm not doing. So then we have educational communication, and it's we're very familiar with. It is about sharing information, knowledge, or innovation. So from the ones who do know to the ones who don't know, and that can be experts, but it can also be, for instance, farmer to farmer. Farmers can learn a lot from each other. So again, you can do that in more directional ways or more participatory ways. And it's still also about capacity building and very often targeting behavioral change. And you see in those 2 pictures, it can be, face to face. And I think still some of that is very important, particularly for that local kind of adaptation of knowledge. But you can also work through media, mass media, or for instance, provide tablets with locally suitable information. Then we go to the listening and sharing function. So advocacy, of course, is lobbying for change in policies. And I know there's a lot of organizations out in Indonesia, particularly with a lot of young people who are very active in that. It's bringing the voices of the people who don't have a voice to those who can make decisions. It is to be able to influence policy. And very often facilitate civic engagement in social issues. And to some extent that is happening within the constituencies of the peatland organization. So that's really good, so that you really what lives among the people. Organization communication is just all about, organizational self-structuring, membership negotiation, active coordination, institutional positioning, just the normal things we do to run projects or organizations. And then participatory, sorry, can you stop drawing on the screen, please?
The committee, could you take off the drawing?
Yeah, it's all good now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Then participatory communication, which is something that's really my field of work. It is about giving voice to stakeholders to negotiate complex issues, be involved in their decision making, which requires also the facilitation of engagement. It facilitates empowerment, and that is actually, you know, that whole area. I think. Pabudi said that, you know, youth as agents of change, we have to give voice to people. Well, actually, you have a voice, you know, it's only how are people going to listen? That's how are you going to make sure that your voice that is there, that you, first of all, you can express it on a platform that people will listen and you really get their attention, or you have a platform where you can have that dialogue. So it's a very important area to be able to engage people in that those sustainable change processes. And you can use tools for that. Like I often use this a Lego serious play, which is actually a business methodology, but I use it with farmers, with researchers, to be able to express ideas better. You can do all kinds of other methods, or it can be on social media as well. So very quickly, some observations of the project I did with the students. This was the group who went to Riau. They observed in terms of communication that there's both internal and external sources for the people in the communities. Very important is word of mouth. They have their town meetings, they have their WhatsApp groups and WhatsApp exchanges, and they learn a lot from signage. But the signage is actually a lot of warnings. It's very instructional and threatening. It's very often the police signs like don't burn, you know, because you'll get a big fine, you know, that kind of thing. And then there's the external sources, and they get it's the mass media, the news, the radio, social media, and they also search the internet. What their observations were in terms of communication was that a lot of information got lost in top-down communication approaches. The community struggled making feedback known. The information and context was not always communicated to the people in the villages. There was also a disconnect between a disconnect between knowledge and actions, that people know what they can and can't do, but, you know, friends, they know they shouldn't be burning or throwing the cigarette butts, but they still do it for whatever reason. You know, maybe they're not convinced enough, or they have, you know, other reasons to do it. And often there's lack of opportunity to act otherwise because people, you know, have a lot of considerations. There's also a disconnect between community members, different, for instance, women, you know, or young people, minority groups are in the community, and a disconnect between knowledge and actions. And the knowledge is not always maintained well enough, and sometimes ignored despite they have it, you know, because there's other reasons. And common themes that they observed in terms of particularly legal issues is that there's an inconsistency in legal communication methods, a lack of consistent knowledge about legal rights and obligations. The land was primarily viewed as an economic resource, and the law was followed because of fear of punishment, not because of an understanding of the purpose and the rationale of the law. So that's and that's why I emphasize that their policy communication so much, because if people only follow because they're afraid to be fined or, you know, to be put to jail, then actually they won't change sustainable behavior. You know, so there is really a need for consistent community legal education strategy. So last slide is really then what does this means in terms of a good strategy for a sustainable peatland management. I ticked here just strategic and organizational communication. It's something that the BRG, for instance, does very well. They have a very strong policy, and most organizations have. So that's basically how you deal with, you know, running initiatives and things like that. But these 4 areas, they really need to be considered for that sustainability and creating ownership. As I said earlier, policy communication, there has to be legal education, and particularly as a rights-based rather than a fear-based approach. There's to be educational communication, which a lot is already there, but it really needs to be specifically targeted to location, needs capacities, needs to be integrated, lands interest versus livelihood interest. And as I mentioned earlier, that critical skill development is extremely important. And the advocacy can be done a lot more effectively. It is about facilitating storytelling. Very often it's very powerful means to do that. and supporting those champions. And then last, but definitely not least, and I find this a very important area, is the participatory communication. How do we facilitate an inclusive community movement? It's about people need to have access to the resources, to the knowledge, to the trainings, to everything. We have to have community dialogues because there's conflicting interests. So, and Peatland management versus livelihood. And most important of all is how do we empower people for ongoing involvement and them taking charge of the ongoing change process. And this is particularly where young people can come in and actually, start setting the trends and carry things forward. So that's what I want to share. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Bu Elske. Thank you very much for your presentations and communication strategy, how to make sure an effective communication strategy specifically involving the youth. Now, this is the moment that we are waiting for, the time that we give the audience, give the questions to the presenters, to the resource person. And I noticed there are three very important questions. The first questions from Lewobus Simamora. For Lewobus, could you turn on the mic and you can ask directly the question to the authors? Lewobus Simamora.
Yes.
Are you with us?
Hello.
Okay. Yeah, we can hear you. You can directly ask the question.
Thank you, Mr. Introduce myself. My name is Lewopsus Simamora from Jambi University, majoring soil science. My question addresses to all presenters because I cannot choose one. Okay. According to the explanation given earlier, that peatland must be weighted with the aim of preventing forest and land fires. So the question is, what about companies that set up oil palm on peatland in Indonesia? They have implemented a management according to the law. And the last my question is, what companies has the governance clause due to violating the regulation made? Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr.
Okay, thank you, Lewopsus, for your questions. So the first is about the company that already have their plantation in the peatland and the policy of the government to enforce the regulation. Okay, thank you, Lewopsus. Now, I would like to give the second questions from Theodore Surbakti. Yeah, I think I know him. He is the head of Rumah Millennial Indonesia. He asked, if I might ask, is there any possibility in the future for all the people living on Earth to contribute to peatlands or environmental preservation in the form of tax or kind of tax? If the people who do not live in peatland areas pay people who live in peatland area to take care of peatlands, perhaps the peatlands will be preserved or maybe things will be better. Okay, I think this is a proposal that maybe may need response from the speakers. And I think the third question is about the enforcement from, I forget, David Franklin Mandala. He has a question. What is the enforcement of peatland restoration in Indonesia? I think I put aside the question of capital replacement or relocation because it's quite disconnected. But if we have more time, maybe we will have time to answer the question. But let us focus on these three questions. Now, I would like to give the chance first to Pak Budi, and then the second chance to Pak Lahiru, and the third to Bu Elske. Pak Budi?
Thank you for those questions from Lewobus, Theodos, and others. On the rewetting, yes, we do the rewetting to try to put the conditions back as close as the natural conditions of peatland to prevent forest fire first, and also to prevent further decompositions of open and degraded peatland. And how about the regulations regulate the concession holders? For instance, the oil palm company that they already do the water management as defined by the regulations. There are two types of implementing the regulations. One, if the concession, the license for the concession is happened on the area that allowable for such cultivation, then they only should maintain the area, the water table, and the other water management system, hydrological system, as close as possible, not to drain in excess of waters from the peatland areas in their concessions. While for those that it happens to be have the license of the area that that happens to be in the area that's supposed to be on the protected functions, then they have a really tight management of hydrology, and they have to relieve the license after the license expired. So they could not extend the license on the productions of palm oil on those area. So after the license is ended, then the government need to restore those area back to the protected.
Kerja.
The second questions on taxing on products from peatlands. It's
I'm
nice
sorry, Pak Budi.
to have that, but actually the matter on the peatland and the productions and the economic system is to internalize actually the externalities on the specific ecosystem. For instance, the peatland, as the peatland have the ecosystem services as water regulations, the climate regulations, carbon storage functions, and also absorptions of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, the growth of the vegetations. Actually, it could be done by the mechanisms that it is currently under preparations, currently under formulations, is the presidential decree on the carbon value. So the products that come out from the carbon-rich soil, carbon-rich area, it should be a bit higher in the price of the current price, or in the productions of those products that come out from the carbon-rich area, the emission factors should be factored in the economic calculations, and to put in there the compensations of carbon loss in the area. For some of the certifications, the sustainability certification, for instance, the RSPO, there's an NDPE policy that they put to all the members. NDPE stands for the non-deforestation. There is for those the member of RSPO should not open area, should not do the deforestation, should not do the plantations on peatland. P stand for peatland, and E, they should not do exploitations of workforce. And so the the policy is already there. The internalizations of externalities is what we hope for. So people would avoid to open up or to do the cultivation on peatland unless the cultivation is on the using the paludiculture species, which is the species that is grew naturally on peatland. So for the third question, could you read it again, Pak Ferdinand?
Yeah, the third question is about the enforcement, Pak Budi, the enforcement of peatland restoration. Maybe it's about the policy from Indonesian government or BRG to enforce peatland restoration.
Yeah, the peatland restorations, the enforcement actually lies in the law number 32 years 29. It is against the law to clear the area that it is on the status of protections. And no longer the government will issue license on the area that is map within the area that is moratorium, that is under the moratorium regulations. So if there's an opening up of area without the license, it's the criminal charging for those who open the area for that. So that's I hope my answer will satisfy for those who ask the questions.
Thank you so much, Pak Budi, for your answers. And I now would like to invite Pak Lahiru to answer the questions about the tax, the proposal for having tax of peatland. I don't know, the name would be pit tax, maybe. Time is yours, Pak Lahiru.
Okay, I think Pak Budi did a very good outline of what BRG and some of the government regulations are. I have a bit of a different view on some of them because I kind of see most of these regulations as time sensitive. We look at everything at this point in time, but actually everything that happens now is what affects what happens now is what's happened in the past. And though we set up regulations based on now, we also know that in the future that will change and the conditions will change. So I think it's a bit time sensitive. And I say that in the context of the companies. Like if we consider these oil palm and acacia and smallholders on agriculture on peat, when they first established on peat this understanding of peat as an ecosystem, even though it existed, it wasn't in government at that time. There was very little legislation about unitary hydrological units. That the fact that if you deforest part of a peatland, it affects the other parts of it. So what we have is that we have these peatlands which are fragmented into different parts. One may belong to oil palm, one may be acacia, one may be smallholder, one may be conservation. So about 4 different ministries on the same peat dome. And if all the hydrology is linked, not if all the hydrology is linked, you need to have a management plan that includes all the ministries who don't necessarily correspond with each other. That's for us now to look at it and say, like what Elska mentioned earlier, as scientists, we know what to do. And I think we can say the same thing for climate change. We know globally what needs to be done about climate change, but we can't do it. There's a big difference between knowing what to do and actually doing it. And it's easy to talk about, oh, do this, do that, do this, that's a solution. But to actually go out and do it, to get your hands dirty is the difficult part. Like what Elska mentioned about the communication, you have to really think about carefully how you get these messages across, who has to act and all that stuff. So it's very, very complicated when it comes to companies. And I will tell you one thing, I don't think the companies are stupid either. The companies know that their peatlands are sinking. Under agriculture, they are sinking at 5 centimeters a year. And in about 50 years' time, their peatlands will be flooded and no longer active. So they also know that eventually they have to move to something else. They have to move into some kind of paludiculture or sustainable agriculture on peatlands. The issue is that whether they are actually doing the research to get there. There is no solution right now. And I'm clear about this as a scientist. I know that there is no solution that can be implemented, and we need to start the move towards it. And that's an important thing. That's why we need young people to get involved in it. So that's why I don't think I answer everything directly, but I'm putting your question into context, that we can't look at this as a point in time thing. And it's easy for us to look and say we shouldn't do agriculture on peat. As a scientist, yes, that's true. As practicality, I don't think it's possible. So we need to get that step. The second question from, I think, Theodore is about paying for carbon. That is a very complex one. And I will first say a few things that right now, we like the paying for carbon thing came up in the early mid 2000s as a RED Plus program, which was to pay countries from avoiding deforestation. They moved from, like, previously countries were paying money for conservation of areas. Suddenly, instead of conservation, people started paying for carbon. And this issue about other countries paying someone else to conserve their forests moved into a carbon realm rather than a conservation. And for 11 years now, we've been talking about it. And in that 11 years, we have seen the massive deforestation of a lot of areas on the planet. We're still talking about it, and there's still not enough money that's going to come. Now, I would like to put that into context of what's happening today with COVID. If you can see what's happening with COVID, the minute this disaster came onto the planet, everyone closed up. Everyone started closing borders, and they started focusing on their own economies. Now, if we look at where we're headed with climate change, we know that the El Nino events that are happening are going to become shorter. All the evidence is showing that they have becoming shorter. And in Indonesia in particular, there's going to be a lot more fires, a lot more droughts in Indonesia than anywhere else in the tropics. And so we know that issue is coming. Now, in this context, if there are other parts of the world who have the money, who have their own problems, will they continue to give money? That's a big question. We don't know. And the other issue is that when we think about Indonesia now, Indonesia is the 10th largest economy in the world. It's the only ASEAN member in the G20, in the global 20 nations with the biggest economies in the world. Indonesia, Indonesia, I think you are one of the richest countries in the world. You have everything that you need to even do everything without aid. The thing about having other people pay for it is, like I mentioned about the drainage issue. Now, what happens if the other countries say we're not going to pay? Are you going to continue to do agriculture on your peat until 21% of your land area sinks into the sea and you have no more land for those people on the peatlands to do agriculture? That's a choice that you have to make. Whether you want to wait for the money. If it comes, it's beneficial. But if you do it, don't do it for the money. Do it because it's your long-term sustainability and your own long-term survival. And a good examples you can see is like Java doesn't produce enough rice now, right? It's imported into the country. So there are issues that people can import stuff from other countries as long as there's production. But you have to be self-sufficient, because when the problems come, no one is going to come and help you if they can't help themselves first. And those problems are coming. So, I mean, I hope that answered your question about the payment for systems. It's a good idea, but in the process, we are losing the point that it's actually up to individuals to act. If you want to sustainably manage your peatlands, it's up to you and your communities to decide. We as scientists on the outside, we can do the science, we can give advice, but the choice on whether to keep it or not is purely Indonesian. It's purely Indonesian communities. It's purely Indonesia's choice to make. And I don't think anybody should impose that on Indonesia either. The last one is about the enforcement of peatland restoration. I think that's a tough one. I think Pak Budi actually mentioned a lot of it. But I think that more than restoration, we need to look beyond it into sustainable agriculture, because even if you enforce restoration, if we cannot move these peatlands into sustainable agriculture where there's no carbon being lost, the land will be lost. It's not about restoration alone. But the thing is, we can't suddenly move into that if there's no solution. So there's a journey that we need to make, which is still another 30 to 40 years. What BRG has done is set up the groundwork for this. And now it's actually up to us to continue that movement. And we shouldn't see this as we will implement one law and that one law will fix everything. It doesn't happen. Laws change with time. So does communities, so do people, so does management. And that's the journey. I hope I answered some of those questions at least. And I think Elske will have even more insights.
Thank you, Lahiru, for your answers. We are talking about coordination between department and ministry in Indonesia is very, very difficult. It's true, yeah. And that's the importance of leadership, political leadership, something we can touch later on in the next seminar or in the next conference. Thank you, Pak Lahiru. And now I would like to give the floor to Bu Elske.
Yeah, thanks very much. So I'll leave the question about the companies. Pak Budi has, very well answered that, and I don't want to burn my fingers here because it's not my area of expertise, and I don't want to say the wrong thing. So, but about the taxes, and again, it's not. I'm not totally familiar with all the details, but I'd just like to take whoever asked the questions, through a bit of a scenario, because in a way, a lot of the activities that are happening in projects all around Indonesia are, government projects are paid from taxes that all the people from Indonesia contribute, right? It could be some government companies, but that's what it mainly is. So a lot of the work that is now, there's people being paid in initiatives, facilitated by the BRG and by the local, the provincial organizations, to do certain things like the re-wetting or the canal blocking, so they are this, and materials are provided, and it's of course paid for by tax money or by public funding. So in a way that's already happening, but people are not aware of, to actually ask people, for instance, I understood the question, it would still be within Indonesia rather than international taxes. If you're going to ask people in Jakarta whether they want to pay a little bit more tax to support peatland restoration, and because people in the peatlands have a problem that affects them as well, they can also turn it around. Says, yeah, but we have an air pollution problem here because of all the cars that are stuck in traffic in Jakarta, and you know all about that. And the solution is to reduce number of cars, but then we need additional money to actually have use other means of transport, and let the people in Kalimantan pay for that. You see how kind of weird it gets then, So that's not going to be possible. So, and I think to have people do something, paid by money from outside, it becomes a project. And that's, I think, the whole problem. Project is not going to provide sustainable change. This has to become a way of doing. And that's why, but we do need a long period of time to get, that change of mindset of people, both in communities, in local governments, in companies, and work out how they can all contribute to that and take ownership over it. And over time, just do it as a way of life. And projects can initiate and have people experience and experiment with new ideas and build those critical skills that they need, but then it just needs to become part of the way they live and manage their environment and their livelihood. So I think the approach should really be there, not short-term solutions, not stopgap solutions, but long-term, okay. And that's why I said that empowerment is so important, that ownership over those processes, and eventually people just have to live a life in sustainable ways then. A little bit, the same actually applies to enforcement. So how is it enforced? What I know is also quite limited, of my experience in Indonesia and in other areas of law enforcement, but what we have seen, particularly in Rio when we were there last December, was that it is mainly the police in terms of the peatland restoration, or particularly, the fire management and some other things. It's the police who enforces it. But again, have a metaphor. Think about, it's now law that you wear a helmet on a motorbike, right? Do all of you do that? Maybe in Jakarta, because there's a police officer in every corner of the street, but not when you go back to the village, whatever, you come from a village and you think, I'm just going to go quickly through a friend, like the wind through, so, that's what it's about. So also think about, okay, if the police catches me, what do you do? Sometimes you try to wriggle out of it, that's what we do. At least what you do in Indonesia, right? So that's not going to be the solution. Right, only enforcement through, and that's what I said earlier, through instigation of fear under threats of fines or incarceration or or punishment. It is about actually a rights-based approach. It's about us understanding why the regulations are there, and then changing our behaviors voluntarily, kind of making sure, of course, and what I've seen particularly with people, with wearing helmets, when something happened in their own family, that somebody had a serious accident because they weren't wearing a helmet, then suddenly everyone starts wearing a helmet. So it's a process of what we call conscientization, becoming really deeply aware why those regulations are important, not just, to keep the police busy or rich, but to actually, protect all of us. So that's what I mean. So that's, and that's actually a cultural change that needs to happen, both in the individual and communities, as well as in government and in the police force as well. So that's actually, that's my kind of take on it. So hope that was useful.
Thank you so much, Elske. Yes, I did use my helmet even though I'm in the village. But it is true that sometimes I bribe the police if I got caught. But that's okay. Thank you, Elsa, for your answer. I'm really grateful for having Elske, Lahiru, and Pak Budi in this webinar. On behalf of the Committee of Youth Peatland Conference 2020, we are very thankful for your presence in this webinar. We do hope that you guys, the presenter, can obtain something new from this webinar. And of course, to the all audience, you can also have new knowledge, new insights about sustainable peatland management. And most importantly, I would like to conclude by saying that youth is the most important actor in sustainable peatland management. It is the future and the presence of sustainable peatland management. Without youth, we will be failed in achieving the sustainable peatland management. By saying that, I would like to give the floor to the host again, to Elia. Thank you for trusting me as the moderator. And Elia, time is yours again.
Thank you so much for Mr. Ferdinand. That's been a wonderful moderator for our second day webinar today. And now, on behalf of the team, I would like to thank you all very much, every one of you, Mr. Budi Wardana, Mr. Lahiru Wijdasa, and Ms. Elske van der Veer, for being a wonderful speakers in our second webinar today, and also for giving us knowledge, insights, and fruitful discussion during this session. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now we will move to our second agenda, design graphic presentation session, and I would like to let myself to lead the next sessions. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we come to graphic presentation session, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Elia Damiria Eneska, who will serve the session as your Master of Ceremony. And then there will be Mr. Alan Singkali as our moderator in the design graphic presentations. So for Mr. Alan Singkali, the floor is yours.
Hello, good morning. Host, can you hear my voice?
Yes, we can clear your voice.
Mr. Singkali cannot attend this meeting, so I will lead the session for the graphic design presentation. Can you set me as a co-host, please? Check. Okay. Can you set me as a co-host, please? So I will show the participant about their graphic design finalists. And Mr. Alan is cannot, Mr. Sinkali is cannot attend this session, so I will lead this graphic design presentation. Uh, First of all, can you set me as a co-host? Okay, thank you. There are 7 finalists for the graphic design presentation, and I will show you all first about their compilation. Okay, that's all the completion for the graphic design, and uh, each of the finalists will presenting about their works. And first, we inviting Mr. Fedron, Mr. Jovi Fedron, to give us a presentation for his graphic design works.
Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
Mr. Fedron, yeah, Mr. Fedron, you have 5 minutes to provide us about your explanation of your graphic design and what's the message that you want to deliver to your what the message that you want to deliver to us.
Okay, thank you for the time, but I will tell you all of here using Indonesian. Is that all right?
Yes,
I'm
yes,
going to.
okay.
Alright. Ya, terima kasih atas waktunya. Perkenalkan, nama saya Jovi Hones Fedron. Saya dari Universitas Kristen Indonesia, dan saya akan menjelaskan sedikit tentang poster yang saya buat. Nggak bisa ditampilin ya posternya. Mungkin bisa ditampilin. Jadi dari Oke, terima kasih. Di sini saya membuat 2 poster yang judulnya adalah dari karya menjadi realita. Jadi judul ini saya ambil memiliki tujuan gitu, yaitu mengajak masyarakat, terutama anak-anak muda yang membaca poster ini tidak hanya melihat poster ini, namun juga turut ikut dalam mengetahui dan menjaga lahan gambut kita. Lalu kalau bisa kita lihat di poster yang kedua, saya juga menambahkan sedikit pesan-pesan, contohnya seperti jangan rusak lahan gambut kami, karena jika lahan basah lenyap, banyak spesies tumbuhan dan hewan yang berbeda akan punah. Seperti itu. Jadi poster ini saya coba kemas dalam konsep yang menarik dan disisipkan pesan-pesan yang ada di dalamnya. Dan konsep poster ini sebenarnya adalah komik. Jadi saya mencoba ingin berbeda sedikit daripada poster-poster lingkungan lainnya. Saya mencoba membuat poster dari sesuatu yang saya suka, yaitu komik. Nah, kalau bisa kita lihat, di situ ada 3 karakter utama. Yang di paling kiri ada pemadam, di tengah ada anggota BRG, dan yang di kanan ada petani. Nah, di sini ada perannya masing-masing, di mana pemadam juga membantu di mana kasus-kasus kebakaran lahan yang terjadi, mereka membantu juga dalam mengatasinya, dan juga di tengah ada anggota BRG. Di situ saya kenapa masukkan anggota BRG, karena mereka mempunyai fungsi-fungsi sendiri, yaitu kayak BRG itu mempunyai fungsi seperti pengaturan ulang area lahan gambut, sosialisasi edukasi, dan juga menentukan dan perlindungan budidaya lahan gambut ini. Dan juga saya ingin cerita sedikit dari lahan gambut ini. Jujur saja saya sebelumnya tidak memperhatikan lahan gambut ini, tapi semenjak saya mengikuti lomba ini, saya semakin tertarik dalam mengetahui lahan gambut, lahan basah, dan semuanya. Dalam pembuatan poster ini, saya sendiri menggunakan 2 teknik. Jadi saya menggunakan teknik digital juga, saya menggunakan teknik tradisional juga. Dan yang seperti yang kita lihat yang di tengah ini, saya gambar sendiri menggunakan buku sketsa, lalu scan, lalu saya tempel. Jadi penggabungan keduanya itu. Jadi tujuan saya membuat poster ini adalah dengan memadukan karya digital dan tradisional, saya berharap poster ini dapat menarik perhatian masyarakat, terutama anak-anak muda, untuk lebih memahami dan menyadari kondisi lahan gambut kita saat ini. Akhir kata, lahan basah dan lahan gambut adalah bagian yang indah dari ekosistem kita. Dan lahan basah harus kita jaga. Jadi semoga poster ini dapat memberikan dampak positif bagi para pembaca dan bisa menjadi realita juga. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fedron. And next, Mr. Yedija. Okay, Mr. Yedija is here. You have 5 minutes to explain about your graphic design. Please take your time.
Thank you for attention. Now, sekarang saya ingin menjelaskan. Saya pertama minta maaf karena tidak menyiapkan slide seperti saudara pertama tadi. Namun, saya ingin menceritakan pengenalan atau awal perkenalan saya dengan gambut. Memang saya berasumsi pertama bahwa kata gambut sendiri barangkali tidak banyak diketahui oleh masyarakat umum, khususnya pemuda Indonesia. Mungkin kata gabut singkatan dari gaji buta maupun gabut dari kata tidak akan mengetahui apa-apa, lebih banyak diketahui dari kata gambut sendiri. Padahal kalau kita lihat, Indonesia merupakan negara pertama ya yang memiliki lahan gambut terluas di Asia Tenggara dan di negara-negara tropis di dunia, dan membuat juga lahan gambut Indonesia paling besar terempat di dunia. Nah, pengenalan gambut saya sendiri sebenarnya sederhana, di mana saya seorang mahasiswa pertanian waktu itu ingin menyelesaikan tugas akhir. Saya melihat bahwa banyak lahan gambut di Bengkulu, dan pemampatannya terus dimampatkan secara luar biasa, sehingga saya mengajukan proposal saya untuk meneliti lahan gambut ini yang sudah terdegradasi atau sudah berulang kali dimampatkan oleh masyarakat untuk lahan tanamannya, sehingga ketika bahan organiknya habis, mengalami degradasi bahan organik, sehingga terbengkalai, tidak digunakan lagi. Lalu saya meneliti ini dengan memanfaatkan bahan-bahan organik seperti pupuk kandang sapi, lalu tandan kelapa kosong, kelapa sawit yang saya padukan. Ternyata hasilnya tidak jauh berbeda juga dengan tanah mineral. Bahkan ada satu cerita dosen saya di mana hasil tanaman selada saya yang saya berikan kepada dosen itu disimpannya di dalam kulkas selama 1 bulan. Ketika dikeluarkan, hasilnya tetap segar. Memang harus ada proses lanjutan di mana meneliti ini kenapa bisa tahan sampai sesegar itu selama 1 bulan. Lalu saya melihat juga problema gambut ini kan, dulu saya juga berstigma negatif. Saya kurang mengenal gambut, di mana tahun 2015 di Riau terjadi kebakaran besar dan didominasi oleh hutan-hutan gambut. Wah, ternyata hutan-hutan gambut ini pemicu kebakaran hingga menyebabkan ada krisis ekonomi di beberapa daerah waktu itu. Bahkan sampai 2 negara komplain karena kiriman asap di negaranya karena kebakaran tersebut. Saya melihat memang persoalan gambut kita ini kan sebenarnya kalau kita lihat, kalau kita analisis, gambut ini bentuknya seperti spons. Artinya bisa menyimpan air 1000 kali 100, bisa menyimpan air 100 kali dari beban gambut sendiri. Namun karena tidak bagus tidak bagus penerapan di dalam pintu-pintu air di areal gambut ini, sehingga menyebabkan gambut terus mengeluarkan air dengan banyak dari sehingga keberadaan air di dalam gambut semakin sedikit dan membuat tanah gambut semakin mudah mengering, akhirnya mudah terbakar. Di lain sisi memang karena spesifik gambut ini yang kering tadi, sehingga semakin mudah menyimpan api di dalamnya. Makanya kalau kita lihat tanah gambut yang terbakar mau dalam 1 minggu, 1 bulan, bahkan ada lebih dari 1 bulan. Itu membuat problema gambut kita mudah terbakar, dan tanah gambut kita pun memiliki stigma negatif juga di masyarakat karena itu. Makanya kita berharap dengan adanya restorasi gambut ini ke depan ada regulasi atau hukum yang mengatur bagaimanapun orang-orang atau perusahaan-perusahaan yang ingin memanfaatkan gambut, yang mengalih fungsikan gambut untuk lahan-lahan, bisa membuat regulasi lebih baik lagi dan diaktualisasikan lebih baik lagi. Dan juga seperti saya katakan tadi, kanal-kanal air ini kalau bisa difungsikan kembali dengan teknologi terapan, di mana nanti pintu-pintu di area gambut itu ditetapkan dan diperhatikan tingginya, lebarnya, dan diharapkan supaya gambut menahan air yang keluar dan masuk ke dalam gambut itu sendiri. Saya pikir semua pihak harus bekerja sama, tidak terlepas dari peran pemerintah, dan juga masyarakat, dan secara khusus pemuda yang saat ini mengambil peran yang lebih besar sekarang dan di beberapa waktu yang akan datang. Terima kasih. Mengingat juga lahan gambut yang sangat luas di Indonesia dan manfaat yang sangat begitu besar kalau bisa kita manfaatkan dengan baik. Terima kasih. Thank you for attention, Mr. Dori, love you and for all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manulang, for your message that you want to deliver to us through your works. Okay, and next, Miss Purbasari. Okay, Miss Purbasari is here. You have 5 minutes to giving us a presentation about your graphic design. Miss Purbasari, okay.
Oke, thank you for the terima kasih atas kesempatannya. Mungkin saya meminta izin untuk mempresentasikan desain saya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Baik, sebelumnya perkenalkan, nama saya Kania Purbasari, bisa dipanggil Kania. Saya mahasiswa semester 5, jurusan Biologi, Fakultas Matematika Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam di Universitas Riau. Baik, saya akan mempresentasikan mengenai poster saya yang berjudul Mengenal Pentingnya Sekat Kanal atau Kanal Blocking. Baik, terima kasih atas screen share-nya. Sebelumnya saya terinspirasi membuat poster ini dengan judul besarnya itu Lebih Tahu Dalam 5 Menit. Dan perlu diketahui bahwasannya saya asli dari Riau dan sudah beberapa tahun saya mengalami musibah besar yang seperti rekan-rekan tahu itu kebakaran gambut dan asap, dan cukup menikmati asap kabut dari kebakaran gambut, sehingga dengan pengalaman saya yang mengalami langsung dampak-dampak dari kebakaran gambut di Riau ini membuat saya berkunjung ke kampung saya sendiri, melihat langsung bagaimana gambut itu deforestasi dan mengalami kebakaran. Kemudian saya terpaku atau mengarah pada pemandangan banyaknya sekat kanal, dan kemudian saya bertanya, untuk apa sekat kanal ini begitu. Kemudian saya mewawancarai atau ngobrol dengan keluarga saya sendiri apa maksud dari pembuatan sekat kanal ini, dan ternyata sebenarnya jika kita lihat ternyata sekat kanal ini berfungsi untuk mencegah terjadinya kebakaran gambut. Makanya di poster ini saya berusaha untuk memperkenalkan apa peran dari sekat kanal ini kepada masyarakat luas dengan bahasa yang sederhana dan informasi-informasi yang membuka pikiran bagi berbagai kalangan masyarakat dengan bahasa-bahasa yang sederhana. Bahkan saya rasa poster ini bisa membantu teman-teman mahasiswa jurusan biologi mengetahui sekat kanal. Karena bahkan masyarakat Riau saja banyak yang tidak tahu apa itu sekat kanal, karena hanya ada di beberapa daerah pedalaman yang masih membangun sekat kanal itu sendiri. Dan banyak yang berspekulasi bahwa keberadaan sekat kanal ini, banyak yang mengatakan bahwa itulah yang menyebabkan terjadinya kebakaran, padahal sebenarnya tidak. Dan saya mengambil beberapa referensi dan saya olah dengan kata-kata yang sederhana, dan saya paparkan sedikit fakta-fakta yang menarik dari lahan gambut itu sendiri, keberadaan lahan gambut di Indonesia, dan apa yang menyebabkan kebakaran lahan gambut ini sangat berbahaya. Mungkin itu dari saya. Intinya poster sekat kanal gambut ini saya bertujuan agar masyarakat membuka pikirannya, mengetahui setidaknya sedikit mengenai peranan sebenarnya dari sekat kanal bagi lahan gambut. Sekian dari saya, Mas. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Miss Purbasari. And next, Miss Samosir, Helen Samosir. Is Miss Helen Samosir here? Miss Helen Samosir. Okay. Next, Mr. Levi Simanungkali. Okay, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Levi, yeah, you have 5 minutes to give us presentation about your graphic design.
Maybe the committee share my design. Number 11. For no. Yes. Yes. Okay. I will describe my design in bahasa. Pandemi dan kebakaran lahan gambut sama-sama membunuhmu. Kenapa saya membuat poster ini atau desain ini? Karena satu, yang kita ketahui saat ini ialah pandemi COVID-19 yang baru-baru ini sangat melanda Indonesia dan sangat tidak nyaman bagi aktivitas ekonomi kita. Kemudian kebakaran juga sama seperti halnya pandemi ini. Kita ketahui di fenomena kebakaran lahan gambut sudah menjadi langganan bencana di Indonesia karena tidak adanya penanganan serius. Kenapa lagi saya buat poster ini? Di Jambi sendiri tahun lalu 2019 yaitu langit ataupun cuaca keadaan sekarang gara-gara kebakaran itu pada waktu itu langit menjadi merah, ibaratnya gara-gara diakibatkan oleh kebakaran lahan gambut, asap mempengaruhi udara dan membuat anak-anak ataupun orang tua hanya keluar 5 menit dari rumah sudah efeknya mengakibatkan sesak nafas. Tentu hal itu menjadi sangat-sangat menjadi hal yang tidak nyaman bagi pernapasan kita, kehidupan kita. Jadi kebakaran lahan gambut dan pandemi ini sama-sama membunuh. Jadi inovasi oleh BRG ataupun teman-teman yang lain tetap dilanjutkan demi menjaga lahan gambut. Thank you, sir. Enough.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Simanung Khalid, for giving us a presentation about your graphic design. And next, we inviting Samuel Purba. Mr. Purba, is Mr. Purba here? Mr. Samuel Purba. Okay. Mr. Samuel Purba. Okay, Mr. David Lubis. Okay, Mr. David Lubis is not attend our meeting. And Miss Helena Samosir. Is Miss Helena Samosir? Okay, I think it's enough for our session. There are 3 finalists that hasn't come to our session. So I am giving back this session to host.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dodi Lapihu. as our moderator for design graphic presentations. Now we will proceed to break session for an hour. So all participants, we hope to see you in about 1 hour from now. Maybe we'll start at 1 p.m. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Memang kalau asap tahun kemarin paling parah di Menteng Hulu, terutama di daerah lahan gambut.
Sebenarnya sih kalau untuk tahun-tahun yang sebelumnya itu cukup parah juga, tapi nggak banget. Sampai 2015 itu paling parah, sampai langit itu jadi kuning.
Takut kebakaran.
Makanya kami di sini antisipasi masalah kebakaran hutan. Kalau ada yang membakar, langsung kami tangkap.
The serious intention of the government of Indonesia to restore degraded and burned peatland is expressed by the establishment of the Peatland Restoration Agency or BRG on January 2016.
Saya menugaskan Badan Restorasi Gambut untuk segera membuat rencana aksi dan melaksanakannya, mengimplementasikannya. Dengan demikian kita bisa meyakinkan dunia internasional bahwa Indonesia serius, sangat serius untuk mengatasi kerusakan hutan dan lahan gambut.
According to the Presidential Regulation Number 1 Year 2016, as the non-structural institution, BRG is responsible to the President.
Jadi kebakaran sangat besar dari tahun lalu dengan efek bencana asap yang parah sekali, itu terjadi karena gambut kita yang tadinya basah dikeringkan. Sehingga Presiden mengatakan tidak boleh lagi kebakaran dengan level sebesar kemarin, harus dibuat nol kalau bisa. Kunci pertamanya ialah gambut tidak boleh terbakar. Sehingga gambut yang sudah kering itu harus kembali dibasahkan. Air yang turun ke lahan gambut yang tadinya keluar lewat kanal-kanal buatan manusia, kita tutup. Dan tugas BRG ialah memulihkan fungsi hidrologis dan ekologis lahan gambut.
The BRG has 9 main tasks. Peatland Restoration Agency is given the mandate to restore the more or less 2 million hectares of peatland, start from 2015 to 2020 in 7 provinces. To accomplish the mission, BRG is coordinating with 17 ministries and institutions, as well as local governments in 7 provinces. BRG also collaborates with multiple stakeholders at the local, national, and international level.
Jadi ini hasil diskusi kita.
BRG also involves indigenous people, peatland farmers, academicians, and private sector. BRG conduct joint research with universities to find monitoring hydrological restoration method and alternative commodity which suits the peatland characteristics.
Satuan hidrologi menata tata air di lahan gambut.
Peatland restoration's effort is focusing on 3 pillars, namely rewetting, revegetations, and revitalizations of livelihood. There are several ways to bring about those pillars. Canal blocking on peatland area, it will control peatland water management and keep the peat wet. Canal blocking could also be done when needed. Optimization of construction and utilization of deep well in numbers of hotspots with water deficiency, the construction involved local communities with participates in deep well construction training. Apart from providing water, deep well is also used to prevent fire expansion in peatland.
Areal ini dikerjakan bersama-sama beramai-ramai, bukan oleh BRG sendiri, oleh para pemilik lahan yang tidak ingin lagi melihat lahannya terbakar dari tahun ke tahun dan semakin parah. Karena kita memiliki satu tujuan, satu kepentingan, didrive oleh Pak Menko yang sangat kuat sehari-hari memantau, dan juga oleh Presiden dan Wapres, saya yakin itu terlaksana.
The acceleration of peatland restoration, minimizing the peat fire in order to achieve the 2 million peatland restoration target, is indeed not easy. Nevertheless, with the strong commitment and collaboration of all stakeholders and active participation of local communities, peatland ecosystem will be restored, and it will be our environment and cultural legacy for future generations.
Memang kalau asap tahun kemarin paling parah di Mentawai Hulu, terutama di daerah lahan gambut.
Sebenarnya sih kalau untuk tahun-tahun yang sebelumnya itu cukup parah juga, tapi nggak banget. Sampai 2015 itu paling parah, sampai lahan itu jadi kuning.
Takut kebakaran.
Makanya kami di sini antisipasi masalah kebakaran hutan. Kalau ada yang membakar, langsung kami tangkap.
The serious intention of the government of Indonesia to restore degraded and burned peatland is expressed by the establishment of the Peatland Restoration Agency or BRG on January 2016.
Saya menugaskan Badan Restorasi Gambut untuk segera membuat rencana aksi dan melaksanakannya, mengimplementasikannya. Dengan demikian kita bisa meyakinkan dunia internasional bahwa Indonesia serius, sangat serius untuk mengatasi kerusakan hutan dan lahan gambut.
According to the Presidential Regulation Number 1, Year 2016, as the non-structural institution, BRG is responsible to the President.
Jadi kebakaran sangat besar dari tahun lalu dengan efek bencana asap yang parah sekali, itu terjadi karena gambut kita yang tadinya basah dikeringkan. Sehingga Presiden mengatakan tidak boleh lagi kebakaran dengan level sebesar kemarin, harus dibuat nol kalau bisa. Kunci pertamanya ialah gambut tidak boleh terbakar. Sehingga gambut yang sudah kering itu harus kembali dibasahkan. Air yang turun ke lahan gambut yang tadinya keluar lewat kanal-kanal buatan manusia, kita tutup. Dan tugas BRG ialah memulihkan fungsi hidrologis dan ekologis lahan gambut.
The BRG has 9 main tasks. Peatland Restoration Agency is given the mandate to restore the more or less 2 million hectares of peatland, start from 2015 to 2020 in 7 provinces. To accomplish the mission, BRG is coordinating with 17 ministries and institutions, as well as local governments in 7 provinces. BRG also collaborates with multiple stakeholders at the local, national, and international level.
Jadi ini hasil diskusi kita.
BRG also involves indigenous people, peatland farmers, academicians, and private sector. BRG conduct joint research with universities to find monitoring hydrological restoration method and alternative commodity which suits the peatland characteristics.
Satuan hidrologi, menata tata air di lahan gambut.
Peatland restoration's effort is focusing on 3 pillars, namely rewetting, revegetations, and revitalizations of livelihood. There are several ways to bring about those pillars. Canal blocking on peatland area, it will control peatland water management and keep the peat wet. Canal blocking could also be done when needed. Optimization of construction and utilization of deep well in numbers of hotspots with water deficiency, the construction involved local communities with participates in deep well construction training. Apart from providing water, deep well is also used to prevent fire expansion in peatland.
Areal ini dikerjakan bersama-sama beramai-ramai, bukan oleh BRG sendiri, oleh para pemilik lahan yang tidak ingin lagi melihat lahannya terbakar dari tahun ke tahun dan semakin parah. Karena kita memiliki satu tujuan, satu kepentingan, didrive oleh Pak Menko yang sangat kuat sehari-hari memantau, dan juga oleh Presiden dan Wapres, saya yakin itu terlaksana.
The acceleration of peatland restoration, minimizing the peat fire in order to achieve the 2 million peatland restoration target, is indeed not easy. Nevertheless, with the strong commitment and collaboration of all stakeholders and active participation of local communities, peatland ecosystem will be restored, and it will be our environment and cultural legacy for future generations.
Memang kalau asap tahun kemarin paling parah di Menteng Hulu, terutama di daerah lahan gambut.
Sebenarnya sih kalau untuk tahun-tahun yang sebelumnya itu cukup parah juga, tapi nggak banget. Sampai 2015 itu paling parah, sampai langit itu jadi kuning.
Takut kebakaran.
Makanya kami di sini antisipasi masalah kebakaran hutan. Kalau ada yang membakar, langsung kami tangkap.
The serious intention of the government of Indonesia to restore degraded and burned peatland is expressed by the establishment of the Peatland Restoration Agency or BRG on January 2016.
Saya menugaskan Badan Restorasi Gambut untuk segera membuat rencana aksi dan melaksanakannya, mengimplementasikannya. Dengan demikian kita bisa meyakinkan dunia internasional bahwa Indonesia serius, sangat serius untuk mengatasi kerusakan hutan dan lahan gambut.
According to the Presidential Regulation Number 1 Year 2016, as the non-structural institution, BRG is responsible to the President.
Jadi kebakaran sangat besar dari tahun lalu dengan efek bencana asap yang parah sekali, itu terjadi karena gambut kita yang tadinya basah dikeringkan. Sehingga Presiden mengatakan tidak boleh lagi kebakaran dengan level sebesar kemarin, harus dibuat nol kalau bisa. Kunci pertamanya ialah gambut tidak boleh terbakar. Sehingga gambut yang sudah kering itu harus kembali dibasahkan. Air yang turun ke lahan gambut yang tadinya keluar lewat kanal-kanal buatan manusia, kita tutup. Dan tugas BRG ialah memulihkan fungsi hidrologis dan ekologis lahan gambut.
The BRG has 9 main tasks. Peatland Restoration Agency is given the mandate to restore the more or less 2 million hectares of peatland, start from 2015 to 2020 in 7 provinces. To accomplish the mission, BRG is coordinating with 17 ministries and institutions, as well as local governments in 7 provinces. BRG also collaborates with multiple stakeholders at the local, national, and international level.
Jadi ini hasil diskusi kita.
BRG also involves indigenous people, peatland farmers, academicians, and private sector. BRG conduct joint research with universities to find monitoring hydrological restoration method and alternative commodity which suits the peatland characteristics.
Satuan hidrologi, menata tata air di lahan gambut.
Peatland restoration's effort is focusing on 3 pillars, namely rewetting, revegetations, and revitalizations of livelihood. There are several ways to bring about those pillars. Canal blocking on peatland area, it will control peatland water management and keep the peat wet. Canal blocking could also be done when needed. Optimization of construction and utilization of deep well in numbers of hotspots with water deficiency, the construction involved local communities with participates in deep well construction training. Apart from providing water, deep well is also used to prevent fire expansion in peatland.
Areal ini dikerjakan bersama-sama beramai-ramai, bukan oleh BRG sendiri, oleh para pemilik lahan yang tidak ingin lagi melihat lahannya terbakar dari tahun ke tahun dan semakin parah. Karena kita memiliki satu tujuan, satu kepentingan, didrive oleh Pak Menko yang sangat kuat sehari-hari memantau, dan juga oleh Presiden dan Wapres, saya yakin itu terlaksana.
The acceleration of peatland restoration, minimizing the peat fire in order to achieve the 2 million peatland restoration target is indeed not easy. Nevertheless, with the strong commitment and collaboration of all stakeholders and active participation of local communities, peatland ecosystem will be restored, and it will be our environment and cultural legacy for future generations. Peatland in Indonesia is estimated 15 to 20 million hectares, or about 10.8% from the total land. Approximately 60% of the world's tropical peatlands are in Southeast Asia. 83% of peatlands in Southeast Asia are in Indonesia, spread across Sumatra, Kalimantan, and Papua. In 2015 was the worst year of forest fires on peatlands in Indonesia. 2.6 million hectares of forest and peatlands were burned. According to the World Bank, financial losses are expected to be around $16.1 billion. The Indonesian government has responded to this problem by establishing the Peatland Restoration Agency, or BRG. The BRG is in charge of restoration of approximately 2 million hectares of peatlands over a period of 5 years in 7 provinces in Indonesia. The BRG has set 4 criteria to determine the location of peatland restoration interventions: the post-fire 2015 area, the peat dome area with canal, the peat dome area without canal, the non-dome peat area with canal. The 4 locations will be rezoned either as cultivation or protected areas. All peat domes will be the protected areas. In line with the process of peatland restoration, the BRG will also encourage sustainable investments both in the protected and cultivated areas. Katingan project run by PT Rimba Makmur Utama is one of the examples. This company holds the concession to manage ecosystem restoration of 149,800 hectares of peatlands, which is managed by protecting and restoring the areas.
to the village myself, talk to them, understand what they do. Actually, I learned a lot from them too. So it's about working together and collaborate. Not just about the companies, but also communities, as well as working with government. And I think a lot of investors will think that this is quite a breakthrough in terms of how we do business in Indonesia.
Pineapple farming has now spread throughout almost all of Indonesia, including the 7 provinces where the BRG works. In 2014, pineapple production reached 1.8 million tons, one of the country's highest fruit yields after banana and mango. In 2015, coconut production, including the production in the 7 provinces selected by the BRG, reached 2.9 million tons, which was the 3rd highest after palm oil and rubber. Another main commodity as a result of peatland development is dragon fruit. In central Kalimantan, for instance, when harvesting season comes, the production of dragon fruit by local farmers obtain 200 kilograms per month, or 20 tons per hectare per year. Each year, the production increases. For each harvest, a farmer may receive an income of between 10 to 15 million rupiahs, or 1,000 to 1,500 US dollars.
Pertumbuhannya bagus, dan kalau waktu musim berbuah atau musim panen raya dia juga bagus. Dan juga pasarnya juga sudah ada. Di sini nanti yang kita harus tanam ini harus bisa mensupport ekologi dan ekosistem yang ada di lahan gambut ini.
Currently, there are around 2,495 peatland villages in 7 provinces. The villages are included in the areas of restoration. This creates partnership opportunities with the community. Future investment in peatlands is an investment that supports environmental sustainability and social welfare. This approach is in line with the 5-year agenda of the Peatland Restoration Agency, both restoring peatlands and restoring humanity.
Do you still remember the recent haze disaster? Indonesian haze disaster of 2014 and 2015 were recorded among the worst in history. The impact was felt not only in Indonesia, but also in neighboring countries such as Singapore, Malaysia, and Brunei Darussalam. As a result, flights were cancelled. Schools were closed. And economy slowed down. But do you know what the primary cause of the haze was? Many people think that the haze or smog was caused by forest fire. Fire that happens when individuals or companies burn down forest in order to clear it to open farmland. But really what happened was more complicated than that. Smog in Indonesia was primarily caused by fires that happen in peatlands. What is peat? Peat are organic materials which were formed naturally from the remains of woody plant, which degraded imperfectly and pile up in one location. The materials have certain thickness and are commonly found at swamp area, between 2 rivers and between a river and the sea. Peat materials pile up for thousands of years, creating a dome with its footing. Peat is like a sponge, can absorb and deposit water in large quantity, making the layer very moist with high carbon content. Problems occur when people clear peatland area by burning it or drying it. They cut down trees, burn them down, or make canals to move logs into the river to be transported to the timber yard. The making of these canals forces the water deposited in the peat layers to flow out. As a result, the peatland will eventually dry out. Problems arise when this act is done in a larger scale, with continuous burning and drying. Fire will burn the dried layers. Since these layers are located underground with high carbon content, the resulting fire is difficult to extinguish. Ember in the peat layers can last for months. This will increase smog in large quantity during a long period. So how do we overcome this? One method is to restore the moisture of the layers. Canals that have been siphoning water from the ground need to be backfilled. Peatland usage must be changed and reorganized, so the moisture level of the peat layers can be restored back to its original state. Our damaged peat ecosystem needs to be restored. In order to do that, the Indonesian government established an agency responsible for the restoration of peatland. It's called Badan Restorasi Gambut, or BRG. BRG coordinates and facilitates institutes of central government, local government, and various stakeholders to restore peat ecosystems in 7 provinces: Riau, Jambi, South Sumatra, West Kalimantan, Central Kalimantan, South Kalimantan, and Papua. Hopefully, the restored peatlands can return to their original moisture state, making them harder to burn. The surrounding ecosystem can heal. The annual haze disaster can be reduced, and peat can return to its function as the natural carbon deposit and as the Earth's primary guardian against the climate change impacts. Let us protect our peat together. Wet peatland and stop drying and burning peat. Be aware of any peat drying or burning around you. Report any irregularities in the handling of peat to BRG and Regional Peatland Restoration Team.
Memang kalau asap tahun kemarin paling parah di Mentawai Hulu, terutama di daerah lahan gambut.
Sebenarnya sih kalau untuk tahun-tahun yang sebelumnya itu cukup parah juga, tapi nggak banget. Sampai 2015 itu paling parah, sampai langit itu jadi kuning.
Takut kebakaran.
Makanya kami di sini antisipasi masalah kebakaran hutan. Kalau ada yang membakar, langsung kami tangkap.
The serious intention of the government of Indonesia to restore degraded and burned peatland is expressed by the establishment of the Peatland Restoration Agency or BRG on January 2016.
Saya menugaskan Badan Restorasi Gambut untuk segera membuat rencana aksi dan melaksanakannya, mengimplementasikannya. Dengan demikian kita bisa meyakinkan dunia internasional bahwa Indonesia serius, sangat serius untuk mengatasi kerusakan hutan dan lahan gambut.
According to the Presidential Regulation Number 1 Year 2016, as the non-structural institution, BRG is responsible to the President.
Jadi kebakaran sangat besar dari tahun lalu dengan efek bencana asap yang parah sekali, itu terjadi karena gambut kita yang tadinya basah dikeringkan. Sehingga Presiden mengatakan tidak boleh lagi kebakaran dengan level sebesar kemarin, harus dibuat nol kalau bisa. Kunci pertamanya ialah gambut tidak boleh terbakar. Sehingga gambut yang sudah kering itu harus kembali dibasahkan. Air yang turun ke lahan gambut yang tadinya keluar lewat kanal-kanal buatan manusia, kita tutup. Dan tugas BRG ialah memulihkan fungsi hidrologis dan ekologis lahan gambut.
The BRG has 9 main tasks. Peatland Restoration Agency is given the mandate to restore the more or less 2 million hectares of peatland, start from 2015 to 2020 in 7 provinces. To accomplish the mission, BRG is coordinating with 17 ministries and institutions, as well as local governments in 7 provinces. BRG also collaborates with multiple stakeholders at the local, national, and international level.
Jadi ini hasil diskusi kita.
BRG also involves indigenous people, peatland farmers, academicians, and private sector. BRG conduct joint research with universities to find monitoring hydrological restoration method and alternative commodity which suits the peatland characteristics.
Satuan hidrologi, menata tata air di lahan gambut.
Peatland restoration's effort is focusing on 3 pillars, namely rewetting, revegetations, and revitalizations of livelihood. There are several ways to bring about those pillars. Canal blocking on peatland area, it will control peatland water management and keep the peat wet. Canal blocking could also be done when needed. Optimization of construction and utilization of deep well in numbers of hotspots with water deficiency. The construction involved local communities, which participates in deep well construction training. From providing water, deep well is also used to prevent fire expansion in peatland.
Areal ini dikerjakan bersama-sama beramai-ramai, bukan oleh BRG sendiri, oleh para pemilik lahan yang tidak ingin lagi melihat lahannya terbakar dari tahun ke tahun dan semakin parah. Karena kita memiliki satu tujuan, satu kepentingan, didrive oleh Pak Menko yang sangat kuat sehari-hari memantau, dan juga oleh Presiden dan Wapres, saya yakin itu terlaksana.
Of peatland restoration, minimizing the peat fire in order to achieve the 2 million peatland restoration target is indeed not easy. Nevertheless, strong commitment and collaboration of all stakeholders and active participation of local communities, peatland ecosystem will be restored, and it will be our environment and cultural legacy for future generations.
Do you still remember the recent haze disaster? Indonesian haze disaster of 2014 and 2015 were recorded among the worst in history. The impact was felt not only in Indonesia, but also in neighboring countries such as Singapore, Malaysia, and Brunei Darussalam. As a result, flights were cancelled. Schools were closed. And economy slowed down. But do you know what the primary cause of the haze was? Many people think that the haze or smog was caused by forest fire. Fire that happens when individuals or companies burn down forest in order to clear it to open farmland. But really what happened was more complicated than that. Smog in Indonesia was primarily caused by fires that happen in peatlands. What is peat? Peat are organic materials which were formed naturally from the remains of woody plant, which degraded imperfectly and pile up in one location. The materials have certain thickness and are commonly found at swamp area, between two rivers and between a river and the sea. Peat materials pile up for thousands of years, creating a dome with its footing. Peat is like a sponge, can absorb and deposit water in large quantity, making the layer very moist with high carbon content. Problems occur when people clear peatland area by burning it or drying it. They cut down trees, burn them down, or make canals to move logs into the river to be transported to the timber yard. The making of these canals forces the water deposited in the peat layers to flow out. As a result, the peatland will eventually dry out. Problems arise when this act is done in a larger scale, with continuous burning and drying. Fire will burn the dried layers. Since these layers are located underground with high carbon content, the resulting fire is difficult to extinguish. Ember in the peat layers can last for months. This will increase smog in large quantity during a long period. So how do we overcome this? One method is to restore the moisture of the layers. Canals that have been siphoning water from the ground need to be backfilled. Peatland usage must be changed and reorganized, so the moisture level of the peat layers can be restored back to its original state. Our damaged peat ecosystem needs to be restored. In order to do that, the Indonesian government established an agency responsible for the restoration of peatland. It's called Badan Restorasi Gambut, or BRG. BRG coordinates and facilitates institutes of central government, local government, and various stakeholders to restore peat ecosystems in 7 provinces: Riau, Jambi, South Sumatra, West Kalimantan, Central Kalimantan, South Kalimantan, and Papua. Hopefully, the restored peatlands can return to their original moisture state, making them harder to burn. The surrounding ecosystem can heal. The annual haze disaster can be reduced, and peat can return to its function as the natural carbon deposit and as the Earth's primary guardian against the climate change impacts. Let us protect our peat together. Wet peatland and stop drying and burning peat. Be aware of any peat drying or burning around you. Report any irregularities in the handling of peat to BRG and Regional Peatland Restoration Team.
Memang kalau asap tahun kemarin paling parah di Menteng Hulu, terutama di daerah lahan gambut.
Sebenarnya sih kalau untuk tahun-tahun yang sebelumnya itu cukup parah juga, tapi nggak banget. Sampai 2015 itu paling parah, sampai langit itu jadi kuning.
Takut kebakaran.
Makanya kami di sini antisipasi masalah kebakaran hutan. Kalau ada yang membakar, langsung kami tangkap.
The serious intention of the government of Indonesia to restore degraded and burned peatland is expressed by the establishment of the Peatland Restoration Agency or BRG on January 2016.
Saya menugaskan Badan Restorasi Gambut untuk segera membuat rencana aksi dan melaksanakannya, mengimplementasikannya. Dengan demikian kita bisa meyakinkan dunia internasional bahwa Indonesia serius, sangat serius untuk mengatasi kerusakan hutan dan lahan gambut.
According to the Presidential Regulation Number 1 Year 2016, as the non-structural institution, BRG is responsible to the President.
Jadi kebakaran sangat besar dari tahun lalu dengan efek bencana asap yang parah sekali, itu terjadi karena gambut kita yang tadinya basah dikeringkan. Sehingga Presiden mengatakan tidak boleh lagi kebakaran dengan level sebesar kemarin, harus dibuat nol kalau bisa. Kunci pertamanya ialah gambut tidak boleh terbakar. Sehingga gambut yang sudah kering itu harus kembali dibasahkan. Air yang turun ke lahan gambut yang tadinya keluar lewat kanal-kanal buatan manusia, kita tutup. Dan tugas BRG ialah memulihkan fungsi hidrologis dan ekologis lahan gambut.
The BRG has 9 main tasks. Peatland Restoration Agency is given the mandate to restore the more or less 2 million hectares of peatland, start from 2015 to 2020 in 7 provinces. To accomplish the mission, BRG is coordinating with 17 ministries and institutions, as well as local governments in 7 provinces. BRG also collaborates with multiple stakeholders at the local, national, and international level.
Jadi ini hasil diskusi kita.
BRG also involves indigenous people, peatland farmers, academicians, and private sector. BRG conduct joint research with universities to find monitoring hydrological restoration method and alternative commodity which suits the peatland characteristics.
Satuan hidrologi, menata tata air di lahan gambut.
Peatland restoration's effort is focusing on 3 pillars, namely rewetting, revegetations, and revitalizations of livelihood. There are several ways to bring about those pillars. Canal blocking on peatland area, it will control peatland water management and keep the peat wet. Canal blocking could also be done when needed. Optimization of construction and utilization of deep well in numbers of hotspots with water deficiency. The construction involved local communities, which participates in deep well construction training. From providing water, deep well is also used to prevent fire expansion in peatland.
Areal ini dikerjakan bersama-sama beramai-ramai, bukan oleh BRG sendiri, oleh para pemilik lahan yang tidak ingin lagi melihat lahannya terbakar dari tahun ke tahun dan semakin parah. Karena kita memiliki satu tujuan, satu kepentingan, didrive oleh Pak Menko yang sangat kuat sehari-hari memantau, dan juga oleh Presiden dan Wapres, saya yakin itu terlaksana.
Of peatland restoration, minimizing the peat fire in order to achieve the 2 million peatland restoration target is indeed not easy. Nevertheless, strong commitment and collaboration of all stakeholders and active participation of local communities, peatland ecosystem will be restored. and it will be our environment and cultural legacy for future generations.
Memang kalau asap tahun kemarin paling parah di Menteng Hulu, terutama di daerah lahan gambut.
Sebenarnya sih kalau untuk tahun-tahun yang sebelumnya itu cukup parah juga, tapi nggak banget. Sampai 2015 itu paling parah, sampai lahan kita jadi kuning.
Takut kebakaran.
Makanya kami di sini antisipasi masalah kebakaran hutan. Kalau ada yang membakar, langsung kami tangkap.
The serious intention of the government of Indonesia to restore degraded and burned peatland is expressed by the establishment of the Peatland Restoration Agency or BRG on January 2016.
Saya menugaskan Badan Restorasi Gambut untuk segera membuat rencana aksi dan melaksanakannya, mengimplementasikannya. Dengan demikian kita bisa meyakinkan dunia internasional bahwa Indonesia serius, sangat serius untuk mengatasi kerusakan hutan dan lahan gambut.
According to the Presidential Regulation Number 1 Year 2016, as the non-structural institution, BRG is responsible to the President.
Jadi kebakaran sangat besar dari tahun lalu dengan efek bencana asap yang parah sekali, itu terjadi karena gambut kita yang tadinya basah dikeringkan. Sehingga Presiden mengatakan tidak boleh lagi kebakaran dengan level sebesar kemarin, harus dibuat nol kalau bisa. Kunci pertamanya ialah gambut tidak boleh terbakar. Sehingga gambut yang sudah kering itu harus kembali dibasahkan. Air yang turun ke lahan gambut yang tadinya keluar lewat kanal-kanal buatan manusia, kita tutup. Dan tugas BRG ialah memulihkan fungsi hidrologis dan ekologis lahan gambut.
The BRG has 9 main tasks. Peatland Restoration Agency is given the mandate to restore the more or less 2 million hectares of peatland, start from 2015 to 2020 in 7 provinces. To accomplish the mission, BRG is coordinating with 17 ministries and institutions, as well as local governments in 7 provinces. BRG also collaborates with multiple stakeholders at the local, national, and international level.
Jadi ini hasil diskusi kita.
BRG also involves indigenous people, peatland farmers, academicians, and private sector. BRG conduct joint research with universities to find monitoring hydrological restoration method and alternative commodity which suits the peatland characteristics.
Satuan hidrologi, menata tata air di lahan gambut.
Peatland restoration's effort is focusing on 3 pillars, namely rewetting, revegetations, and revitalizations of livelihood. There are several ways to bring about those pillars. Canal blocking on peatland area, it will control peatland water management and keep the peat wet. Canal blocking could also be done when needed. Optimization of construction and utilization of deep well in numbers of hotspots with water deficiency, the construction involved local communities with participates in deep well construction training. Apart from providing water, deep well is also used to prevent fire expansion in peatland.
Areal ini dikerjakan bersama-sama beramai-ramai, bukan oleh BRG sendiri, oleh para pemilik lahan yang tidak ingin lagi melihat lahannya terbakar dari tahun ke tahun dan semakin parah. Karena kita memiliki satu tujuan, satu kepentingan, didrive oleh Pak Menko yang sangat kuat sehari-hari memantau, dan juga oleh Presiden dan Wapres, saya yakin itu terlaksana.
The acceleration of peatland restoration, minimizing the peat fire in order to achieve the 2 million peatland restoration target is indeed not easy. Nevertheless, with the strong commitment and collaboration of all stakeholders and active participation of local communities, peatland ecosystem will be restored, and it will be our environment and cultural legacy for future generations.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Attention, please. Our fourth plenary session is about to begin. So please note that during the session, all participants are required to mute their microphone until it's their turn to speak. And the committee will allow them to unmute their microphone before we begin. For all of the participants, please register yourself at the present seat that has been shared in the form of link in Zoom chat feature. Thank you. So in 6 minutes ahead, we will have our first plenary session. So hopefully everybody, all the participants that are included in a fourth plenary session, you may prepare yourself and be ready for the plenary session that will come later on. Thank you.
Jadi kita ada dinner dadakan berkat tuan rumah.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Before we come to the fourth plenary session, I would like to invite all the participants to turn on their camera of your Zoom feature and unmute your microphone. And then each and every one of you who still in the preparation time, please be ready for the fourth plenary session. So welcome each and everybody to the fourth plenary session of the second day of Youth Peatland Conference 2020. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before we come to the fourth plenary session, I would like to introduce myself to you. My name is Muhammad Rizal Sanun, who will serve this fourth plenary session as your master of ceremony. The theme for the second plenary session is technology. Without further ado, I would like to invite the moderator to lead this plenary session. Before that, please allow me to introduce the moderator, Mr. Theodore Subakti. Mr. Theodore Subakti is industrial engineer with experience in various type of businesses, energy, transportation, tourism, finance, and agro industry. A passionate human being who's easily interested in something new to learn and involved in many social activities. He got his Bachelor of Engineering from Industrial Engineering, Faculty of Industrial Technology, Bandung Technological Institute, class of 2013. With the thesis, Profile of Figure of this retail store that women prefer. Case study, Clothes Retail Market, Pasar Baru, Bandung. He also involved in numerous activities, both national and international activity. One of the projects that he already done in his lifetime achievement is to be assistant team leader, Wonderful Indonesia Calendar of event 2018 in Ministry of Tourism, analyst employee information system in Ministry of Tourism. Other than that, he also involved in other experiences as well, such as become part of international cultural youth community in Sukarsa Nasional, to be course director Sukarsa Nusantara. So without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Theo Subakti. Mr. Theodore Subakti, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Rizal, for your introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So we are already in the middle of our second day of this lovely conference, and I will be the one to moderate the fourth session of the panel discussion. Let me share my screen. So in this session, we'll be discussing about technology that people use in Peatland. And there will be four groups of panelists that will be telling us what are their ideas. And the first one is going to be the group from Universitas Negeri Semarang. The topic will be about pitfalls health analysis on lands 8 volunteers imagery using NDVI method in Katawaringin Timur regions. The second group is going to be is coming from Universitas Negeri Padang, and their topic will be about special modeling of the threat of damage to the peatland ecosystem in the mainland of Bengkalis Regency. The third group will come from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, special mapping on peatland restoration and land use management plan in Pulau Pisang Regency. And the fourth one is alone. It's not in a group, actually. He will come from ecosystem and biodiversity, and he will be presenting us about the circular economy of pineapple in Indonesian peatland. And me myself will be moderating this panel session, and each of our panelists will be given at most 15 minutes to present their ideas. and it will be in the order as I've mentioned before. So the first one is going to be from Universitas Negeri Semarang. So which one of you is going to be presenting? Can I hear your voice? Please turn on your camera as well. Hello. If I may call you Rais Saida Sanjaya, Mahendra Z. Pratama, or Mita F. Anggreni. Please unmute your microphone. One of the or the representative of the group. Excuse me. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello. Oh, Royce. Okay. I was mistaken. Sorry. It was Royce. Mbak Royce.
Yeah.
Okay. I can hear your voice, but it's too small. Can you lower your volume or perhaps reset your microphone? Or do you prefer to do this presentation in Bahasa Indonesia? It is allowed. So do not hesitate to use Bahasa Indonesia for our international participants. You can continue to you can perhaps see the presentation that will be delivered in Bahasa Indonesia in our recorded version in our YouTube channel with subtitle. Mbak Royce? Halo?
Ya, halo.
Oke. Bahasa Indonesia atau bahasa Inggris?
Bahasa Indonesia.
Oke, Mbak Royce akan presentasi kamera materinya dari Mbak Royce. Oke, Anda sudah jadi co-host sekarang kepada Mbak Royce dari Universitas Negeri Semarang. Waktu dan tempat kami berserah.
Baik, terima kasih.
Royce, ada yang share screen-nya bisa di ini. Lalu kalau bersedia boleh dinyalakan kameranya. Waktunya masing-masing panelis 15 menit. Nanti di akhir sesi panelis kita akan mengadakan tanya jawab.
Ini apa sih?
Oke. Saya sudah lihat di layar sekarang. Pada teman-teman dari Universitas Negeri Semarang, kita persilakan.
Oke, selamat siang semuanya. Kami dari Universitas Negeri Semarang. Paper kami berjudul Pit Forest Health Analysis on Landsat 8 Qualities Imagery Using NDVI Method in Kota Waringin Timur Regency. Kami beranggotakan 3 orang, yaitu saya sendiri, Rais Saida Sanjaya, penulis kedua Mita Fitri Anggreni, dan penulis ketiga Mahendra Zafir Pratama. Latar belakang dari paper yang kami tulis adalah degradasi yang terjadi pada ekosistem gambut secara tidak langsung akan menyebabkan tingginya tingkat kerentanan terhadap kebakaran hutan. Pulau Kalimantan merupakan salah satu wilayah yang paling sering mengalami kejadian kebakaran hutan gambut di Indonesia. Lahan gambut di Pulau Kalimantan sendiri itu mencapai 5,7 juta hektar. Nah, salah satu wilayah di Provinsi Kalimantan Tengah dengan permasalahan gambut yang cukup kompleks, salah satunya adalah Kabupaten Kota Waringin Timur dengan tingkat intensitas kejadian kebakaran hutan yang cukup tinggi dan hampir terjadi setiap tahun pada musim kemarau. Oleh karena itu, penggunaan data citra satelit melalui ekstraksi indeks vegetasi
dewasa ini telah banyak digunakan untuk deteksi dan monitoring vegetasi. Indeks vegetasi memiliki keterkaitan yang tinggi terhadap deteksi kesehatan vegetasi. Nah, analisis indeks vegetasi merupakan salah satu cara pendekatan untuk mengetahui kondisi hutan, baik yang telah mengalami kebakaran maupun yang belum mengalami kebakaran hutan. Selanjutnya, pada paper ini, kami mencoba untuk mengkaji kegunaan aplikasi penginderaan jauh dan teknik sistem informasi geografis untuk deteksi dan mengidentifikasi kesehatan gambut di Kota Waringin Timur, Provinsi Kalimantan Tengah, Indonesia. Pemetaan sebaran spasial kesehatan lahan gambut penting untuk dilakukan dalam pengelolaan lahan dan mitigasi kebakaran hutan lahan gambut. Metode penelitian dalam paper ini kami menggunakan NDVI atau Normalist Different Vegetation Index yang merupakan indeks vegetasi untuk monitoring kondisi vegetasi. Nah, dan yang digunakan untuk metode NDVI sendiri menggunakan PEN-NIR, yaitu saluran pen gelombang inframerah dekat dan PEN-RAD. Data yang digunakan dalam penelitian ini merupakan data citra lensa 8 yang bersumber dari USGS yang dapat diunduh melalui website Earth Explorer USGS Go. Nah, berikut merupakan alur ekstraksi untuk NDVI untuk pemantauan dan monitoring kondisi kesehatan lahan gambut yang kami gunakan dalam kajian paper ini. Dari citra lensa 8, kemudian dari citra lensa 8 yang telah kami unduh, kemudian kami koreksi secara geometrik dan radiometrik dengan bantuan software NV dan ArcMap. Kemudian kami lakukan mosaik dan cropping citra sesuai dengan kajian. Selanjutnya, kami masukkan algoritma NDVI sehingga akan dihasilkan klasifikasi NDVI dan selanjutnya akan didapat peta kesehatan lahan gambut. Berikut merupakan peta hasil klasifikasi NDVI di Kabupaten Kota Waringin Timur tahun 2020. Nah, berdasarkan hasil ekstraksi NDVI di wilayah kajian dengan menggunakan citra lensa 8, nilai NDVI yang didapat berkisar antara minus 0,52 sampai 0,69. Dari peta tersebut kemudian didapat hasil klasifikasi NDVI Kabupaten Kota Waringin Timur. Berikut merupakan hasil klasifikasi dari pengolahan citra yang kami lakukan. Dari tabel ini diketahui bahwa Kabupaten Kota Waringin Timur, tutupan lahannya didominasi oleh maaf, saya ulangi sekali lagi. Berdasarkan hasil citra yang kami olah, tutupan lahan di Kabupaten Kota Waringin Timur didominasi oleh objek yang bukan merupakan vegetasi sebanyak 54,13%. Kemudian tutupan lahan terbesar kedua berupa vegetasi hutan, yaitu sebanyak 28,31%. Dan hasil selanjutnya dapat kita perhatikan pada tabel ini. Dari klasifikasi indeks NDVI Kabupaten Kota Waringin Timur sendiri itu merupakan indeks vegetasi secara umum, dan belum diketahui luas persentase lahan gambut. Pada penelitian ini, untuk identifikasi area lahan gambut sendiri, kami menggunakan data digital luas lahan gambut dari Kementerian Pertanian. Kemudian kami lakukan cropping terhadap hasil indeks NDVI yang telah kami olah sehingga didapat luasan area lahan gambut pada lokasi kajian yaitu mencapai 31.200 maaf saya ulangi, luas lahan gambut di wilayah kajian mencapai 312.711,4 hektar atau seluas 16,68% dari total luas keseluruhan Kabupaten Kota Waringin Timur dan tersebar di bagian selatan Kabupaten Kota Waringin Timur. Berikut merupakan peta sebaran lahan gambut dan peta kesehatan lahan Berikut merupakan peta kesehatan hutan gambut Kabupaten Kota Waringin Timur tahun 2020. Berdasarkan data ini, kami klasifikasikan kesehatan hutan gambut di wilayah kajian menjadi 3 kategori, yaitu buruk, sedang, dan baik. Dari olahan citra yang kami olah, didapat hasil klasifikasi NDVI Kabupaten Kota Waringin Timur. Maaf, kami salah slide. Nah, setelah didapat luasan area gambut, kemudian kami cropping dengan hasil NDVI secara keseluruhan di Kabupaten Kota Waringin Timur. Kemudian kami klasifikasikan tingkat kesehatan lahan gambut menjadi 3 kelas, yaitu untuk lokasi dengan indeks NDVI berkisar antara 0 sampai 0,3 dengan kriteria buruk dengan persentase luas area 37,28% atau seluas 116.586 hektar. Kemudian untuk rentang nilai NDVI 0,3 sampai 0,4 termasuk dalam kriteria sedang dengan luas area 64.665,8 hektar dengan persentase 20,68%. Dan untuk rentang nilai NDVI 0,4 dan untuk rentang nilai NDVI berkisar antara 0,4 sampai 0,69 termasuk dalam kriteria baik dengan luas area 131.459,3 hektar dengan persentase 42,04%. Berdasarkan tabel tersebut, kondisi kesehatan hutan gambut di Kota Waringin Timur dalam kondisi buruk seluas 116.586,4 hektar atau seluas 37,28% dari total luas keseluruhan hutan gambut. Sedangkan untuk kesehatan lahan gambut dalam kondisi sedang seluas 20,68% dari total luas area dan kondisi baik seluas 42,04%. Dari hasil tersebut diketahui bahwa lebih dari 1/3 luas hutan gambut di Kota Waringin Timur telah mengalami kerusakan dan sebagian besar disebabkan oleh kebakaran hutan dan penebangan hutan secara liar. Nah, Dari olahan citra yang kami lakukan dengan metode NVI, didapatkan kesimpulan bahwa data citra 1 dan 18 menunjukkan 11.656,4 hektar wilayah gambut di Kabupaten Kota Waringin Timur termasuk dalam kategori buruk atau terganggu, dan tingkat kesehatan lahan gambut sudah termasuk dalam kategori rusak. Mungkin cukup sekian paparan presentasi dari kami. Kurang lebihnya mohon maaf. Mungkin ada yang ingin bertanya terkait paparan kami. Dipersilakan.
Saya boleh cut di sini Kak, Mbak Rose. Nanti pertanyaan boleh kita kumpulkan di belakang saja ya.
Nggih, siap.
Iya. Terima kasih banyak atas paparannya dari teman-teman Universitas Negeri Semarang, dan berdasarkan apa yang barusan kita let me go back to using English. So based on what the group from Universitas Negeri Semarang is described, explained, and elaborated to us, using Plan OS 8 Olitiers imagery using NBBI method in Kota Waringin Timur Regency, they concluded that the peatland situation there is considered bad, and perhaps it also act as a reminder for all of us, especially youth that are now here in this conference. It is a critical situation, and perhaps we can put more thoughts and ideas and actions, of course, into this issue. If you may, Barois, please stop sharing your screen so the other panelists can share them. Okay. Thank you, Barois. Okay. Our next panelist will be from Universitas Negeri Padang. It's either Rizky atau Hidayat or Muhammad Hanif. So, okay, Mas Rizky is already turning on the camera. Please make Mas Rizky Atorik as the co-host. Okay, you are already co-host, Mas Rizky.
Okay.
Okay, so would you like to present in Indonesia or in English?
In English.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is team from Universitas Negeri Padang. We will be represented by Mas Rizky. Yeah, is there anything you want to add?
Yes. What about the presentation? Can the host or the operator share the screen?
Oh, so you want us to share the screen?
Yes, because I'm using my smartphone to let's record my. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay. 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 Now the committee is already helping you. Okay. All good. Okay. Let's start now. Mas Rizky, the floor is yours.
Okay. Well, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rizky Atorik Hidayat, and with my partner Muhammad Hanif, we are from Geography Department, State University of Padang. Here we want to present our research under the title Spatial Modeling of the Threat of Damage to the Peatland Ecosystem in the mainland of Bengkalis Regency in the Riau province. Okay, next. Okay, first about the ecosystem. Ecosystem is an ecological unit with which there are structures and function. The key in talking about ecosystem is the interaction. There always be interaction between organisms and their environments. And the peatland ecosystem itself is a wetland formed by the accumulation of organic material on the first floor from the ruins of vegetation above it over a long time period or even 1,000 of years. And peatland are unique complex ecosystems of global importance for biodiversity conservation at genetic, species, and ecosystem levels, and also the carbon stock. Okay, next. Here, the peatland plays a special role in maintaining biodiversity at the species and genetic level as the result of habitat isolation, and the ecosystem level as the result of ability of self-organize and adapt to different physical conditions. So there are some roles of the peatland itself. First, about the hydrological system, it could contain the water even 30 times of its weight, and then containing large carbon stock both and above the ground. And then peatland has high biodiversity richness because it abundantly provides the need for living creatures live above. And then the ecological function, such as the controlling floods and global climates. And unavoidably, the peatland also support the economical values for the indigenous people to supply economic with the integrated land management. Okay, next. Okay, this is the focus of our research about the threat of damage to the ecosystem on the peatland. To ecosystem. It is every phenomenon, effort, and activity which is considered to endanger the ecosystem either directly or indirectly. The actions could be change in land use, logging and forest clearing, peatland management, or on cultivation, on control, and over exploitation. So it could cause the draining of water resources, burning or even fire forests, land clearing, species invasive, and the use of insecticides and herbicides. Yeah. Okay, next. Okay, the urgency as the basis of our research now and why this research is really important. It's supported by those three seminars and congress. First, about from the Jakarta statement on the importance of tropical peatlands. This statement urges all parties to pay attention greater effort to conserve peatland biodiversity and carbon stock. And then from the Rio Declaration in 2006, it provides the recommendations to strengthen policies and institutions for peatland management and explicitly. And the third is from the SDGs of the FNS. As we know that SDGs has 17 targets as the pillars, but in the peatlands, there are three pillars that SDGs is focusing on. There are climate action, life below water, life on land, and the three factors. And the real problem that occurs in the peatland areas and a lot of encouragement in congresses and seminars has emphasized the importance of effort to protect peatlands as a basis for strengthening the reason for our research. Okay, next. So here's our study area. We took mainland Bengkalis Regency in the Rio province as our study area. As shown on map, there are several types of peatland thickness from 50 centimeters until more than 300 centimeters. But we can see in the map, the peatland thickness domination here is more than 300 centimeter or 3 meters, which is from the Peatland Restoration Agency categorized this as the protected peatland area. Okay, next. So the purpose of this research is to analyze and conduct spatial modeling of the threat level to the sustainability of the peatland ecosystem using Geographic Information System or GIS and remote sensing technology. And here I want to emphasize that the limitation of our research limitation is only to do the threat modeling by using spatial data without land-based survey data. As representation general problem, there is using, no survey data. Then the map scale used in this analysis is 50,000. And then the concept in this model is called landscape interaction by land cover data. Okay, next. Next. Operator, please next.
Excuse me, Mr. Rizky, perhaps
Yes.
there's something. Yeah, this is the
Okay.
problem with this internet and things.
Okay.
Okay, perhaps
Is
there
there?
is a.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, it's already
it's
to the next
already
section. Yes.
already connected. Please continue.
Okay.
Ms.
Okay. In choosing the variables, of course, we need some data related to the spatial data. In this model, we use some spatial data sets from authorized institutions and valid resources, such as the land cover data can be derived and digitized from high resolution imagery or moderate resolution imagery, such as Sentinel-2A, and then terrain model satellite imagery that we use to quantify the land surface temperature or the hotspot zone. We derived it from Google Earth Engine, and then Peatland map data from the Minister of Agriculture. And in this analysis, we use mostly raster data. Okay, next. In processing our analysis, there are two major steps. There are pre-processing and processing. In the pre-processing, firstly, we collecting the hotspot zone from the last 10 years, from 2010 until 2020, and then we summarize all the data into the total value to see the tendency of where the hotspot often occur, as you can see in the equation. And then the second is image digitation and editing. As I said before, can be using Sentinel-2A imagery. The aim to do this is to gain the land cover classes. Next is Euclidean distance. This is measured to see the influence of the distance, because the variable we use as the indicator of the threat to the peatland itself. So it means if the object get closer to the let's say to the road or to the settlement or plantations, it means the threat is getting higher. And after that, we need to inverse the value, because we want to strengthen the value if the object gets closer to the source. And then the processing step, this is the threat assessment. Here we quantify all the data or the variables we use, like the total temperature, settlement, road, agricultural, plantation, and rivers. And we're so sorry for the rivers. This is not plus symbol, but minus, because we want to subtract the rivers, because rivers has the contrast function rather than other variables. Next. This is about the design variable. We conducted a literature study first before raising the variable that we assess in this model. And we raised the general variable to represent all of the problems. And we decide to use those variables because based on the research before, such as agricultural, plantation, fire forest, river, road, and infrastructure, and also settlements, based on existing research. And the image on the right part is the process diagram, which summarize our process in resulting the modeling of this peatland threat. Okay, next. Okay, this is the result of our research. As you can see in the left, there are 6 maps that are which indicate the effect of this of each variables toward the environment around, such as effect of plantation until the effect of settlement. and how we validate those effects about related to the threat in the peatland itself. We quantify the variable contribution to make sure that they really contribute in this model. We did the correlation assessment, and then to ease the analysis, we converted become the percentage, such as here, the fire forest or the hotspot zone contribute the most. It's about 20%. So it means the occurrence of forest fire often happen in the mainland of the Bengkalis Regency, and it also followed by plantation and agriculture as the impact of human activity, which also give the threat to the peatland itself, and followed by other variables. Next. Okay, hence this is the illustration how each variables influence each other. Every variable influence each other, and see how, for example, take a look to the plantation itself, the green box and the green lines. It has the curve shows the highest place on the part of the plantation itself. So it means the threat is maximum within the plantation because this is the threat variables, and how this variable and how the effect of the plantation itself to other variables is getting lower, such as when it's coming to agriculture, it gets lower, and to the road gets lower again. So it is the impact of the distance, and when the distance gets closer to the plantation, so the impact of the threat will getting higher. That's so on for other variables itself. And the hotspot also placed mostly on the plantation and also agricultural. This is related to the land clearing and land burning. Okay, next. Next.
Mas Rizky Atori, may I remind
Yes.
you only have 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes left, right? So yes, please, please next.
Okay.
I only have 5 minutes.
Get
Please.
to an additional 1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm waiting
Okay,
for.
let's just wait for the slides. I think there's a technical situation there.
Yes. Okay.
Excuse me. Our lovely please help us with the screen. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. It's confirmed. It was the technical problem happening there. So while we are doing recess and waiting for the committee to reconnect, and okay, sorry, signal is bad. It was from our lovely MC from this morning, Miss Elia.
Yeah.
So
As long as
Miss
I
Elia,
get.
yeah, you still have 5
As
minutes
long as
left.
I get the
matter what,
additional
so-
5 minutes. Okay.
No,
Yeah.
that's not gonna be fair. So
Yeah.
okay, so while we are waiting for the other file, okay, Miss
It's
Elia,
okay.
please,
Yeah.
are you in there right now? I mean, are you in this same location with the so while we're waiting for the technical situation to turn around, let me remind you again about what our lovely afternoon plan is about. We were just in the middle of the second panelist, which was brought by Mas Rizky Atori from Universitas Negeri Padang. So amidst the pandemic, we're trying to do this kind of discussion and perhaps we can have some fruitful discussion, beautiful insights, and inspiring ideas to push us forward to to champion, if we may use the term that was used by Elska earlier this morning, to champion the peatland conservation. And okay, now it's
Okay.
reconnected. Okay, so
Okay.
I'll give back the floor to you, Mazeski. You have 5 minutes from now.
Okay, thank you. Okay. This is the map after we quantify all the variables that I've shown in the map before. You can see the red indicates the high threat, and also when the color coming to the blue, it indicates the low. You can see that the tendency of the high threats are mostly on the edge part of the peatland itself in the mainland of Bengkalis Regency. To ease our analysis, we also make the presentation and divide become 3 levels. You can see that in the Mandau sub district, this is the highest threat of the peatland. This is contrastive with the Siak Kecil, which only has 19.4%, but in the Siak Kecil has the highest low threat. It means the most safe place here, about 50.3%. Okay, next. Okay, next. Yeah. Okay, please next. I think I get more additional time. One.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The time situation is going pretty bad right now. Perhaps
Yeah.
there's something wrong with the connection or the device there. So
Yeah. Okay, I'm waiting because this is almost to the final step.
yeah, I know. We're pretty sorry about what you're feeling right now. I know it feels pretty
Okay.
bad when you're in the middle of explanation. So
It's okay.
okay. Okay. Now it's gone again. Okay, so while we're doing this process, let me continue again to champion what we want in the future, because as the youth, we're the future, or Peatland is the future, and now Elia is screen sharing. She's the one doing the screen share. Okay, so perhaps the technical issues with the other. Okay.
The
Yep.
14th slide, I guess. The 14th. Yes.
14 one. So
well, yeah, this part.
Yep. Thank you for everyone, and for all of our beloved participants. If you want to ask questions to all our panelists, you will be given. Please tell us the questions in the chat columns. We will ask panelists your questions later. So, okay.
Okay.
I guess Elia, if you're doing this from your laptop,
okay, I think you need to full screen this.
Yeah,
Full
I
screen.
think you
Yeah.
need to change your display setting. So yeah, I hope this won't interrupt our inspiration and lovely discussion. Yeah. So
I think while waiting, I can continue with this. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Because
sure.
because
Please
the
do.
picture already clear. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Now you can continue again, Mas Rizky.
Okay. Okay, this map, I show 2 maps which indicates for dominant landscape in the mainland of Bengkalis Regency. You can see on the top is the map of plantation area. We can see that in the map, the color are tend to be red. So it means the threat in this area are mostly high. And this is the contrast with the image below. This is the peatland forest, which the threat is from moderate until low. And this is interested if we see to the chart, you can see that this is very contrastive. That in the plantation has the highest percentage on the high threat level, while we can see in the forest has the highest percentage on the low threat level. So it means the forest has still less threatened. So we need to conserve this part. But I want to point out in the edge of the forest are mostly red, so we need to put attention on it and conserve the landscape around that. Okay, next. Okay, this is the detailed result of this model. We have divided by sub-district. There are 2 districts which contain the largest peatland area. There are Siak Kecil and Bukit Batu. And we need to point out as well in the thread of the image, which is divided by the landscape ecosystem. In the plantation tend to have the high percentage of the thread itself. So whatever the plantation is, that maybe pulp or palm oil plantations are indicating the high threat into the landscape, into the peatland ecosystem. So we need to put more attention on it, and also the concern to restore the good condition and better condition into the peatland itself. Okay, next. Okay, next we are coming to the conclusion one. Well, this is the end of my presentation. The conclusion: the spatial modeling integrated cloud data and spatial analysis for identification the threat of damage to peatland ecosystem using GIS model that has been applied is able to represent the distribution of peatland threat due to the existing conditions of land use on peatland. The second conclusion is in the future management of peatland is necessary to carry out the integrated management with neighboring administrative areas in order to be able to reduce the effect of threats as a mitigation effort to the protect peatlands, because the boundary of peatlands not considering the administration boundary. And then plantation variables, agriculture related to the hotspot are main points that must be considered for the design of activities. The indication of this model is a form of the initial approach as a priority for policymakers. And here, we recommend that a more specific management plan must be integrated with the regional planning map or LTRW, or as known as Rencana Tata Ruang dan Wilayah, and the management direction of the spatial area. Next. Okay, thank you. That's all the presentation of our research. I'm so sorry if you had a mistake in this explanation. I'm Rizky Atori Hidayat, and also my partner Muhammad Hanif say thank you.
Thank you very much, Mas Rizky Atori. So based on what you've been delivered to us, during your presentation, it was pretty clear to all of us here, the participants and me as the moderator as well, that hotspots are pretty much important and priority. So yeah, those spatial modeling are pretty nice to look at. Thank you for your presentation. Our next panelist will come from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. They will also use spatial mapping on peatland restoration and land use management plan in Pulau Pisang Regency. Please either okay, Mas Aslah Afdahul Islam. Okay, Afdlalul Ihsan. Are you going to be the one to present this? Yes. Mas Aslah. Okay.
Can anyone hear my voice?
Yeah, well, you can hear it pretty clear. So okay. Please host make Mas Aslah as the co-host.
So Mr. Theodore, Both Chalu and I present the paper, so there will be a transition between me and Chalu.
Yeah, but just make sure that you only have 15 minutes, so please use it wisely.
But can I ask a favor that maybe the committee can present our presentation?
Okay, back to the committee again. Please, is the signal still bad? Because if it isn't, then perhaps Elia
Okay.
or Annie. Okay, this is the correct one, right? So,
Right.
our beloved panelists from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, the stage is yours. You have 15 minutes to present your work.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we, Jalu and me, Aslaf Dalisan, will present about our paper about spatial mapping of peatland restoration and land use management plan in Pulang Pisau Regency. So next. So first, introduction. Maybe next again. So about Pulang Pisau, for 25 years, Pulang Pisau Regency has been targeted as the national food barn for its promising and pristine peatland seek to be developed. However, consideration on land suitability to its future development are still lacking. So, which has been resulted in a forest fire in the last decades and has also continuously damaging its ecosystem. Next. Now, as we may know that the peatland in Pulang Pisau is damaged because the forest fire and another things happen in the peatland. So peatland restoration and land use management has been a crucial topic among Pulang Pisau district government and its residents and corporates. Past effort on creating wide cultivated land through peatland opening program atau yang biasa disebut pembukaan lahan gambut, leaving continuous impacts on land use management today. Next. As we can see before that there are the maps from master plan pembukaan lahan gambut from Bapeda in Pulang Pisau, especially in Kalimantan Tengah, 2003. So, as we may know, under the global concern toward climate change, Indonesia has taken multiple actions, started by mandating forest managerial to Ministry of Environment and Forestry, atau yang biasa disebut Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan. That has had a clash between rising concern toward environment and existing approval plantation corporate investment. Next. So, so specifically to coordinate and restore peatland area, the President Joko Widodo has declared a presidential decree number 1 year 2016 signed to form a non-structural institution called Peatland Restoration Agency atau yang biasa kita sebut sebagai Badan Restorasi Gambut. Central government has also issued a moratorium for new approval on land conversion since 2011 and was set as permanent moratorium under the presidential instruction or interest number 5 2019. So it focused on Badan Restorasi Gambut to restore the peatlands. Next. I will discuss about major problems in Pulang Pisau peatland. So the first is forest fire. So forest fire are the major problem in peatland forest, especially in Pulang Pisau. Maybe in last year, in 2019, that had happened forest fire in around the Kalimantan and Sumatra. So forest fire that happened in Pulang Pisau has more about 500 hotspots, and it has a large impact towards the environment. Next. Now, as we might know, the activity from human and the fire forest has damaged the natural ecosystem that maybe has a lot of impact for nature. Next. Now, I would like to discuss about pembukaan lahan gambut is back in the history when Suharto was still a president, he have a project about pembukaan lahan gambut. So Pulang Pisau Regency is among targeted peatlands to be developed as plantation through peatland opening or PLD Block C. What to be known today is bekas pembukaan lahan gambut that still have damaged the environment and caused so many problems. Next. Now, we are moving into literature review. So as we all know, tropical peatland area in Indonesia has its own distinctive and specific characteristic. Magasti and Anda stated that specific characteristics of tropical peatlands area are 1, prone to irreversible drying, 2, prone to subsidence, 3, low bearing capacity, and 4, low of nutrients, and 5, limited microorganism quantity. Next. So the subsidence in peatland area defined as the decrease of soil level due to change of maturity and peatland ability to absorb water after land opening, such as intensive uses, wildfire, or long dry season. The deeper peatlands is, the bigger risks of the subsidence could happen. And then very deep peatland in depth of 5.5 to 6 meters could subside to 8 to 15 centimeter a year, and deep peatland depth peatland are categorized as low fertile peatlands or oligotrophic, which is found ambrogenous peat or peat swamp forests, such as peatland area in Kalimantan, which is deep and lack of plant nutrition. Next. So here is the peatland depth map in Pulang Pisau. Next. Can we move down a little bit? So here is a figure about land conversion or land loss, peatland land loss, because first is because the agricultural and infrastructure and other things in between 2000 to 2012. Next. Now, Pulang Pisau peatland suitability, as you can see in the figures, that the peatland suitability is suite for the development of plantation that can be done in forest based on their own function, which can only be done in production forest or hutan produksi convertible production forest or hutan produksi konversi, and areal other purposes or areal penggunaan yang lainnya. According to Pulang Pisau Spatial Planning, the amount of production forest is wide as 104,911 hectare. Convertible production forest is as wide as 13,286.56 hectare, and the area for other purposes is wide as 6,378 hectare. So next, we will discuss about the research method and the research and discussion. But from now on, Jalu will take the presentation. So here is Jalu.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going now to explain the method implemented in our research. We basically use spatial analysis and comparative historical analysis. So, we use spatial technique and analysis in comparative historical. Spatial analysis intended to see the zones and the land use management in the current situation, and comparative historical analysis is we're going to see from that analysis how it changed from year to year. Basically, in terms of giving a comparison between the land use in Peatland, it used a 10-year basis, but we are going to use that basis, and we're going to add 5 to 6 years from our research. Next. Next again. Next again, because we have short times. Okay, move down a little. Yeah. Okay, about Pulang Pisau Regency, we know that it's about 60% of its land use is peat forest itself, and most of it peat forest contain of shrubbery. Shrubbery itself contain of the vegetable named kalakai. Kalakai itself is a vegetable, it's a shrubbery, it's a vegetable also, which is very beneficial, but the requirements need to be taken for the growth of kalakai is the situation of peatland must be wet. In fact, now peatland in Pulang Pisau Regency are became dried and became shrubbery, became something that can produce this kind of vegetable anymore, which actually resulted in also wildfire and things that can be harmful for people living in there. And we know also that the peat forest itself is potential for become hutan galam forest, which is beneficial for become a building material and can be utilized for other things worth as well. But in fact, it's also decreased by 100 hectares per year because of land conversion to plantation, which actually not suitable for this kind of land use. Next. Yeah. Land cover change between 2014 and 2016 and 2018. Sorry. So basically, we know that the two main reasons for land changes is deforestation and degradation. Deforestation, of course, mostly caused by peat wildfire. That peat wildfire also caused by the situation where the peatland are opened, and then they don't have consideration into the rewetting the vegetation so that the wildfire could happen, and also on degradation itself. The degradation is mostly happening in protected forests, and it caused by illegal gold mining. It is very important to take note that in Pulang Pisau there is an illegal gold mining, cause degradation, also activities not suitable for its land. Previous presenter have provided to information about land suitability, and this kind of parameter unfortunately is not implemented well, so that it resulted into the degradation of the land, because land cannot sustain things that are not supported naturally by the characteristic of its land itself. Next. So now we're going into the spatial mapping, the technique we use to see how it changes from 2014 to 2016. I've said before that from 2010 and to 2011, we're going to witness the decrease in amount of 100 hectares in 10 years. It's a big amount, and now we're going to extend how we prove it into this 3 years basis. In this 3 years basis, if I can say into a regional basis, we know that in Sabangau Kuala, you can see Sabangau Kuala, which is basically the widest area for the protected forest and for the peatland forest. It in 2018 it become degraded, and also it become intruded by the secondary peat forest itself. We can see that the situation where the protected forest is now became degraded, and it also created a zone that became the source for wildfire itself. And in Jabiran Kuala, in Kahayan Hilir, in Maluku, and in Kahayan Kuala, which is the eastern part of this regency, they are experiencing changes from secondary peat, which actually peatland, quite natural peatland, can sustain the growth of its beneficial shrubbery and also its beneficial tree, but it became the shrub. It became the shrub and could actually causing to wildfire. Next. And the PLG, just like what have been mentioned before, it's opened in the 1995. And why PLG happened first place? PLG happened first place because our government experienced hardship. They actually having food security in Java Island, but Java Island experienced long time of dry season. So they need to have another location for opening land to have fields, to have plantations, but they don't consider that in Kalimantan, it is not suitable for those kind of things for plantations, because you can see that the depth itself is not suitable, the kind of soil is not suitable, and you should also consider into the technology used. They make canal in Pulang Pisau, but in fact the canal itself became mixed with water outlet that resulted into the situation where the water quality in Pulang Pisau Regency became contaminated by the water from peatland itself, which is cannot be consumed by people. Next. So here is the actual land use current map of yeah.
Our I think you only have 2 minutes left, so please.
Okay. Okay, I will keep it short. Now it's the actual map of actual land use map. You can see that most of land use in Pulang Pisau currently is still cultivated lands, cultural landscape, and you can see that the area of natural landscape it became decreasing. Next. Here is actually the result of our research. We compare how the spatial analysis plan the spatial plan and how we plan our spatial plan. We don't mean to compare in the basis of competition, but we're going to compare that the government can control it not by planning new areas, not by planning new kind of thing, but they can actually make a situation that could match the current situation for a land that has been contaminated by human activities. They can restore it, but they should not also make things that harmful for human settlement, for human activities. This map actually shows us and how we could actually manage the peatland forest itself by current situation, but we restore what need to be restored. We also develop and we also fix what need to be fixed from current land use. Yeah, next. Here is actually the map created by Badan Restorasi Gambut itself. They created a map that indicated a restoration based on canal, based on past forest wildfire, also a restoration for pit dome that has been destroyed by canal, and also they create restoration for canals and also for non-canal peatland. This actually in line with the map before. So it's actually only for reaffirming that it's suitable to our model. Next. Okay, next. So let it's last but not least, we recommend that we urge the local government to inspect the existing plantations and the areas. Therefore, there will be clear action taken to the existing plantations as well as restoring it if it exists in vulnerable peatland areas such as in Sebangau forest, which is a protected forest. They need to inspect it, and what the moratorium has said by the presidential decree should be obeyed by this local government. And also data need to actually have a real measurement on the width area itself, on how it affect settlement, how it affect environment and socioeconomic factors. And also we should also know that land management is needed to control existing land use as well as planning better land use in the future, considering environmental and socioeconomical impact. So it's not only beneficial for merely environment, because we should also consider about human, about what they need, but also they don't have to go beyond the border to conserve the natural features itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much for our lovely Pendidikan Indonesia. So what we got from the recommendation was that the land management is important, and one of those recommendations that now was about the data and documentation, which is pretty much the problems in every aspect in our nation. So yeah, we as the youth have so many challenges and issues there. Perhaps no matter where or what you're going to be doing, what you're working for, it's going to be a challenge for everyone. So the last panelist for this session is Mas Wisnu Febri Afrianto. He's going to be the only one who's not talking about special thing. It's going to be about the circular economy of pineapple in Indonesian Peatland. Mas Wisnu, do you need help with the presentation, or will you present it by yourself?
No, I will operate by myself. So
okay, so
to make it easier.
Okay, so you have 15 minutes, Mas Wisnu, and then we can have questions and answer session. Okay, Mas Wisnu, the stage is yours.
Could I manage my presentation by myself? Because someone has already.
Miss Elia, please. Okay, please share her screen so you can use yours. Still loading. Okay.
Okay, thank you for the time. Thank you for having me, and thank you, Pak Surbakti, for the introduction. So, my name is Mr. Afrian.
I think there's some blockage there on my screen. I don't know if it's happening only to me or everyone else. Can Elia reconfirm? Is there any block? Hello. Can you stop sharing your screen and then perhaps re-share it again?
Okay, wait.
I'm sorry for the interruption. Okay, share it now. Oh, it's still there. Elia, monitor Elia. Can you copy, or any one of the other co-hosts? Do you see what I'm seeing right now? Are you seeing the same thing that I'm seeing? I some just here and there on the screen, and if it happens only to me, then Mas Wisnu can continue. Elia or any other committee?
So I have to stop my presentation?
No, you don't need to stop your presentation. We just need to take some time to make sure that your presentation will go well. Because I'm seeing some blockages here. Perhaps can interrupt showings of the data and stuff. Elia, are you there, Elia? Or the other committee? Please let me know. and helps a little bit here. Our Mas Rizky, are you still there? Or Mas Ashraf? The
Yes,
other
I'm here.
panelists. Okay. Are you seeing the same blocks that I'm seeing in my screen right now? Or is it just me? What Mas Wisnu present?
I can see
Mas Rizky,
his presentation. Yeah.
clearly, no blockage
Uh,
whatsoever.
oh, there are blocks there.
Oh
I
yeah.
saw two blocks.
So we're
Yeah,
seeing the
blocks.
same things. Yeah. So I think Mas Vishnu, perhaps it comes from your device, or do you want to reconnect your Zoom, or should we help you with the presentation?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. It's okay to. I will stop my presentation, so Komita will take over the presentation. So I need help.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. We're pretty sorry about that. So the data and graphics that you want to show will be shown clearly. Elia, can we ask for your help to um, screen share the presentation Mas Vishnu will deliver for our lovely participants? Thank you very much, Ilya. Please change your display setting first. Uh, okay. Okay. Okay, Mas Vishnu, I hope this kind of interruption is
So basically, my
okay.
slide is very just
Yeah,
few. So I think it's okay
it's
to
just pretty simple. Yeah,
only
it's
in
only
the.
a couple of.
Yep. Yeah, I think just 6 slides. So I
Yeah.
don't really need focus to my slide. I think.
Okay, sure. Please go ahead, Mas Vishnu. We're sorry for the disturbance now. And,
Okay, thank you for.
the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for the time. Thank you for having me. So, my name is Wisnu Briafranta. So I will present my paper. So basically, this is a framework of the how to transform the economy to be more sustainability. Not only just economy by usual, but we transform the economy to be more sustainable with the reduce the food waste of the in the field. So basically, next maybe the second slide. So this is a pineapple. So maybe in the afternoon is very look so fresh when we all of participant is going to sleepy. So it's quite entertaining for all to see the fresh pineapple. So basically, I will continue my presentation with the focus the distraction of the technically. So yes, Peatland facts. I think Peatland fact has already described it by all the before panelists. So I think just mention some of the interesting sentence. So it's okay for just this. Can go back before. Yeah. So Indonesia has 22.5 million hectare, and we saving up to 30% worst carbon, and we are we are the second largest in the world, just below of the Kangaroo Republic. So on the other hand, I will share on the pineapple facts. So pineapple facts is quite it's very fresh, and we have been already exported to Singapore up to 12 million per month, and 12 I mean 15 I mean 1,015 per month to export to Singapore, and 12,000 to Jakarta. So every time. So this is the pineapple from the peatland areas. So as well as just for information. So pineapple from peatland is has the intense flavor than other field. So basically, pineapple is also the one of the the highest value of the commodities in the horticulture commodities. So next. So this is the fact that I really focus not only focusing on the peatland, but we are focusing on the this product as well. So this product or the pineapple produced according to the United Nations or the FAO. Half of the fruits and vegetables produced globally waste each year. So we need to transform waste into opportunity. It's great opportunity because we just throw away the food waste. So sometimes we produce a lot of the fresh produce. We only focusing on how to export the fresh produce. We are not only transform the fresh produce to be added value or alternate products like dry products, jam or syrup or food or other food and beverage. So this is how to transform the business as usual that is potential to be waste, a lot of throwaway waste from there. So actually waste is not only decrease the income of the farmers, but also it is contributes to the environment, like the contributor gas emission carbon and also waste of the natural resources. Next. So this is the how to circular economy of the pineapple. So when we are talking the pineapple, so the axis of the business. So we just has been exported the fresh produce. So the fresh produce actually because the fruits and the vegetable is one of the perishable products. So this product actually has a short period. It's quite challenging to manage how to extend the expiry on the product. So this is the circular economy of the pineapple. So when the business as usual just focusing on the how to get the profit. So the circular economy of the circular economy actually focusing on how to combine and integrate it from between people, planet, and the profit as well. So this is the schematic from the pineapple. So the pineapple fresh we are sliced to and we dry in the solar dry. After that we pre-dry slice and the conventional dry and the dry slice. I will tell the dry pineapple after this, but before that I will continue to introduce to how to maintain the pineapple, fresh pineapple to be transformed to be other products that actually before that we are just throwing away the products, like we just throw away the waste like crown or peels of the pineapple. But from how to circular economy, actually we transform from the waste to be fertilizer and biogas. How to the transform the waste to be fertilized and biogas. So for biogas, we put all the waste like crown, peels, or anything else to or part of that is going to waste to digester combined with the dung of the coast. So after that we composting. So the product from that are the first is fertilizer and the second is biogas. Actually, when we produce the fertilizer, so we can subsidy we can reduce the production cost of the farmers, so they can use the organic fertilizer from actually the waste that before is unvalued product. So and the other one is biogas. So biogas actually it is needed to power on the conventional dryer. So it also to reduce the production cost as well, or maybe just to use to the daily activities like cooking or something like that. Next. So this is actually the products of the we have already tried in the solar dry or the machine. So this is the very important to keep the temperature. So we considerations to manage the temperature below 40 40 Celsius. So from the healthy factors, it is a great source of nutrient like on the stomach, easy to digest, source of instant energy, antioxidant, rich in fiber, rich in calories, improves immunity and preservation. One of the until the second last is about the healthy. So the last is about the preservation is very important because sometimes we need to put or add the chemical preservation to extend the expired product. So but with the dry, it actually can extend until 6 months until 1 year. So it will be more safe to produce and to sell this product than just focusing on the fresh produce. So on the other hand, will tell about and we share and we discuss about the product factors. For the product factor, actually, when we sell the fresh produce, we just focusing on the low price. Actually, sometimes 1 kilo of the pineapple just maybe 5,000 until 10,000. So when we try we are trying to transform this product to be other products. So and I mean processing products. So it will be added the value. The price is also increasing by fast and the longer expired I have already explained before and increased price. Yeah, and also delicious. This is the flavor of the this pineapple is actually chewy. So chewy is like not fresh really, but it's quite. I mean, it's really delicious for me. But yeah, I think everyone will be enjoy and feel the delicious of the dry of the pineapple. Next. So actually, the circular economy is not the business as usual that are only focusing on the profit. So we are focusing on the planet, profit, and the environment as well, and people. I mean, so this is the important to make sure our business is sustainable. So this is the first is when we save the food from to be waste. Actually, we can save the for the example, one LBS products we can save the until for 418 of the water gallons that we can reduce the waste, and 30 LBS emission carbon that actually that contribute from the waste in the landfill, and 1 gallon oil so from the waste of when we use the resources in the field. This is the environment that we are trying to tracking the environment impact as well, not only just focusing on the not only focusing on the profit, because we are talking about peatland. So peatland is very vulnerable in the field, so it's quite challenging to maintain this field as well. So the people and the profit, actually we increase the profit as well. So livelihood create and global investment from the export. So for women, actually we mentioned women because sometimes when we are going to field, so actually we see the actually women farmers doing in the processing product or processing product. So actually when we not only focusing on fresh product and we transform to be processing product or artisanal product, maybe we can increase the participation of the women farmers. So the suggestion for me, actually, we can use this the framework of the circular economy to be applied to other peatland in Indonesia, not only in just one place, but not only just one in one commodity, but it can also to other commodities and plant as well. So we mentioned to how to not only focusing on the production, but we try to giving back to farmers, not only just how to grow as soon as possible, but we are trying to giving back to farmers with the first is the education and training. So we have to train the farmers how to handle the post-harvest product, how to increase and the yield, how to increase the quality of the products, how to reach out the certification of the products like organic products or other certificates that they need to fulfill the requirement of the export, and how to how to manage the financial and how to manage the healthy care or other training that we need to develop the skill of the farmers as well. So by this education and training, actually we are trying to attracting the youth to participate in our economy. So because we are losing a lot of the youth in the farmers, so actually we need to more creative to interact to attract the youth to willing to join the farmers again. So and then we also to make sure that farmer has healthy insurance and to catch up on all the requirements that they have to be not only get the money, but they get this the good things for the product as well. So this is the last of my presentation actually. So a lot of the things that happen is we are just how to save the Peatland as actually how to transform the business model that we just only focusing how to produce and extension like other presenters before that say that we are converse a lot of the peatland to agriculture. So by this circular economy framework, actually we can reduce the extension. So just we are only focusing on how to intensive and focusing on how to increase the quality of the products. That's all. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mas Vishnu. Please clarify some of my thoughts that I have. By we, Mas Vishnu, are you still there? Please.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Can I ask you a few questions first, just to clear up some things that's still not clear to me? Like when you say we develop this kind of circular economy in pineapple, by we do you mean ecosystem and biodiversity, which means you and your team? Can you hear me clearly, Marcus?
Not really, because it's very low in my earphone.
Okay, so is this one better? Okay.
Yeah, better.
So, okay, so by we, do you mean ecosystem and biodiversity? The one who developed this pineapple circular economy and implemented?
Oh, okay.
Is it you and your team?
So yeah, we are this is actually the framework that we want to transform the peatland, but we have not applicate in the peatland, but we right now is focusing on the pineapple, but not in the peatland. So but this business model actually our thing is think that it can be applied to peatland as well. So because actually it's the greatest business model that we can be applied to other fields.
But you are already doing it in one of your site development.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So thank you for your clarification, Mas Vishnu. So that ends the presentation of our panelists. We have one question, and because I think the time is already too, but let's just answer this one question. It comes from Ainun Hasana. He wants to ask to the team from Universitas Negeri Semarang, Mbak Rois. Okay, so what's your recommendation after this research to restore the pit forest condition, which is categorized as bad, and how to maintain the peatland areas in other categories, which is considered medium to good in Kotim. Mbak Rois dan tim dari Universitas Negeri Semarang, apakah masih ada di sana? Mbak Rois, boleh tolong di-unmute untuk menjawab satu pertanyaan sebelum kita menutup sesi panel yang keempat. Mbak Rois. Mbak Rois. Oke, jadi Mbak Rois, ada yang bertanya rekomendasi Mbak Rois dan tim terkait yang dikategori sebagai buruk dan bagaimana mempertahankan yang dianggap baik itu bagaimana di daerah. Boleh jawab.
Iya, kami akan mencoba untuk menjawab. Sebelumnya, terima kasih atas pertanyaannya.
Ya, silakan.
Jadi, menurut kelompok kami, restorasi lahan gambut sendiri itu membutuhkan waktu yang lama. Maka dari itu perlu dilakukan upaya-upaya konservasi yang konsisten agar pemulihan lahan gambut dapat tercapai. Pemulihan lahan gambut sendiri dapat dilakukan dengan tidak melakukan alih fungsi lahan gambut agar dapat mengembalikan siklus hidrologi yang dapat membasahi ulang atau rewetting lahan gambut yang rusak. Untuk merawat lahan gambut sendiri itu diperlukan memperhatikan lagi dalam hal penataan ruang sehingga lahan gambut yang dapat digunakan sesuai dengan peruntukannya dan tidak mengubah dari siklus hidrologi. Mungkin itu pendapat dari kelompok kami. Terima kasih.
Okay, terima kasih. So the land use is important and should be managed well. I think that concludes your answer to Ayn Hassan. Okay, so I think our time is up, and that wraps up this session. Thank you very much for our panelists and our beloved participants that's been attending and participating and also championing the issue and our work towards better management of the earth, especially in peatland areas. So I think that's all for me, and I give it back to Mas Rizal as our MC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Teo, for moderating this fourth plenary session. And thank you very much for all the speakers that already given us informative and insightful presentation about peatland and other cases surrounding in the second day of Youth Peatland Conference. So finally, we come to the end of the fourth plenary session. But before we proceed to the next plenary session, please show your best smile to get captured by the camera for this session.
So we're doing some kind of photo session, Mas Rizal.
Yeah.
Okay.
We are doing some kind of photo session. So to all of the participants, please turn off your camera, and we will, our committee will try to capture each and every one of you here. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I will return this Master of Ceremony position to Miss Elia. Miss Elia, you may have your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Muhammad Rizal Sainun, for the wonderful ceremony. And now we'll proceed to the fifth plenary session. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before we come To the fifth plenary session, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Elia Damiria Eneska, who will serve this fifth plenary session as your master of ceremony. The theme for the fifth plenary session is the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. Without further ado, I would like to invite the moderator to lead this plenary session. But before that, please allow me to introduce our moderator, Mr. Gianli Immanuel Bagenza. Mr. Gianli has many experiences and achievements in social and youth activities both at the local, national, regional, and international levels. He also got his bachelor degree in international relations from Universitas Kristen Indonesia and now currently pursuing his master degree in international relations and diplomacy from Paramadina University. He is also the co-founder of Diplomacy Talk and the founder and executive director of Ruang Internasional. So for Mr. Gianni Immanuel Bagansa, you may have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Elia, for the introduction. Hello, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome to the Youth Peatland Conference. And now we enter to the fifth panel of our Youth Peatland Conference. And this panel will be discussed about SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, and will be presented by fifth presenter from some institution from Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Peatland Restoration Agency, and the last and from Youth Pit for Peatland. So before I start our the presentation about from all the panel speakers, so I would like to read all the number of presentation. The first from Universitas Kristen Indonesia with the theme of their paper about peatland policy in Boven Digul, Papua by Jesse Hembring or Elis Luciari Toam and Rosmina Pagawa. And the second panel speakers from Badan Restorasi Gambut or Peatland Restoration Agency about peatland revegetation options will be presented by O'Brien. And the third panelist speakers come from Universitas Kristen Indonesia about the impact of Indonesia capital relocation to Kalimantan to peatland restoration will be presented by Ricky Martin Sihombing or Florentina Simantung Khalid or Teresia. And the fourth panel speakers will be presented by Peatland Restoration Agency about human rights and the environment, an initial study of human rights based approach and forest fire issue in Indonesia will be presented by Lubendik Sigalinggi. And the last panelist of these panels will be delivered by Youth for Peatland about peatland food diversification, opportunity and strategy to achieve local food self-sufficiency will be presented by Julianto Trilaksana. So before we will start our first panel speakers, I also like to read the rules of presentation for all the panel speakers, or each group has 15 until 20 minutes of the presentation. The language of the presentation can be in Bahasa Indonesia or English. And after the presentation, there will be 30 until 40 minutes of discussion answering the question and answer session from the audience. And the last, during the panel presentation, all the presenters must turn on the camera. Okay, that's all about the rules of the presentation. So please welcome the first panel speakers come from Universitas Kristen Indonesia. Please, time is yours. Take your time. Maybe the committee help to unmute the first panel speakers from Universitas Kristen Indonesia. Maybe Jesse or Elise, Lucy or Rosmina.
Halo Jenny.
Okay, Jesse, please take your time.
Okay. Mungkin. Halo, selamat siang semuanya. What happened? Kenapa? Mungkin saya akan mempresentasikan paper kami dalam bahasa Indonesia. Di sini saya Jessie, ada Lucy, dan juga Rosmina baru saja gabung. Di sini kami akan mempresentasikan penelitian kami, yaitu kebijakan lahan gambut di Bovendigul, Papua. Next. Outline kami akan membahas tentang permasalahan lahan gambut di Kabupaten Bovendigul, dan juga teori-teori pendukung untuk memecahkan kasus-kasus krisis lahan gambut di Bovendigul. Dan juga ada beberapa penjelasan sedikit tentang lahan gambut di Bovendigul, bagaimana kebijakan impres moratorium di Bovendigul, dan juga destruction of peatland forest in Bovendigul, dampak dari kerusakan lahan di Bovendigul. Baik, next. Kabupaten Bovendigul ini dia berada di kota Papua. Dia sangat dekat sama Merauke. Dia punya kota, pusat kota itu adalah kota Tanah Merah. Di Kabupaten Bovendigul ini, dia merupakan salah satu kota yang sangat luas lahan gambutnya di Papua. Dia nomor 3 di Indonesia setelah Sulawesi, Kalimantan. Dan kita Indonesia adalah nomor kedua di dunia setelah hutan Amazon. Sejak tahun 2007, sebelum tahun 2007, dari masa pemerintahan SBY itu sudah ada perusahaan kelapa sawit sampai saat ini. Setelah itu, pada tahun 2007, perusahaan-perusahaan ilegal, baik Vilmar, Korindo, perusahaan-perusahaan terbesar yang masuk ke Papua, itu perusahaan-perusahaan kelapa sawit yang masuk, itu ada beberapa yang masuk sesuai dengan surat izin, sisanya tanpa surat izin. Yang menjadi permasalahan di Bovendigul adalah perusahaan-perusahaan ilegal ini yang masuk ke Bovendigul. Jadi pemerintah daerah maupun pusat mengeluarkan surat izin tanpa sepengetahuan masyarakat adat. Dan masyarakat adat pun merasa tidak dilibatkan. Selain itu juga merasa terganggu karena masyarakat Papua ini adalah masyarakat yang secara tidak langsung hidup bersama-sama dengan alam. Kita semua ya orang Indonesia hidup bergantung bersama alam. Apalagi Papua yang sampai sekarang masih hidup bergantung dengan alam. Kabupaten Bovendigul sendiri ini ada kabupaten yang masih hidup bergantung dengan alam, baik sosial, ekonomi, dan budaya mereka. Bovendigul ini sendiri untuk perekonomian mereka berkebun, baik tanam ubi, kasbi, dan lain-lain. Namun ketika masuknya perusahaan ilegal, itu membuat masyarakat merasa terganggu, banyak tekanan, sehingga mereka tidak bisa bercocok tanam kembali, berburu kembali, karena masyarakat Papua itu hidup bercocok tanam dan berburu. Setelah masuknya perusahaan ilegal, di masa pemerintahan Jokowi dia mengeluarkan kebijakan atau impres moratorium. Impres moratorium ini dia berlangsung dari 2018. Dia lanjutan dari SBY juga. Kebijakan ini sudah ada dari masa pemerintahan SBY. Cuman sejauh ini kebijakan ini tidak berjalan dengan baik pemerintah pusat dan daerah juga. Karena surat izin keluar baik dari pusat daerah tanpa terlibatnya masyarakat adat. Untuk melanjutkan penelitian ini, saya dan teman-teman kita menggunakan konsep kebijakan publik dan juga konsep kesejahteraan dan juga konsep kedaulatan negara. Konsep publik ini merupakan konsep atau upaya-upaya dari kebijakan publik. Jadi dia merupakan upaya-upaya isi dari upaya-upaya kebijakan publik, baik dari negara. Jadi negara mengeluarkan kebijakan pada masyarakat setempat atau setiap provinsi di suatu negara itu sesuai dengan upaya-upaya yang mereka buat. Baik dalam berbagai proses penelitian terhadap kebijakan publik, penelitian terkait dampak dalam kebijakan politik bagi masyarakat, baik berupa kebijakan publik dalam masyarakat. Kebijakan publik ini merupakan alokasi nilai otoritatif untuk seluruh masyarakat, akan tetapi hanya pemerintahlah yang dapat berbuat secara otoritatif untuk seluruh masyarakat dan semuanya. Untuk konsep kesejahteraan, suatu negara pasti menggunakan konsep ini karena negara berhak untuk mensejahterakan masyarakatnya baik dalam bidang sosial, ekonomi, dan ekonomi. Untuk konsep kedaulatan negara adalah suatu memiliki kekuasaan yang sangat penuh untuk mengatur negaranya. Jadi negara berhak mengeluarkan kebijakan sehingga masyarakat harus tunduk dan mengikuti setiap kebijakan dan upaya-upaya yang diberikan oleh masyarakat. Next. Yang menjadi perumusan masalah di sini adalah apakah kebijakan impres moratorium efektif bagi penyelesaian masalah krisis lahan gambut di Kabupaten Bovendigul? Sejauh ini menurut penelitian saya, Kabupaten Bovendigul baik masyarakatnya tidak merasakan sama sekali implementasi dari kebijakan impres moratorium yang dikeluarkan oleh Presiden Jokowi. Kenapa saya bilang seperti itu? Karena sampai sekarang, sampai saat ini, keterlibatan masyarakat adat, masyarakat yang masih sampai sekarang miskin, masyarakat Bovendigul itu sendiri kurang mendapat pekerjaan dari setiap perusahaan asing yang masuk ke dalam situ. Jadi setiap perusahaan asing yang masuk pasti pekerja-pekerja di dalam perusahaan asing itu orang dari, bukan masyarakat lokal sendiri, tapi masyarakat dari luar. Saya sempat mewawancarai Ibu Yugianti Sulaiman dan juga Bapak Dr. Tisus Tumbaidit. Mereka bilang bahwa selama 1 hari perusahaan-perusahaan itu hampir menghabiskan 5 hektar dalam 1 hari lahan gambut di Kabupaten Bovendigul. Selain itu, jasa yang mereka pakai itu bukan masyarakat lokal. Selanjutnya, tidak ada restorasi setelah sehingga dapat dilihat bahwa seharusnya kebijakan impres moratorium ini mereka harus memberhentikan surat izin dan perusahaan-perusahaan asing dan perusahaan-perusahaan legal yang masuk. Tapi selama berlangsungnya impres moratorium ini, perusahaan-perusahaan legal tetap terus melakukan pekerjaan mereka tanpa melakukan restorasi, dan masyarakat sangat terganggu dengan hal itu. Baik keberlangsungan hidup mereka, karena masyarakat Bovendigul itu sendiri hidup dari hasil kebun, hasil berburu mereka jual, dan uangnya pasti berputar kembali. Tapi tidak sampai saat ini tidak ada restorasi, sehingga masyarakat juga kurang diberi edukasi untuk bagaimana cara mengolah lahan yang harus direstorasi kembali, yang sudah direstorasi kembali. Jadi lahan habis digunakan oleh perusahaan-perusahaan ini tidak direstorasi, sehingga hasil tanaman kebun juga tidak efektif saat mereka jual, saat mereka makan juga tidak. Itu juga kesehatan masyarakat juga terganggu. Sehingga next, untuk kesimpulannya, kami mengambil kesimpulan bahwa dari kebijakan yang dikeluarkan oleh pemerintah itu sudah baik. Namun yang harus dilihat lagi yaitu untuk penegasan dalam hukum tersebut. Karena penegasan dalam hukum atau kebijakan yang dikeluarkan oleh Presiden kita Joko Widodo itu tidak diimplementasikan dengan baik, sehingga banyak saja perusahaan-perusahaan legal terus masuk. Bahkan itu lebih dari 7 perusahaan. Ada sekitar 14-7 perusahaan, dan masyarakat Bovendigul juga sempat mengeluarkan surat permohonan kepada KLHK, Kehutanan, dan juga ke Presiden Jokowi untuk menarik kembali perusahaan-perusahaan yang masuk ke Kabupaten Bovendigul, dan harus ada keterlibatan masyarakat adat di Papua, karena Papua juga memiliki undang-undang otonomi khusus nomor 21, yaitu nomor 21, yaitu untuk keterlibatan masyarakat adat dalam pengelolaan hutan gambut dan juga lahan-lahan yang akan dipergunakan oleh pemerintah. Namun sejauh ini tidak ada keterlibatan masyarakat adat. Kurang ada penegasan dalam kebijakan yang dikeluarkan oleh Joko Widodo, baik pemerintah pusat maupun daerah. Seperti itu. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Jesse, for your great presentation. So we continue our next presentation. The second panelist speakers from Peatland Restoration Agency. There is O'Brien, about which we're talking about peatland revegetation options. Okay, so O'Brien, take your time. Time is yours. Maybe the committee help O'Brien to be the co-host.
Yeah, I want to speak in bahasa. It's okay?
It's okay, it's okay.
It's okay.
Please.
Oke. Terima kasih buat teman-teman semuanya. Selamat siang menjelang sore ya, atau selamat sore karena sudah terlalu siang. Jadi saya akan coba memaparkan tentang pengalaman pribadi saya tentang restorasi di lahan gambut terkait masalah reforestasi. Jadi sebenarnya kemarin disuruh nulis oleh pimpinan saya di BRG. Saya sekarang kerja di BRG dan menulis sesuatu untuk kegiatan Youth Conference ini tentang masalah ekosistem lahan gambut. Baik, kan saya coba mulai share screen-nya ini. Baik, saya akan coba mulai dengan gambut itu sendiri. Kelihatan Mas Moderator karena tempat saya nggak kelihatan?
Yeah, clear. That's clear.
That's clear, oke. Oke, baik. Jadi kalau kita bicara masalah gambut itu bicara masalah sesuatu yang sangat menarik bagi kita sendiri ataupun menarik bagi semua orang. Jadi semua orang akan tertarik dengan gambut. Sebenarnya gambut itu apa sih? Kalau saya pikir dari beberapa konsep yang sudah dipaparkan tadi, yang saya lihat bahwa konsepnya sama, bahwa gambut itu adalah sesuatu yang sangat penting. Karena di konsep alami gambut sendiri, bahwa hutan rawa gambut itu berfungsi sebagai reservoir untuk air, karbon, dan keanekaragaman hayati. Yang kedua juga gambut terakumulasi selama ribuan tahun. Bahkan ada peneliti itu sudah dalam jangka waktu yang sangat lama dari permukaan air setempat. Jadi gambut tertumpuk dengan organik yang mati sehingga tidak terjadi proses dekomposisi. Sehingga dia adalah kalau kita bilang adalah tanah yang sangat miskin unsur hara atau marginal land. Kemudian umumnya permukaan air tanah gambut dekat dengan permukaan tanah. Daerah tersebut kayak daerah flora dan fauna. Biasanya kalau kita lihat di gambar seperti ini. Ini sama semuanya. Saya lihat tadi konsepnya sama. Baik pemaparan dari daerah-daerah lain juga sama. Kemudian konsep dasar hidrologi gambut. Kenapa ini menjadi sangat penting? Karena memang gambut kita harus paham sebelum kita merestorasinya. Kita harus tahu konsep dasar hidrologi gambut sendiri. Bahwa lahan gambut sebenarnya 90% adalah air. Bagian dari air yang disatukan oleh vegetasi yang banyak unsur karbon di dalamnya. Jika lahan gambut sendiri dikeringkan, maka 99% bahan organik yang tersisa. Akibat kering, gambut tentu akan menjadi permasalahan yang baru, di mana akan menciptakan hubungan langsung dengan kekeringan dan kebakaran. Kita tahu semua bahwa degradasi lahan gambut di Indonesia tahun 2015 itu adalah satu hal yang sangat fenomenal. Jadi setiap tahun hampir kalau kita lihat di seluruh Sumatera dan Kalimantan, ekosistemnya mengancam hampir setiap tahun terjadi kebakaran hutan dan lahan, dan itu sangat mengganggu sekali untuk keanekaragaman hayati. Kemudian gambut sendiri serta menghasilkan gas rumah kaca atau emisi karbon. Yang kedua juga sekarang sebagian besar lahan gambut kering dan gundul terbakar yang mengeluarkan karbon dan tidak produktif. Kenapa? Karena apabila gambut itu sendiri sudah kering dan terbakar, itu tidak bisa diapa-apakan lagi kecuali untuk direstorasi, dan restorasi membutuhkan sesuatu yang sangat mahal. Baik, konsekuensinya untuk pembuatan halo? Halo? Halo, operator?
Ya,
Ini masih kelihatan gambarnya? Pas saya kok nggak kelihatan ya?
ya masih kelihatan, Mas.
Masih kelihatan? Oke. Ini nggak kelihatan. Sorry ya, kayak di jaringan sepertinya. Oke, baik, untuk konsekuensi pembuatan lahan gambut, di lahan gambut sendiri, lahan gambut yang masih terjaga dan menjaga siklus air di dalamnya, di mana gambut itu sebenarnya natural gitu. Jadi tidak rusak apabila ada drainase yang di dalamnya, dia akan berdampak pada penurunan permukaan lahan gambut itu sendiri. Jika kondisi gambut kering, maka gambut tersebut akan mengalami kekeringan permanen dan akhirnya berakibat fatal bagi ekosistem lahan gambut itu sendiri. Kemudian dampak negatif dari kerusakan lahan gambut, ini kita bisa lihat bahwa gambut sendiri berdampak pada lingkungan dan ekonomi dan kesehatan. Terutama yang paling terkenal waktu di 2015, di mana asapnya begitu besar baik di Kalimantan ataupun di Sumatera. Kemudian mengeluarkan karbon monoksida atau gas rumah kaca, dan juga dampak kabut asap yang terjadi kalau di Kalimantan Tengah sendiri, yang saya pahami bahwa mengakibatkan meningkatnya penderita ISPA, kemudian kerugian mencapai 35,68 miliar. Nilai tersebut belum dihitung dari sektor hortikultura yang mencapai 35 juta petani. Jadi itu dari laporan Pemprov Kalteng tahun 2015. Ini yang di Kalimantan Tengah. Saya bicara di Kalimantan Tengah, Mas, karena saya posisi saya di Kalimantan Tengah, khususnya saya pegiat lingkungan di Kalimantan Tengah, di Kota Palangkaraya. Jadi bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu semuanya serta adik-adik semuanya, bahwa Pulang Pisau di tahun 2015 itu mencetak rekor terbanyak untuk kebakaran hutan dan lahan, disusul Kapuas dan serta daerah-daerah lainnya. Di Indonesia sendiri, kerugian dampak negatifnya itu kita bisa lihat bahwa 24 orang meninggal dunia, 600.000 jiwa penderita ISPA, dan 60 juta orang terpapar asap. Jadi sangat merugikan sekali apabila di gambut sendiri tidak kita sama-sama lestarikan atau tidak kita sama-sama jaga untuk kehidupan ke depannya nanti. Pembahasan kembali adalah sangat penting untuk restorasi lahan gambut. Sebelum saya bicara masalah reforestasi, kita mulai dari pembahasan. Kenapa? Karena pembahasan itu sangat penting. Tanpa pengolahan hidrologi yang baik, maka pembahasan lahan gambut atau penanaman itu tidak akan pernah berhasil. Oleh sebab itu, di lahan gambut sendiri di Indonesia tergantung kemampuan kita atau kemampuan daerah untuk menganalisis tentang hidrologi daripada gambut itu sendiri. Nah, pemerintah di Indonesia melalui Badan Restorasi Gambut menugaskan untuk membasahi kurang lebih 2 juta hektar lahan kritis dalam waktu 5 tahun. Ini membutuhkan banyak sekali blocking kanal atau sekat kanal yang sangat efektif untuk memenuhi kondisi tersebut. Ini gambar sekat kanal kecil yang ada di Badan Restorasi Gambut. Memang kesimpulan pembahasan lahan gambut itu seiring waktu sekat kanal ini kan akan rusak, sehingga perlu sangat dipikirkan untuk kedepannya bagaimana apa yang harus dilakukan. Pembahasan yang efektif membutuhkan kombinasi tindakan termasuk struktur yang kuat dan vegetasi asli lahan gambut itu sendiri. Bergantung dengan keinginan atau opsi yang ingin disediakan, apakah nanti ke depan ini perbaikan pengolahan air dalam skala besar atau permukaan air tetap harus dipertahankan dengan cara dan metode bagaimana. Untuk pembahasan ulang skala besar di lahan gambut terdegradasi dalam lahan konservasi dilakukan penutupan total. Jadi di konservasi tidak ada spillway atau tidak ada lokasi kalau kita ingin melakukan konservasi di lahan konservasi itu maksimal adalah tutup total, tidak ada buka tempat akses masyarakat masuk, kecuali di daerah-daerah yang menurut kita itu daerah-daerah produktif masyarakat, misalnya daerah-daerah zona-zona penyangga. Nah, kita masuk ke reforestasinya, revegetasinya. Di lahan gambut sendiri untuk tipenya saya bagi 4, ada rehabilitasi ekologis, ada polyculture, dan kemudian ada tip agroforestry, kemudian pit swim forest reforestation. Jadi untuk yang rehabilitasi ekologinya itu kawasan konservasi yang sebagian besar terdeforestasi dengan tutupan 1-5%. Sering terbakar berkali-kali, sejarah panjang ada drainase di situ, kemudian ada penurunan muka tanah. Rehabilitasi hidrologinya yaitu dengan melakukan penutupan saluran-saluran tersebut. Kemudian melakukan penanaman kembali diperlukan wilayah yang lebih luas, terutama untuk spesies pioner. Pioner kalau di lahan gambut seperti tumi dan sebagainya. Kemudian ada jelutung juga. Kemudian yang terakhir harus mencakup spesies buah yang menarik bagi satwa liar, khususnya untuk orangutan, biasanya di daerah Kalimantan gitu. Kemudian polyculture direkomendasikan untuk daerah budidaya, biasanya di daerah-daerah yang polyculture ini kan daerah gambut yang sudah di blocking atau dibasahi, itu kan di budidaya. Jenis-jenis apa tanaman yang di situ bagusnya adalah jenis-jenis seperti purun dan sebagainya, yang bisa menghasilkan nilai ekonomi buat masyarakat, sehingga hasil daripada polyculture atau hasil daripada kegiatan yang di daerah situ, selain dia bertujuan untuk untuk melindungi gambut sendiri, juga ada nilai ekonominya melalui kegiatan polyculture. Kemudian yang yang ketiga adalah pit adaptive agroforestry. Ini direkomendasi untuk daerah budidaya yang sedang, sehingga atau sebagian tutupan ini sebenarnya bukan tutupan pohon nih, tutupan tajuk pohon sebenarnya 5-20%. Dengan sebagian besar spesies adalah spesies asli di situ atau peatland forest. Daerah ini biasanya dikeringkan oleh ada kanal di situ, kebakarannya hutan, kemudian yang dilakukan adalah rehabilitasi penutupan saluran pembasahan. Dalam revegetasi dianjurkan penanaman pengayaan spesies ekonomi yang diinginkan di hutan yang dikelola masyarakat, misalnya hutan desa. Di hutan desa kita bisa bekerja sama dengan masyarakat lokal, seperti yang dibilang dari Papua tadi, bahwa masyarakat tidak terlibat langsung, tapi kita coba di pengalaman kita menggandeng masyarakat untuk mengelola hutan. Itu bisa melalui hutan berbasis masyarakat. Kemudian pit swim forest reforestation. Kemudian kalau pit swim forest reforestation adalah reforestasi yang direkomendasikan di kawasan konservasi. Seperti saya bilang tadi, ini adalah tutup total. Daerah yang dikeringkan oleh kanal biasanya untuk rehabilitasi hidrologinya melakukan penyekatan kanal supaya tinggi muka airnya dapat dijaga. Di dalam hal penanaman pengayaan signifikan dan spesies yang ekologi yang diinginkan seperti buah-buahan dan makanan orang hutan. Seperti itu. Nah, ini gambarnya. Ada deskripsi hutan rawa gambut yang rusak sedang, ada hutan rawan gambut yang terdegradasi, ada hutan rawat gambut yang rusak parah, dan rawa gambut yang rusak parah. Jadi tidak saya bacakan, bisa dilihat dari gambar-gambar yang ada, bahwa berbagai macam tipe-tipe kerusakan yang terjadi. Kalau yang pertama, di gambar pertama ini, yang hutan rawa gambut yang rusak sedang, itu biasanya terjadi illegal logging, tetapi tidak kebakaran. Atau yang kedua, rawa gambut yang terdegradasi, adanya kanal-kanal yang mengalami deforestasi, dan tutupan lahan biasanya 5-20%, terkadang terbakar, kadang-kadang terbakar kalau daerah sini. Kemudian ada hutan rawa gambut yang rusak parah, sebagian besar terdeforestasi, tutupannya 1-5%, seringkali tutupan tajuknya 1-5%, seringkali terbakar berkali-kali, 1-3 kali. Ini biasa ada drainase yang biasanya riwayat sudah berada di situ 10 tahun ke belakang, sehingga mengakibatkan gambut itu terdegradasi. Area terdegradasi parasal tutupan pohonnya biasanya 1%, seperti yang kita lihat di gambar yang sebelah paling kanan ini, bahwa karena seringkali terbakar, sehingga daerah sini perlu dilakukan reforestasi atau revegetasi yang maksimal. Maksimal dalam arti karena memang daerahnya daerah yang terbuka. Ini yang dapat kita jenis intervensi daripada setiap kerusakan-kerusakan yang ada. Kalau misalnya hutan rawa gambut yang rusak sedang, itu bisa melakukan silvikultur adaptasi, rehabilitasi hidrologi, penutupan kanal, deteksi kebakaran sangat penting, tindakan pencegahan, kemungkinan pengayaan juga spesies kayu atau tanaman yang ada di sana, dan penegakan hukum, khususnya penegakan hukum, karena beberapa daerah penegakan hukumnya sangat lemah di daerah-daerah yang ada. Kemudian ada hutan rawa gambut yang terdegradasi, agroforestry adaptasi hutan rawa gambut hidrologi, penutupan sama, pencegahan kebakaran, itu perlu diidentifikasi. Kemudian secara ekonomi yang diinginkan, kemudian pengayaan spesies secara ekonomi yang diinginkan. Masyarakat di situ pengennya apa? Ada campuran monokultur atau dalam penganu atau yang memiliki nilai ekonomi tinggi, misalnya buah-buahan yang diinginkan masyarakat. Kemudian hutan rawa gambut yang rusak parah. Ini bisa dilakukan dengan polikultur, rehabilitasi hidrologi sama di mana-mana, deteksi kebakaran, tindakan pencegahan penanaman spesies yang diinginkan. Secara ekonomi, baik itu spesies yang tahan banjir ataupun yang spesies yang lainnya. Rawa gambut yang rusak, rehabilitasi ekologi, rehabilitasi hidrologi, pembahasan, tindakan deteksi, serta penanaman tanaman-tanaman pioner yang hidup di rawa gambut. Jadi dari beberapa hal ini saya ingin menyampaikan bahwa penanaman atau jenis tanaman yang akan ditanam di lahan gambut yang rusak itu tergantung daripada wilayahnya dan kondisi hutan rawa gambutnya. Apakah hutan rawa gambutnya rusak sedang atau hutan rawa gambut yang terdegradasi atau rusak parah atau dan sebagainya sesuai spesifikasi yang ada pada tabel di sini. Kemudian dengan itu kita bisa lakukan beberapa tahapan selanjutnya seperti melakukan penanaman, kemudian melakukan nursery, pembibitan dan sebagainya. Tentunya jenis tanaman apa yang cocok untuk wilayah tanaman gambut di situ adalah jenis tanaman yang tentunya asli daerah gambut itu sendiri, bukan tanaman-tanaman yang di luar dari daerah gambut. Karena kalau di luar daerah gambut belum tentu dia dapat beradaptasi dengan lingkungan sekitar. Kemudian ada beberapa contoh gambar, ini kegiatan penanaman lahan di tanah gambut yang ada. Baik, akhir kata terima kasih, ini penyampaian saya, nanti kita lebih banyak kepada diskusi. Karena saya juga bermasalah dari jaringan sepertinya, ini lengket-lengket. Terima kasih, kembali ke operator.
Oke, thank you for Mas O'Brien untuk for your presentation about the peatland revegetation options. And now we continue to the next panelist speakers come from Universitas Kristen Indonesia. There are Ricky Martin Siombing or Florentina or Teresia can deliver their presentation. Time is yours, please.
Ya, terima kasih kepada Jianli untuk kesempatannya. Izinkan kami untuk berpresentasi menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Selamat sore semuanya. Kami, yaitu saya sendiri Teresia, bersama rekan-rekan saya yaitu Ricky Martin Sihombing dan Florentina Simalung Khalid, akan mempresentasikan mengenai dampak relokasi Ibu Kota Indonesia ke Kalimantan dari perspektif restorasi gambut. Next. Latar belakang dari penelitian kami yaitu isu pemindahan ibu kota Indonesia yang telah direncanakan sejak dulu. Namun pada saat era pemerintahan Soekarno, ibu kota yang akan dipindahkan dari Pulau Jawa semakin diperkuat. Namun hal tersebut ditutup kembali oleh Presiden Soekarno. Kemudian, isu pemindahan ibu kota pun kembali mencuat pada saat Bapak Presiden Joko Widodo menjabat sebagai Presiden RI. Kalimantan pun menjadi daerah terpilih untuk dijadikan ibu kota baru bagi Indonesia, tepatnya di Kabupaten Penajam Pasir Utara dan Kabupaten Kartanegara, Provinsi Kalimantan Timur. Ekosistem gambut merupakan salah satu ekosistem utama yang harus mendapat perhatian khusus dari pemerintah Indonesia itu sendiri. Karena ketika ibu kota baru direlokasi selamanya, maka ekosistem gambut yang ada akan terancam dan menimbulkan masalah baru bagi masyarakat Kalimantan itu sendiri. Hal ini dikarenakan ekosistem gambut memiliki kemampuan untuk menyimpan dan memelihara air dalam jumlah yang besar, untuk mitigasi banjir dan menjaga ketersediaan air. Selain itu, fungsi ekosistem lahan gambut sendiri yaitu untuk menjaga kelestarian keanekaragaman hayati, penyimpan cadangan karbon penghasil oksigen, penyeimbang iklim yang terbagi menjadi fungsi lindung ekosistem gambut, dan fungsi budidaya ekosistem gambut. Ancaman terbesar dari pengeringan ekosistem gambut yaitu adanya kebakaran hutan yang diakibatkan oleh alam dan manusia, serta lepasnya CO2 ke udara yang akan menyebabkan masalah baru bagi alam dan bagi manusia. Maka dari itu, ekosistem gambut yang mengalami kekeringan haruslah diairi kembali untuk menghindari masalah yang akan terjadi di masa depan. Kekhawatiran akan terganggunya ekosistem hutan dan beban lingkungan pun tidak dapat dihindari. Karena pada tahun 2015 hingga tahun 2019, terdapat lebih dari 3.592 titik panas di Kutai Kartanegara dan daerah bekas bakaran hutan, serta lebih dari 35.000 hektar lahan karhutla. Maka dari itu, pemerintah perlu mematangkan perencanaan pemindahan ibu kota ini dan memikirkan bagaimana cara serta dampak dan konsekuensi yang akan diterima apabila ibu kota baru Indonesia tetap dipindahkan dari Jakarta ke Kalimantan, namun tetap mempertahankan lahan gambut dan berusaha semaksimal mungkin untuk tetap melindungi ekosistem gambut di Kalimantan. Next slide. Tujuan dari penelitian kami yaitu untuk mencari tahu apakah pemindahan ibu kota baru merusak ekosistem gambut yang ada di Kalimantan. Next. Rumusan masalah yang akan kami angkat dalam penelitian kali ini yaitu, yang pertama, apakah pemindahan ibu kota ke Kalimantan sesuai dengan tujuan politik lingkungan? Yang kedua, apakah pemindahan ibu kota sebagai salah satu alat untuk mensejahterakan masyarakat, khususnya masyarakat Kalimantan? Next. Slide selanjutnya akan dilanjutkan oleh rekan saya yaitu Florentina.
Halo Tere. Okay. May the committee help Floren to be the co-host because Floren will be continue the presentation. Florentina Manung Simanung Khalid.
Terima kasih. Yang sebelumnya tolong slide yang sebelumnya panitia. Yang teori. Nah, untuk teori penelitiannya ini itu kita ngambilnya politik lingkungan. Politik lingkungan atau politik ekologi merupakan pendekatan yang membahas kajian mengenai keterkaitan antara sumber daya alam dengan para aktor yang menggunakan sumber daya alam tersebut. Nah, selain itu, politik lingkungan ini merujuk kepada kajian mengenai lingkungan, yaitu hubungan antara manusia dengan lingkungan, kebijakan pemerintah yang menggapai tentang masalah lingkungan, politik dengan lingkungan, rencana pemerintah dalam mengatasi masalah lingkungan, dan memprioritaskan pelestarian negara mengenai lingkungan hidup. Aktor-aktor tersebut itu seperti contohnya itu salah satunya negara, organisasi non pemerintah juga termasuk. Next. Nah, peraturan mengenai lahan gambut dari sisi otonomi, alasan pemindahan ibu kota ini menurut pemerintah demi pemerataan pembangunan. Namun kalau pemindahan ini dapat diikuti dengan penguatan sistem otonomi dan desentralisasi, sama aja. Desentralisasi merupakan ide dan semangat pendiri negara dengan pembagian wilayah termasuk kewenangannya. Inilah yang dituangkan dalam ketentuan pasal 18 Undang-Undang Dasar tahun 1945 yang telah mendorong dilakukannya otonomi daerah secara luas dan konkret. Dengan harapan daerah-daerah yang tertinggal dapat mengembangkan diri dan mensejajarkan diri dengan daerah-daerah lain dalam rangka memajukan kesejahteraan masyarakatnya. Nah, sebagai negara hukum di mana kekuasaan pemerintah diatur oleh hukum, usaha restorasi dan perlindungan lahan gambut di Indonesia membutuhkan dukungan penegakan hukum, termasuk pembentukan peraturan baru mengenai rencana spesial lahan gambut yang mensyaratkan pelestarian lahan gambut yang dilindungi sebagaimana yang telah ditetapkan. Tetapi malah sebaliknya Jokowi Dodo, Bapak Presiden yang telah memilih ibu kota dipindahkan ke Kalimantan, padahal di Kalimantan itu masih banyak yang namanya lahan gambut. Nah, sehubung dengan perlindungan lahan gambut di Indonesia, penerbitan yang dibuat oleh Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan tentang peraturan pemerintah pada pasal 71 tahun 2014 tentang perlindungan dan pengelolaan ekosistem gambut. Dan di Undang-Undang 32 tahun 2009 tentang perlindungan dan pengelolaan lingkungan hidup dan Undang-Undang Dasar 1945. Semua undang-undang ini melarang pembukaan lahan di kawasan gambut. Dan dari sini bahwa ibu kota baru ini mengancam tentang perlindungan lahan gambut tersebut. Next. Hasil dan pembahasan. Next. Hasil dan pembahasan pemindahan ibu kota negara dari DKI Jakarta ke Kalimantan Timur akan berdampak kepada pelestarian alam di wilayah Kalimantan itu sendiri, khususnya Kalimantan Timur. Dan di sini kita dapat adanya dampak positif dan adanya dampak negatif juga. Dampak positif yang akan timbul yaitu adanya pemanfaatan sumber daya alam potensial yang selama ini belum terjelajah atau belum dimanfaatkan oleh Kalimantan Timur itu sendiri. Namun di sisi negatifnya yang nantinya akan timbul dari pemindahan ibu kota ini, pembukaan dan penggalian lahan merupakan faktor yang merusak alam karena hal tersebut dilakukan dengan cara pembakaran hutan atau lahan gambut sekalipun. Pembakaran tersebut bisa menimbulkan akibatnya itu buruk bagi ekosistem hutan dan masyarakatnya juga. Nah, di wilayah Kalimantan ini sudah banyak ekosistem gambut yang dirusak oleh masyarakat karena kita tahu di Kalimantan sana juga masih banyaknya para petani dan itu adalah mata pencarian mereka juga kan. Nah, bila pemindahan ibu kota ini terrealisasi, nantinya akan banyak masyarakat yang akan melakukan pembukaan lahan dan penggalian lahan menjadi wilayah industri dan pembukaan dan pembangunan ibu kota. Nah, penggalian lahan ini sangat mengancam ekosistem hutan dan lahan gambut di Kalimantan Timur itu sendiri. Nah, selain itu juga ekosistem gambut yang sangat dilindungi pun jumlahnya akan semakin berkurang dan kemudian di hari-hari yang akan datang habis akibat adanya penggalian lahan tersebut. Nah, selain itu, apabila ekosistem gambut semakin berkurang dan habis, maka yang akan terjadi adalah banjir. Karena tidak adanya serapan air yang dapat menampung air hujan. Karena kita tahu kan, ekosistem gambut menyimpan karbon terbesar dan berperan dalam penentuan besar kecilnya emisi karbon setiap tahunnya. Sehingga harus ada upaya menciptakan lingkungan yang sehat dengan cara mengurangi emisi. Pengurangan emisi dilakukan dengan menurunnya laju pengelolaan hutan dan dengan konsep berkelanjutan, restorasi lahan gambut dan rehabilitas lahan terdegradasi. Nah, jadi Inilah yang diharapkan dan diterapkan oleh pemerintah daerah Kalimantan Timur terkait dengan pembukaan lahan baru akibat pemindahan ibu kota Indonesia nanti. Nah, pemindahan ibu kota baru akan menimbulkan suatu permasalahan yang di negeri ini bukan masalah gambut juga, tetapi akan mengakibatkan bencana ekologis seperti banjir dan kebakaran. Hal ini akan menjadi permasalahan besar jika tidak diiringi dengan penegakan hukum yang tegas dan terkhususnya juga nanti bagi perusahaan yang membuka usahanya di atas lahan gambut tanpa melihat kondisi lingkungan sendiri. Nah, pemindahan dan selanjutnya pemindahan ibu kota ini pun berdampak kepada kesejahteraan masyarakat di Kalimantan itu sendiri. Dan ini pemindahan ibu kota itu juga cara salah satu untuk mensejahterakan masyarakat di Indonesia. Selanjutnya, selanjutnya dijelaskan dengan Bang Martin.
Terima kasih. Sebelumnya maaf karena di sini lagi hujan angin. Jadi saya akan melanjutkan tentang pembahasan dan penelitian yang tadi dibicarakan oleh Florentina. Kita tahu di wilayah Kalimantan ini sudah banyak ekosistem gambut yang dirusak akibat pengalian menjadi lahan pertanian. Karena salah satu mata pencarian masyarakat adalah bertani. Tetapi yang berbahaya ini adalah pemindahan ibu kota yang jika terrealisasi nantinya akan banyak masyarakat yang akan melakukan pembukaan lahan dan pengalian lahan menjadi wilayah industri dan pembangunan ibu kota yang tentunya yang akan mengancam ekosistem gambut ini. Nah, saya jadi akan membahas apakah pemindahan ibu kota salah satu alat untuk mensejahterakan masyarakat khususnya di Kalimantan. Jadi saya nanti akan membahas dari sudut pandang otonomi daerah. Jadi kalau kita melihat Undang-Undang Dasar 1945 yang mengakui hak asasi manusia seperti hak atas lingkungan yang bersih dan sehat dalam konteks pengelolaan sumber daya alam yaitu pasal 33 ayat 3 Undang-Undang Dasar 1945 yang menyatakan bumi dan air dan kekayaan alam yang terkandung di dalamnya dikuasai oleh negara dan dipergunakan untuk sebesar-besar kemakmuran rakyat. Dalam pasal tersebut dinyatakan secara jelas bahwa adanya kewajiban penyelenggara negara untuk memajukan kesejahteraan umum dan menyediakan kebutuhan dasar bagi masyarakat. Pemindahan ibu kota negara ini akan berdampak kepada kesejahteraan masyarakat itu sendiri karena proyek relokasi modal akan menambah belanja negara. Selain itu, biaya membangun kota baru dari nol sangat tinggi. Diharapkan relokasi ibu kota ini harus benar-benar dikaji dan dievaluasi karena ini akan sangat mengancam ekosistem gambut di Kalimantan Timur di mana 0,3 juta hektar berupa lahan gambut. Berdasarkan data yang dikemukakan oleh Wahana Lingkungan Hidup Indonesia yang mengatakan bahwa meski secara kuantitas bencana ekologis pada tahun 2014 mengalami penurunan, akan tetapi ancaman dan tingkat kerentanan pada sejumlah daerah akan terus bertambah dan meluas. Kerentanan itu bisa ditunjukkan dengan adanya pelepasan kawasan hutan menjadi bukan hutan. Alih fungsi hutan dan lahan gambut untuk pertambangan dan perkebunan atau pertanian semakin nyata membawa tingkat kerentanan dan ancaman bencana ekologis, manakala kemampuan untuk memulihkan lingkungan hidup melalui program reboisasi sangat tidak sebanding dengan tingkat kerusakan yang ada. Jadi tujuan perlindungan dan pengelolaan lingkungan hidup ini akan tercapai apabila pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, dan segenap warga negara dengan koordinasi negara dalam pelaksanaan asas tanggung jawab negara. Nah, di sini peran pemerintah daerah sangat penting karena pelaksanaan dalam mewujudkan good environmental governance yang memerlukan kemampuan pemerintah daerah dalam perlindungan dan pengelolaan lingkungan hidup. Nah, strategi ini tentang pengelolaan lingkungan hidup yang efektif di daerah dalam kerangka otonomi daerah adalah dengan melibatkan peran serta masyarakat dalam perlindungan dan pengelolaan lingkungan hidup. Melalui desentralisasi dan otonomi daerah, instansi pemerintah daerah berperan utama dalam melindungi lingkungan dan sumber daya alam, khususnya di Kalimantan Timur, di Kabupaten Kutai Kartanegara, dan Pajan Utara. Nah, tapi instansi ini seringkali harus menghadapi tantangan berat dalam menyesuaikan diri untuk menjalankan kewenangan tersebut. Nah, pada tanggal 29 April 2019, Bapak Presiden Jokowi memutuskan secara sepihak tentang relokasi ibu kota baru di Kalimantan Timur, tepatnya di sebagian Kabupaten Penajam Pasar Utara dan Kabupaten Kutai Kartanegara. Dan ini harusnya memperhatikan aspirasi dari pemerintah daerah yang ingin tetap ibu kota di Jakarta, karena ini akan mengancam kelestarian lingkungan di tempat yang akan dijadikan ibu kota baru ini. Berdasarkan Undang-Undang Nomor 23 Tahun 2014 tentang pemerintah daerah, dapat disimpulkan bahwa prinsip otonomi daerah menggunakan prinsip otonomi seluas-luasnya, dalam arti di daerah diberi kewenangan mengurus dan mengatur semua urusan pemerintah di luar yang menjadi urusan pemerintah pusat. Nah, yang dilakukan Bapak Jokowi ini yang memutuskan secara sepihak mengingatkan saya kepada rezim Bapak Soeharto yang sistemnya sentralisasi, di mana sentralisasi adalah seluruh wewenang terpusat pada pemerintah pusat. Daerah tinggal menunggu instruksi dari pusat untuk melaksanakan kebijakan-kebijakan yang telah digariskan menurut undang-undang. Jadi kita tahu pada tahun 1997 itu telah membawa perubahan dalam sistem pemerintahan dari sentralisasi menjadi desentralisasi. Terjadi perubahan ini memberikan porsi besar kewenangan untuk mengelola pemerintahan yang ada di daerah, lingkungan hidup yang plural dan sesuai dengan konteks lingkungan di masing-masing daerah, tanpa harus tersentralisasi dalam argumentasi yang syarat dengan kepentingan sepihak. Jadi salah satu contoh kebijakan dengan kasus terjadi pada kebijakan pengelolaan lahan gambut di Indonesia. Pada tahun 2016, pemerintah telah mengeluarkan PP nomor 57 tahun 2016 dan juga regulasi turunannya berupa Permen LHK nomor 40 tahun 2017. Dampak turunan dari kebijakan ini adalah penetapan kawasan prioritas restorasi gambut. Setidaknya 2,1 juta hektar lahan gambut prioritas harus direstorasi. Nah, dari kasus tersebut kita bisa melihat bahwa pemerintah mengalokasikan wilayah kawasan hutan yang tidak berizin di lokasi lain sebagai areal pengganti. Namun yang patut menjadi perhatian besar adalah tidak adanya transparansi dan juga ruang partisipasi publik terkait kebijakan tersebut. Nah, keterbukaan informasi terkait wilayah tersebut harus dilakukan mengingat lokasi yang menjadi area pengganti akan terdampak memunculkan konflik sosial baru ataupun deforestasi jika wilayah penggantinya masih tertutup oleh hutan alam. Potensi seperti ini sangat berpeluang terjadi dalam kasus ibu kota baru, mengingat banyaknya izin-izin korporasi yang berada di wilayah Kabupaten Kutai Kartanegara dan Penajam Pasar Utara. Next. Nah, kesimpulannya, peraturan yang ditetapkan di Indonesia yang membuka lahan tanpa kandang bulu dan harus menghancurkannya harus lebih ditekankan. Tapi kita melihat dari sisi positif yang timbul dari pemindahan ibu kota Kalimantan Timur ini adalah pemanfaatan potensi sumber daya alam yang belum dimanfaatkan oleh Kalimantan. Salah satunya untuk meningkatkan pendapatan negara, tapi itu akan menyebabkan kerusakan dalam berskala besar. Pemindahan ibu kota ini juga diharapkan benar-benar dikaji dan dievaluasi karena akan sangat mengancam kelestarian lahan gambut di Kalimantan Timur yang 0,3 juta hektar yang merupakan lahan gambut. Peran pemerintah daerah juga sangat diharapkan untuk dalam pelaksanaannya dalam mewujudkan tata kelola lingkungan yang baik, dan diperlukan kemampuan pemerintah daerah dalam melindungi dan mengelola lingkungan. Sekian itu saja dari saya. Terima kasih dan mohon maaf jika ada kekurangan atau kesalahan kata dalam pemaparan tim kami tadi. Harapan dari tim kami adalah semoga apa yang kami sampaikan dapat bermanfaat di kehidupan kita masing-masing. dan dapat membuka wawasan tentang terancamnya ekosistem gambut ini, karena alam itu bagian dari kita sendiri. Terima kasih, salam lestari.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation from us, Ricky, Florian, and Teresia from Universitas Kristen Indonesia. And now we will continue our panelist presentation session. And now we enter to the fourth panelist speakers from Peatland Restoration Agency. There are Mas Lubendik Sigalingging talking about human rights and the environment, an initial study of human rights basic approach and forest fire issue in Indonesia. So, Mas Lubendik, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Janli. Can you hear my voice, Janli?
Yeah, that's clear.
Okay, I will speak in bahasa. Okay, selamat siang menjelang sore, Bapak Ibu dan teman-teman sekalian. Maaf kalau agak sedikit berisik ya suaranya. Oke, baik. Pada kesempatan kali ini saya coba menjelaskan tentang human rights dan environment. Ya ini sebuah masih studi baru ya tentang human rights berdasarkan isu kebakaran hutan yang terjadi di Indonesia. Oke, next. Oke, baik. Jadi Bapak Ibu sekalian dan teman-teman, seperti yang kita sudah ketahui, hampir setiap tahun kita
suaranya kurang jelas, Mas.
Bagaimana sekarang?
Oke.
Baik Bapak Ibu sekalian, seperti yang kita sudah ketahui, hampir setiap tahun kita mengalami kebakaran hutan dan lahan di Indonesia. Dan ini 3 terbesar diantaranya adalah tahun 97 atau 98, ini menjadi salah satu seperti baseline ya, karena dampaknya lumayan besar, sekitar 9,7 juta hektar lahan dan hutan yang terbakar. Dan pada tahun 2015 sebanyak 2,6 juta hektar hutan dan lahan gambut yang terbakar. Dan yang terakhir pada tahun lalu itu sekitar 8.724 hektar yang terbakar. Jadi dengan adanya kebakaran hutan setiap tahun, tentunya ada dampak atau implikasi yang dialami oleh masyarakat sekitar dan juga tetangga-tetangga negara kita. Bisa dilanjut? Ya, inilah gambaran dari kondisi karhutla ya yang terjadi di Indonesia. Yang di sebelah kiri adalah peta karhutla tahun 2019 dan yang di sebelah kanan adalah kondisi karhutla yang terjadi di tingkat tapak. Jika teman-teman lihat kondisi api yang membesar ini menandakan bahwa kebakaran ini sudah terjadi beberapa hari ya, karena bukan hanya kebakaran di tingkat permukaan, tapi juga kebakaran gambut, yaitu di bawah lahan gambut sendiri itu terjadi kebakaran dan dampaknya adalah itu menimbulkan bencana asap yang bisa terjadi berbulan-bulan, bahkan bisa lebih dari 3 bulan seperti yang dialami pada tahun 2015. Ya, Mas Janli.
Halo.
Oke, bisa dilanjutkan?
Ya,
yes, oke. Oke, jadi inilah kira-kira sedikit gambaran tentang dampak dari karhutla yang terjadi di 2015 dan 2019 ya. Pada 2015 sebanyak 19 orang itu harus meninggal dunia, dan sebanyak 500.000 atau lebih dari 500.000 itu terkena penyakit saluran pernapasan atau ISPA ya, dan juga penutupan sekolah-sekolah selama berbulan-bulan. Kemudian juga masalah kesehatan ya, tentu saja tenggorokan, pilek, kemudian pneumonia dan juga penyakit kardiovaskular lainnya. Kemudian dari sisi ekonomi juga banyak mengalami gangguan tentu saja. Dan ini tahun 2019 diprediksi sekitar 50 triliun mengalami kerugian ya, dan juga tentu ada dampak-dampak lainnya gitu. Oke, bisa dilanjutkan. Oke, baik. Kemudian bagaimana sih sebetulnya hubungan human right dan environment dan lingkungan? Sebetulnya negara-negara di dunia sudah lama mendiskusikan isu tentang HAM dan lingkungan ya. Dan pada tahun 1972 ini sudah ada Stockholm Declaration tentang human environment, yaitu di mana manusia atau kita semua ini memiliki hak fundamental untuk hidup secara merdeka ya, dan juga berhak untuk memiliki lingkungan yang berkualitas ya, dan juga kehidupan yang bermartabat, dan juga berhak juga untuk memiliki kewajiban juga untuk memperbaiki lingkungan di saat ini untuk generasi yang akan datang. Kemudian ada juga Rio Declaration, di mana setiap manusia itu berhak atas lingkungan yang sehat dan juga atas hidup yang produktif dalam keharmonisan dengan alam. Selanjutnya. Kemudian ini adalah beberapa regulasi internasional yang berkaitan dengan perlindungan lingkungan. Tadi sudah saya sebutkan, diantaranya adalah Declaration of the UN Conference on the Human Environment di Stockholm, kemudian regulasi tentang Rio Declaration on Environment and Development, dan di tahun 2000 ini merupakan Millennium Development Goals, penetapan MDGs, dan tahun 2002 di Johannesburg Declaration tentang Sustainable Development. Jadi sudah ada framework-nya untuk mengimplementasikan perlindungan lingkungan di tingkat internasional, dan ini juga menjadi bagian dari kewajiban pemerintah Indonesia dalam menerapkan kebijakan perlindungan lingkungan ini. Oke, next. Oke, baik Bapak Ibu sekalian, dalam human right ada beberapa hak yang kita miliki sebetulnya, ya, diantaranya adalah substantive rights dan juga procedural rights ya. Dan ini semuanya berkaitan juga dengan kehidupan lingkungan kita. Kalau lingkungan kita sehat, substantive rights kita juga mengalami peningkatan atau menjadi baik ya. Seperti civil and political rights, seperti hak untuk hidup, kemerdekaan berkumpul, dan juga kemerdekaan untuk tidak mengalami diskriminasi. Ini juga bisa dikaitkan dengan lingkungan. Demikian juga tentang hak ekonomi dan sosial, dan yaitu adalah hak untuk supaya bisa hidup sehat, hak atas makanan, hak atas standar kehidupan yang cukup. Kemudian cultural rights, yaitu hak untuk mengakses tentang kehidupan beragama, dan juga hak collective rights yang ini dipengaruhi oleh kerusakan lingkungan, seperti hak masyarakat adat yang kebetulan banyak tinggal di sekitaran hutan ya. Oke, next. Oke, yang selanjutnya adalah procedural rights ya, yaitu terdiri dari 3 hak untuk mengakses, yaitu hak untuk mengakses informasi. Jadi kita sebetulnya ketika ada karhutla, kita sebagai warga negara Indonesia, kita juga berhak untuk mengakses siapa-siapa saja yang melakukan pelanggaran atau membakar hutan dan lahan, sehingga mengakibatkan karhutla terjadi berbulan-bulan. Kemudian yang kedua, adanya public participation. Jadi kita bisa melakukan partisipasi publik ya. Ini hak prosedur kita. Dan yang ketiga adalah akses to justice. Jadi kita berhak untuk mendapatkan keadilan gitu ya, apabila kondisi lingkungan kita itu mengalami kerusakan. Oke, next. Oke, kemudian Bapak Ibu sekalian, dalam perlindungan human rights dan juga kaitannya dengan kerusakan lingkungan, ada pihak-pihak yang paling rentan mengalami apabila terjadi kerusakan lingkungan. Di antaranya adalah kaum perempuan, juga kaum anak-anak, dan juga orang-orang yang memiliki disabilitas, dan juga masyarakat adat ya, masyarakat adat atau masyarakat lokal setempat. Nah, seperti teman-teman ketahui, ketika karhutla berlangsung, tentunya aktivitas masyarakat itu menjadi sangat sempit ya. Masyarakat sulit untuk keluar dari rumah, sulit untuk mencari nafkah, dan khususnya buat kaum perempuan sulit juga untuk mengakses fasilitas kesehatan gitu. Jadi akibatnya kaum perempuan rentan mengalami pemiskinan dan juga sulit juga untuk mencari nafkah. Demikian juga dengan anak-anak. Ketika ada karhutla, anak-anak juga rentan untuk mengalami anak ini menghilang selama beberapa bulan dan menjadi tertinggal. Dan salah satu ada penemuan penelitian yang baru dilakukan tahun 2019, yaitu adalah adanya pelambatan pertumbuhan anak gitu ya, khususnya anak-anak di bawah 5 tahun. Jadi pertumbuhannya itu mengalami pelambatan kira-kira 1 mm per bulan. Jadi mungkin ini bagi kita anggap sepele, cuma kalau itu terjadi berbulan-bulan, itu bisa mengakibatkan anak menjadi tidak bisa tumbuh dengan maksimal. Demikian juga halnya dengan kaum disabilitas. Ketika terjadi karhutla, misalkan kalau manusia yang tidak mengalami disabilitas, mereka bisa menghindari karhutla, bisa berlari, bisa pindah ke tempat yang lebih aman. Tapi kaum disabilitas mengalami kesulitan untuk pindah ke kesehatan bagi kaum disabilitas. Dan yang terakhir, kaum masyarakat adat atau masyarakat lokal yang tinggal di sekitar hutan atau yang mengalami karhutla secara langsung, tentu itu akan berdampak kepada berkurangnya mata pencaharian mereka, membuat mereka menjadi lebih miskin, yang biasa mereka melalui hutan dan lahan di sekitar mereka. Dengan adanya karhutla, identitas mereka untuk melakukan mata pencaharian seperti yang biasa mereka lakukan itu menjadi hilang. Oke, next. Kemudian ya, next panitia. Nah, kemudian apa yang bisa kita lakukan ya? Sebetulnya ini bukan hal baru, karena beberapa NGO atau masyarakat sipil sudah pernah mengajukannya, yaitu kita yang sadar dengan kondisi adanya pelanggaran hak asasi manusia, yaitu kita bisa melakukan class action ya. Ini sudah pernah dilakukan ketika Karhutla 2015, itu oleh Gerakan Anti Asap Kalimantan Tengah yang mengajukan gugatan ke pengadilan, yaitu dengan tergugatnya adalah Presiden Republik Indonesia, kemudian Menteri KLHK, Menteri Pertanian, Menteri Pertanahan, Menteri Kesehatan, dan juga Gubernur Kalimantan Tengah dan para anggota Dewan di Kalimantan Tengah. Nah, hasil gugatan teman-teman di Kalimantan Tengah ini dikabulkan ya oleh pengadilan, bahkan juga oleh MA ya. Dan implikasinya adalah pihak pemerintah, pihak penggugat harus memenuhi yang menjadi tuntutan dari para masyarakat sipil ini. Kemudian yang bisa kita lakukan selanjutnya adalah next, untuk pemerintah atau untuk korporasi, yaitu adalah kita mulai menyuarakan untuk adanya perubahan kebijakan dalam melakukan pembangunan. Karena dari berbagai pertemuan internasional itu setelah dikaji dan disepakati bahwa hilangnya sumber daya alam dan juga munculnya polusi-polusi di berbagai area itu lebih sering disebabkan sebagai produk dari pembangunan atas nama ekonomi. Oleh karena itu, arah kebijakan yang mesti diubah adalah mulai saat ini pembangunan kota atau pembangunan yang dilakukan oleh pemerintah maupun oleh korporasi harus mengedepankan pembangunan berkelanjutan, yaitu pembangunan yang mampu untuk mempertemukan kebutuhan manusia saat ini tanpa melakukan kompromi untuk menyediakan kebutuhan bagi generasi mendatang. Jadi kebutuhan saat ini hanya untuk saat ini dan kita tidak perlu lagi untuk merebut kebutuhan dari generasi yang akan datang. Demikian mungkin Mas Janli, presentasi singkat dari saya. Saya kembalikan kepada Mas Janli. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Mas Bendik, for the presentation. So we arrive in the last presentation. So I would like to invite the last presenter for this panel, come from Youth for Peatland. There is Julianto Triaksana, the paper about peatland food diversification, opportunity and strategy to achieve local food self-sufficiency. So, Mr. Julian, time is yours.
Is my voice clear enough?
Your voice is not clearly. Maybe you can try again.
I will switch my microphone.
Okay.
Okay. So is my voice is clear enough, Janli?
Yeah, that's so very clearly.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you, Mas.
Let me share my screen.
Yeah, maybe the committee can help Mas Julian to be the co-host. Oh, done, Mas. Can you check it? Yeah.
So it's already see in.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you everyone. Good afternoon. In this session, I would like to sharing about peatland food alternative, opportunity and strategy to achieve local food self-sufficiency. So, start from this statement, orang Indonesia nggak makan kalau bukan nasi. So it's as the Indonesia, we must eat rice. And in fact, it's a true because based on the national average household, rice is the highest source of energy supply and carbohydrate source. With the consumption in 2019, 95 kilogram per capita per year. So it's mean need around 2.5 million tons of rice per month to meet the whole Indonesia population, more than 250 million based on the Statistic Central Agency. And if we see about the Indonesia staple food consumption mapping, many of our national average in province is very high for rice dependency. In that there is a decline per capita, but it also switched to wheat. So which is almost all wheat import from outside of our country. And in several areas where people consume various local staple in the past, if we know about the Nusa Tenggara Barat, they have actually the corn as the staple food, and Maluku for their sagu, and starting and has been shifted and dominated by rice and wheat-based food. So this including the province with the largest peatland cover, Sumatra, Riau, South Sumatra, and Kalimantan in central part and in the west. If we observe more, what happened if we only focusing on one or two food kind? There are several traits of the high dependency of only single food. The first, the natural phenomenon in this uncertainty earth condition, particularly relating with the climate change like a drought and flood, and another natural disaster, even to biological factor like pests, of course, will be depleting the food harvest and the food production from the environment factor. So and the second one about the supply chain disruption and due to disaster or conflict that disrupt distribution way and like our current situation, pandemic COVID-19, limit people and goods to mobility across region and country. So and the both factor enabling food stock is declining and the price continue to rise, or we can call the inflation. So the combination of the factor of the food stock and low or even zero food diversification worsen food accessibility, which lack alternative and resulted in malnutrition until to a hunger crisis. But how about in the peatland area, food from peatland and why it's matter? We observe there are a huge opportunity and promising for food crops development. Almost 4 million hectare peatland for cultivation purpose. Unfortunately, dominant planting by the industry plantation, palm oil and rubber rather than food crops. So we must highlight the factor. The first factor is about we cannot deny the indigenous people and local community who live in and surround peatland area playing important role to conserve peatland ecosystem and their right to utilize and cultivate their peatland area. So our role is ensure their doing in sustainable principle and not damage the environment. This one including the not slash and burn the peatland itself. And the second factor about the characteristic of peatland is itself as the food provider to ensure a sustainability. The first about land, we to handle soil acidic condition, enrich nutrition, and about water, to self-regulate water, and in paludiculture, keep it wet or humid. And third, about the cultivar selection is to make crop adaptive, start from the seed, choice, fertilizer, and so on. And if we read about the research from the Wageningen University in Pulau Pisau, Central Kalimantan, they determine the indicator and method for which the best option for the food crop in peatland area. So the first is sustainability. It means how much emission that resulted from the crops, and the second about the profitability, about the net present value or net profit, how earned from the food crop. And the third about the market scalability of supply, the method supply and demand, and the fourth about the farmer accessibility, how can the farmer can easy to cultivate the crop itself. So based on the highest score, there is a sagu, elephant tengkawang, dragon fruit, banana, spinach kangkung, and klakai atau edible fern. So why sagu is really important to biggest potential as the staple food in peatland area? Because the first character is adaptive. Sagu grow well on marginal land such as peat, swamp, and when other plants are hard or unable to grow. And also they are vulnerable to facing the natural change like drought or flood. So, and the second about the profitable, there is no additional cost when other plant need additional cost for the crop treatment like fertilizer or anti-pest. So sagu is we can plant sagu in the wild area. So they and sagu still can grow and we can still harvest them. And however, the main factor that might hinder farmers to cultivate sagu palm is the time to wait before the first crop can be harvested, at least 6 until 7 years. So the time management need to be implemented when the planted and when the harvested. So if we're talking about the upstream factor, we are going to downstream. It's mean the high valuable for the derivative product from the peatland commodity from the peatland product itself. So adding value is very profitable for the derivative product from peatland raw commodity. It's provide consumer with an incentive to make more purchase. And we can see in here Bulog just launched noodle from the sagu starch. Is to compete the instant noodle from the wheat base. We are the second biggest noodle consumer after China. Of course, we are in position as the world number one wheat imported, and Sagu tried to balance the market. And also the cemilan or snack and keripik from the peatland fruit or vegetable and another commodity. In the previous panel, often mentioned about pineapple, about nut, and so on. So there are should be we need the strategy to diversify our food, particularly in peatland area. So the first is about the advocacy, political will, policy, and regulation. This is a strong correlation between a government in central and local to have high commitment to diversifying our food consumption based on local resources. And second one about the strengthening the research, innovation, and technology, of course, increasing peatland sustainability and also productivity from the series of the experimental and field studies. In this one, specifically supported by the academic or research institution. And the last about the campaign and promotion, we know from the Sukarno era, we actually had a starting campaign for the food diversification, and at the time the rice stock depleting, and Sukarno want to shifting and balancing about the corn commodity. But until now, it's almost 7 decades. It's almost 5 decades from the Sukarno. There is no result from the food diversification from the government itself. So we need more creative content for engaging people, target audience to consume more diverse in their daily diet, and at the same time promoting the derivative product, not only know about how to sell but also how to branding the product itself, and of course give directly boosting to the community income. So the way forward, after we arrange the strategy, there are two main steps. The first is strategic implementation must be ensured to be executed by relevant stakeholder through the comprehensive planning and formulation idea. And after that, we evaluate and follow up to measure how successful the implementation and what we can improve in our next action. And as mentioned by Mr. Budi Wardana this morning, Peatland Deputy, about the SDGs issue relating to peatland restoration can increase yield and ensure resilience for sustainable production and of course achieving food self-sufficiency, at least from peatland region and local level, and at the same time improving the people welfare. So that's all my presentation. Back to Mr. Moderator, Mas Janli.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Julian, for the great and comprehensive presentation. Okay, and now we enter to the Q&A session. Maybe all the panelist speakers in these panels already here. Okay, we have one question. I would like to read it about the question. This is come from Noyara Rahmasari. This question to O'Brien from Peatland Restoration Agency about, does BRG has specific vegetation or crops that is best or recommended for a peatland restoration? Okay, maybe Mas O'Brien can answer.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Cilian, clear? My voice is clear?
It's clear.
Oke. Baik, ya ini pertanyaannya bagus ya. Dalam arti apakah BRG kan sudah punya tuh lokasi-lokasi atau vegetasi-vegetasi yang direkomendasikan untuk ditanam di daerah-daerah rawa gambut. Saya katakan ya, BRG sudah memiliki itu. Bahkan sudah seperti saya bilang tadi di awal bahwa ada lahan gambut yang terdegradasi rusak, terdegradasi sedang, atau areal yang terbuka, itu sudah memiliki semuanya. Seperti untuk di daerah genangan, rekomendasi dari BRG itu seperti jenis tanaman gambut yang sesuai itu seperti kerupuk, pulai, sagu, dan terentang. Kemudian untuk di yang terbuka seperti belangiran, gelam, garunggang, jambu-jambuan. Kemudian ada juga untuk yang awal baru terdegradasi atau awal yang terbuka itu belangiran, gelam, dan sebagainya. Nah itu semua bisa, Mbak siapa tadi nanya? Noyara ya. Itu bisa mendownload dari yang ada di BRG itu yang di modul tentang reforestasi di situsnya BRG. Itu sama karena kita juga melakukan hal yang sama seperti yang dilakukan sesuai dengan vegetasi yang direkomendasikan karena memang sesuai dengan karakteristik di mana tumbuhan itu ada dan ketahanan tumbuhan itu sendiri terhadap kondisi alam yang ada di wilayahnya. Itu Mbak Mr. Gianli, saya telah menjawab pertanyaan dari Mbak.
Okay.
Terima kasih.
Thank you, Mas O'Brien, for the answer. Maybe other participants have a question for these panels, maybe for all the panel speakers. Okay. I think enough. No other participants have a question, and this panel has ended. And I will give back to the MC for continuing this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gianni Immanuel Bagensa, for being a wonderful moderator. And thank you for all the speakers for the informative, insightful presentation. Finally, we come to the end of the 5th plenary session. But before we proceed to the next plenary, please show your best smile to get captured by the camera for this session. Siapa yang mau ambil itu? And all the speakers, please turn on the camera, please. Please stay until we say that it's done.
Wait.
Thank you very much. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that's all for Day 2 Youth Peatland Conference 2020. I am Elia Demeria Eneska. On behalf of the team, would like to say thank you and apologize profusely if any words that are less pleasing to the audience here. I would like to express our sincere apology and gratitude. So stay healthy, stay connected, and see you on the next day. Bye-bye.
terutama di daerah lahan gambut.
Sebenarnya sih kalau untuk tahun-tahun yang sebelumnya itu cukup parah juga, tapi nggak banget. Sampai 2015 itu paling parah, sampai lahan kita jadi kuning.
Mencari kayu. Takut kebakaran.
Makanya kami di sini antisipasi masalah kebakaran hutan. Kalau ada yang membakar, langsung tangkap.
The serious intention of the government of Indonesia to restore degraded and burned peatland is expressed by the establishment of the Peatland Restoration Agency or BRG on January 2016.
Saya menugaskan Badan Restorasi Gambut untuk segera membuat rencana aksi dan melaksanakannya, mengimplementasikannya. Dengan demikian kita bisa meyakinkan dunia internasional bahwa Indonesia serius, sangat serius untuk mengatasi kerusakan hutan dan lahan gambut.
According to the Presidential Regulation Number 1 Year 2016, as the non-structural institution, BRG is responsible to the President.
Jadi kebakaran sangat besar dari tahun lalu dengan efek bencana asap yang parah sekali, itu terjadi karena gambut kita yang tadinya basah dikeringkan. Sehingga Presiden mengatakan tidak boleh lagi kebakaran dengan level sebesar kemarin, harus dibuat nol kalau bisa. Kunci pertamanya ialah gambut tidak boleh terbakar. Sehingga gambut yang sudah kering itu harus kembali dibasahkan. Air yang turun ke lahan gambut yang tadinya keluar lewat kanal-kanal buatan manusia, kita tutup. Dan tugas BRG ialah memulihkan fungsi hidrologis dan ekologis lahan gambut.
The BRG has 9 main tasks. Peatland Restoration Agency is given the mandate to restore the more or less 2 million hectares of peatland, start from 2015 to 2020 in 7 provinces. To accomplish the mission, BRG is coordinating with 17 ministries and institutions, as well as local governments in 7 provinces. BRG also collaborates with multiple stakeholders at the local, national, and international level.
Jadi ini hasil diskusi kita.
BRG also involves indigenous people, peatland farmers, academicians, and private sector. BRG conduct joint research with universities to find monitoring hydrological restoration method and alternative commodity which suit